And good evening, folks, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast. I am Bezic, and as always, I'm joined by Trib, Discordia, who,
Hello.
yeah, and recurring guest, Bleach Demon, who has gone all Cyrillic on us.
Ah, shit, it is. Now we're gonna get cleaned out, guys.
Well, that's the colon cleanse for you.
Bleach enema, Jesus Christ.
Oh dear.
I'm just chilling on my channel.
Shilling is good.
We'll do some chilling on this stream too while we wait for viewership to build. Firstly, George in chat says, "Greetings all, I'll be in lurk mode for a bit. Was just watching a Forgotten Weapons video on a quill gun pistol. Be back shortly." Ooh. Forgotten Weapons is a great channel. You should check it out if you've got the slice
Yeah, I've seen one where he has sort of like a flip out shotgun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Green Branch has arrived in chat. Hello.
Hello.
Everyone.
Right, so just while we wait for everyone who is joining us to pop in, we'll do some shilling on about one of our later projects. Grim, Disco, and I have been streaming some Valheim and having great fun and getting up to a sword shenanigans.
Yes.
And also apparently starting to hallucinate.
Well,
We had a very productive stream yesterday. We made good progress.
Indeed. So I am streaming over at twitch.tv/Bezic1000. Should be easy enough to find. It's linked in all sorts of places, including on the sultansofshadilay.com website. And of course,
remember, you get free hallucinogenic experiences with Trim and Trim alone.
Yeah, Trim opens the door.
Yes,
Oh my god, there's enemies everywhere.
It was there. They were right there. They were.
Yeah, so I pull out my axe and run out, and it's like, where?
I told you guys to hide. And also, Australian internet lagged them away underground.
Yeah,
and
probably.
Popped up later.
But it was a very good stream. It even generated its own fan art.
It did. The fan art was great.
Yeah.
A noble and honorable defense.
Yeah, the fan art featuring the siege and subsequent defense of the Sleeping Giant Tower. Or Tower of the Sleeping Giants, whichever one we're calling it.
That is gonna have to, we're gonna have to have that place as basically like a memorial to that event.
Yes.
Yes.
Is there a way we can import images and just add it to something?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Possibly, but that's a lot of effort. Oh dear.
Oh shit! I just noticed that my name tag for the server is Ikegrave Death.
Yes. It does pick the name from whichever server we're streaming from.
See, my fancy CSS doesn't do that because I override your names with nameplates.
Well, a lot of things must be learned.
Yes, but if only they weren't so vulgar.
Wait, who are you calling vulgar now?
Doesn't matter anymore.
Nah, not really. If you're calling me vulgar, I'm just gonna say you're pretty much dead on.
Thus, your crave of death.
Yes, I mean I work on a boat for a living. That should be excuse enough.
UCYIB1 is in chat. Hello.
Hey.
Wait, you call that a living? I call that slowly rocking to death.
Yeah, I need to call it living for contractual obligations. What I want to call it, I can't say in public. Now, can I? Or else little Besic might get banned from YouTube.
Yes, that would be a problem.
Yeah. I might be a dick, but I'm not that much of a dick yet.
Well, if you want to be a dick, I think you'll enjoy our first story.
There we go.
Is he going to grow 2 extra legs and become a small gazelle-like animal?
What?
No, however,
A dick?
no. But however, his balls might shrink and disappear, and his penis might lose all hair and cut in half, because we are going to talk about how male feminists are ravaging the university campuses. Sorry, I mean how...
Ah,
That was a horrible fucking description. I felt pain from that.
I assume it must be male feminists, because apparently, according to some super fancy survey, 1 in 6 students has been sexually harassed since beginning university.
Wait, didn't it used to be 1 in 4?
That's America. Apparently, Australia's still better than America.
I was going to say, I guess we've improved the situation.
Yeah, we've done great.
We've done
You're
great.
number
We've
2.
reduced it from 1 in 4 to 1 in 6.
But and they get even more ridiculous. They reckon that 5% have been sexually assaulted since starting at university. 1 in 20.
So what kind of sexual assault are we talking about here? Are we talking about the actual sexual assault, or are we talking about someone giving them a high five and it's like...
It's
male
heartbreaking that we
gaze.
need to ask that question, because, go back a decade or so, if you were talking about sexual assault, like, you wouldn't ask that question.
Yes. But
Nope.
nowadays, you have to ask that question. And of course, well, I've got these reports up, and we'll look at that in a moment. So, let's have a look at some of the stupidity in the article from the ABC, which is like the BBC, but worse.
oh, so it's trying to be American ABC.
Yeah.
How is that even physically fucking possible at this point?
Well, it's a corrupt public organisation that doesn't even have a history of competence. Because remember, the BBC used to be competent back in the day. ABC...
Staff with politicians?
Well, yes. Politicians are a problem.
Or maybe just cut loose middle management?
Yeah, Billy Blogs asks in chat, what's the definition? Do they mean looking at someone for more than 1 second? To spoil things, yeah, kinda.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Like, it's more dilution of words, though, isn't it?
It is.
It
It
pisses
is.
me off.
So, let's see. Let's get through this bit so we can absolutely rip the report apart. So in a statement, University of Australia's chairman Doesn't Matter called the results of the survey distressing, disappointing and confronting. Because, of course, he's a woke apologist. And he says, on behalf of University of Australia and its 39 members, I am deeply sorry. Why? Were you the one doing that raping?
No,
For fuck's
I
sake,
know why
look,
he's
put the
sorry.
Put the students down, mate. Put them down.
Yes, step away
for
from
you.
the student.
I
mean,
think
if
it's there. I
he's
know
a
why
male
he's
feminist, come on.
apologizing. I know why he is apologizing. I
got
apologize for not doing my due diligence. The number should have been higher.
Yeah. Oh,
Well, he did go on sabbatical for a few months, so...
well, we've got this next quote. To every single university student who has experienced sexual harassment or sexual assault, or has a friend, family member, or loved one who has, I am sorry. Yeah, but by the definitions they're using, that's literally everybody.
These
Yeah.
students wouldn't survive at my workplace because I have to get slapped on a daily basis.
It's different if you don't
Well, I
like
mean, when they're clapping together, that doesn't count. I'm sorry.
Actually, someone did that at work. That was a weird day.
What?
Look, I guess weird things happen when you're stuck on a boat together, you know?
What happens at sea
Yeah,
stays at
that's
sea?
You'd fucking hope so, but when you get back off the boat, you have like 22 days of lack of alcohol you need to pick up.
Yeah. Dear. Student of
You're
History.
constantly crossing the equator.
Yeah. Student of History says, checking a girl out is sexual harassment? I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you never met feminists?
Well,
I'm
you see
sorry.
why I'd be doing basically explains it. Sexual harassment is usually when an ugly guy tries to get laid. As you'll see when we get to the definitions, yes.
Wait, why are you calling me out like this?
No. This is ones that try to get laid.
Oh, all right.
Oh, me. Damn.
Yeah, well...
Aaron just has mutual ass slapping with the other guys on the boat.
Trim's the kind of guy who was disappointed at Sunday school because he didn't get molested by the Catholic priest.
Hey, the priest was hot, okay?
Well, that makes it okay.
Me next. No, son. Oh.
Oh dear. Where did he touch you? Well, he touched me here, and he touched me here. I wanted him to touch me there, but he wouldn't.
He ran away
He said he had
screaming into the vestry.
He said he had standards, Stanley.
Well, you know why priests walk so slowly and take such small steps? It's so they don't step on the feet of the little boy under their cassock.
Oh, so that's where Jonathan went. Okay.
Oh dear. So
that also explains the support of cassocks from the Russians.
yes.
Explains everything.
So students who are female, transgender, living with a disability overrepresented.
Disability.
I bet that if they're lying because of the way they ask the questions and who they ask the questions to.
A question. They say disability. Do you mean like that they're
Yeah,
black
they're
or
female.
women?
Yeah, because
Okay.
remember, according to the BBC, being female is a disability.
Being female being a disability, being black is a disability, and being a furry is a disability. They're one on.
But
they're
having an
ranked on one
actual
of those ones.
disability isn't a disability. Get in the coal mine, Whitey.
Yes.
Yes.
And now get out, black.
Yes, make sure you clean yourself off before you get accused of blackface.
Yeah, wait, didn't a fucking one of those lefties in a pub close to one of the former coal mines see a picture of people who've been in a coal mine? They were completely black because of the coal. It's like, that is blackface! Cancel them! They've been dead for 40 years. Still cancel!
Oh, yeah, how about we cancel the Russian astronaut who's been dead for 60 years because Russia did a thing?
Yes. Russia evil because everything. I mean, honestly, I'm just gonna put it like this. I don't give a fuck about either side. I have my own shit to worry about, so...
Well,
long
as I tried
not too
explaining
many
to
human
my
rights-
idiot mother, when she's like, oh, America might send troops to Ukraine, and Australia are their allies, and they might send troops. So I'm like, fuck off. It's literally as close to the other side of the planet as you can fucking get from here. Why the fuck is the war in Ukraine remotely Australia's problem?
Yeah, you have a war with emus.
We've got,
It's
yes,
like
we've got
one-
2.5 years of government malfeasance and shitting on the economy and destroying human lives to recover from. We are not in a position to get involved in a foreign war, especially not with the smallest military in a fucking developed country.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the
Excluding New
EU is
Zealand, but
starting
New
to
Zealand's not really
prepare
just...
for a battle again.
It's similar crap over here. Like, people are like, oh, why are we not taking all the refugees? Why is Poland taking more refugees than us? And it's like, I'm not very good at geography. But even I can work this one out.
Well, let's see. Technically, they're not entitled to asylum in England because Poland's literally fucking closer. The fact
if
that
you
England's
actually
taking
wanna
any
help-
refugees at all is a great thing because England is not required to under international law.
But, like, if you really want to help, like, don't ship them halfway across the fucking world. Like, help Poland to support them.
But
in
you
the
also
short term.
have, but
And then-
it works though. It works for England because you take refugees from Saudi area, so you know.
Well, at least...
No,
Well,
it doesn't work for England. We have a socialized healthcare system. We don't have the infrastructures to support more people. It
That's
doesn't
because
work
of
for
what
us.
Brexit-
Brexit, clearly.
The Labour disagrees, and half the Tory party.
We already can't get to see a doctor. Last time I wanted to go to the doctor was what, a month wait to get an appointment?
Yeah, but it's
And
not
that was
good.
before we shipped more people in.
It is not. Yeah, but it's not until you have to wait a year to see a doctor that it's reached equity.
It's not until all your doctors leave for a better country with higher pay. You know, like India. Which is, again, why India had such a big problem with COVID. Because all their competent doctors are in fucking Australia. I know this for a fact.
So that's why it smells like curry.
Yes.
Well, the good thing, at least, about is that usually the Indian doctors are competent at doctoring. They're just fucking useless at communication.
I think.
Well, unless you have a car's extended warranty.
Let's see what we got. George is saying that both the UK and Canada have committed to taking unlimited numbers of Ukrainian refugees. Fuck's sake. Unlimited numbers.
Yeah, well, but unfortunately these Ukrainian refugees are not ethnic Ukrainians.
Oh.
Yeah, unlimited numbers. Just
unlimited
let them all
refugees.
Then we have our health secretary sitting there on Twitter, virtue signaling how he's, personally ensured that, 100 kids with cancer from Ukraine will get expressed over for treatment on the NHS. Like,
yeah, what about all those UK kids who couldn't get treatment for the last 2 fucking years, you slimy son of a bitch? Then again, isn't this the same UK health secretary who turned around and said, "Oh, maybe masking kids and keeping them out of school was a bad idea"? Gee, I wonder who was fucking responsible for that, you slimy sack of shit.
Or, the same health secretary who's been saying our NHS is this close to collapsing because of COVID, and
then did nothing about it.
Collapsing, then why are you putting more pressure on it? Or is it fine now because politics says that it's fine?
Yeah. Student of History says, I have no interest fighting for some European country we have no alliances with. If we're going to say we should fix someone's problem, Mexico has serious problems and Canada might need some freedom. Like, if you want to look at it from the Americans' perspective, I would suggest that it would be more in their national security interests to just go, Mexico's a state now.
And
just
wait, isn't it? Doesn't Mexico's cartel leaders aren't Mexico's cartel leaders former U.S. soldiers?
Some of them might
be.
They
were trained by, especially MS-13.
Yeah.
They were trained by U.S. Green Berets at one point.
If people are really interested in going into a third world shithole and doing some restructuring, can I recommend the one that's literally next door to America and has a massive gang problem?
Yeah, but it doesn't have Canada. Russia. It doesn't have Putin there. Putin isn't there. It just has Trudeau.
Well, Trudeau's been roundly condemned by the European Union, so maybe they should invade Canada.
Yeah, but the EU doesn't.
I mean, I'm all for it. I could use some poutine.
But you can't call it poutine anymore because that sounds like Putin, despite the fact that it's from a completely different country and spelt completely differently.
Well, what will happen to the TF2 meme of Putis? Putis Spencer. Put.
Oh dear. George says, with Mexico on fire and Canada verging on full-on communism, the best thing for the US would be to actually become an imperialistic agency and take over the entirety of North America. Yes, and the US could do that quite easily.
Any one of you who saw the speech Trudeau had to the EU, it's just, why does it feel like he was winking to the crowd like every second word?
Yeah, because he thought that all of them were New World Order stooges like him. Turns out some of the guys from ex-Soviet countries remember what a fascist dictatorship looks like and were like, no, fuck off.
When the EU calls you out for being a fucking dictator, then you kind of screwed up in life.
Wasn't the Romanian MEP making comparisons between Trudeau and Ceausescu?
Yes, he was. The Romanian MEP just fucking went hard.
I love Romanians. I'm starting to love Romanians a lot.
I don't know who that guy
Especially
is, and I know nothing about him, but I like him.
Yes. First time I ever heard of the guy, but he made a great first impression.
I'm willing to make him a U.S. senator or Supreme Court member.
Based Florida man has been allied with based Romanian man.
Yes.
Oogly boogly.
Well, actually, if we send based Florida man to become the president, we can take based Romanian man and he can become governor. Because you can become governor without being born in America.
Ooh, that is correct.
Yeah, Schwarzenegger did it.
Yes, and that's the only reason I know it's possible.
I mean, hey, Trim, New Jersey's calling. You can become governor of New Jersey.
It's a Jersey thing. Okay, you know what? If you can make sure that I become the governor, I will become the governor of New Jersey.
Just run as a Democrat and you get in.
Then turn around and go, nah, actually, I'm far right. Screw you all.
But well,
Exactly.
I'm far right for communist standards, but I'm actually centrist. But hey.
Well, that's it. Centrists are far right when you're a communist.
Everything's communist standards.
Oh, yeah. Right. But the thing is, though, if I actually tried that on a Democrat platform and got elected and suddenly, haha, screw you, Democrats, I'd suddenly get a Clinton-shaped visit. I don't want to.
Trim didn't kill himself.
I'm not unwilling to die. The problem is, if I get killed by something like that, my soul will be consumed, and I will forever be denied Valhalla.
But that's assuming you have a soul. Green Dwarfs has proved otherwise.
What color is your hair again, Trim? Do you have a soul?
I have half a soul. I only have a ginger beard. So it's something I have to watch out for.
Which half of the soul do you have? The upper half, lower half, right, left side?
The ass end, of course, sir. Have you met me? My personality stinks.
Well, that explains why it's the ass end.
Yes.
Oh, dear. Green Branch says, 22 bullets to the back of the head. Worst case of self-res for sleep I've ever seen. R.I.P. Yeah, don't you just hate it when someone does themselves in by shooting themselves 3 times in the back of the head?
Yeah, it's really annoying.
It's really inconvenient. So much paperwork.
Yeah. Fucking.
But the dexterity is amazing. You have to respect that.
Yeah, it's like you managed to put the gun behind your head. I mean, you gotta have taped the gun behind his head and then pulled his finger on it, locked his finger there somehow with a 20 fucking mag gun.
Well, the real impressive thing is there's no powder burns.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh.
And the gun's missing entirely. And he's found in the bathtub, zipped up in a duffel bag.
Ah. And why is there a note said Clinton was here, but not really? We know where you live.
It's just a picture of Hillary paperclip to a stack of $100 bills. A gift for the coroner.
Yeah.
Oh, as if Hillary would leave that money to be untaxed. Come on. It'd be like $5 and a couple quarters.
It's for your own good. Now, if you don't do what I say, you're going to die.
Yeah, that sounds a lot like Trudeau.
Yeah.
Only with horses.
Just in Trudeau. A horse.
Ooh, no.
Of course, it's a horse, of course, of course.
Unless you're Mr. Trim.
Hey, what I do in my daily hours is none of your business.
And yet we keep hearing about it.
Yes, you keep talking about it. Inspires me.
Oh, your soul's kind of like a pantomime horse. You've got one, the front half and the ass end. I finally get it.
Just the head and the back feet. Most fucked up centaur ever.
Oh dear. Unfortunately, I don't have a good segue, but let's go back to our article.
Can you make a good segue from that?
Yeah,
Can you imagine do that?
No, I mean, I can
should've-
pull off some fucking good segues sometimes, but there was no hope for that one.
Yeah.
Right, so.
See, I'm not paid enough. So.
Yeah. So, pansexual, bisexual, gay, or lesbian students were also overrepresented among victim survivors. So there we go. Gays and lesbians are more likely to commit sexual assault. So, wait, what?
It's almost like it pairs up with domestic violence with same-sex couples.
They also say that students with a disability were also more likely to report suffering sexual harassment. Sorry, what? And at 13.7% of respondents, and sexual assault at 2.4%.
Well, predator always goes for the weakest prey.
Well, this is true.
True.
Yeah, people who are easy to victimize are more likely to be victimized. Because, duh. But, Jesus Christ. And, of course, according to the report, more than 85% of perpetrators of sexual assault were male. And 1 in 20 were university staff members. Oh, what? Sorry, what?
What?
Sexual assault! 1 in 20 perpetrators of sexual assault were university staff members. I don't fucking think so.
Why have they not been reported to the police, arrested, and fired then? Why are they just in some random ass survey? Or is it because they just, like, looked at someone wrong? Because if it's actual sexual assault, that's a crime.
Well, apparently 20% of students have been sexually assaulted. And 1 in 20 of the people doing the assault were staff members. So, what? What are we talking, 20
That's
students a year being
professor?
assaulted by the one professor? Fuck me
really
dead. Come on,
horny guy.
guys. Get together and take him to court. Or do you not take him to court because it didn't happen and therefore there's no evidence?
Yeah, but Twitter, though.
Or it's all feminist studies and they're just doing field demonstrations.
Mm-hmm. So, the survey also showed that these incidents were more likely to occur at clubs and societies, events, and spaces. See, problem is, these guys are talking about sexual harassment and sexual assault. And then they're going, they're more likely to occur at clubs and societies, events, and spaces. Okay, let's talk about definitions. Well, we won't. But let me think, why could people possibly be more likely to experience sexual harassment at a club? Is it because people going to clubs are looking to hook up? No, it couldn't be that. It must be misogyny.
Nope, Brexit.
Maybe it's just one. Maybe they're going to a club and there's just one guy there. Because there's always that one guy in a club who's like, on the dance floor, I'm gonna try and leer over everybody I see because I've had about 50 years.
True.
Maybe that my new girlfriend.
Maybe
One guy.
Maybe Disco is onto something there. It's that one guy, but he gets around so much that he sexually harasses every woman in the nightclub in one night. And he just blows up the statistics. If 100% of the women are harassed, but only by that one guy, does it really count?
I think we've all seen that one guy. Just
I've thrown that guy out back in the day when I worked in nightclubs for a short bit.
I worked with that guy.
I mean, your split personality doesn't need to be brought into this trip.
Shut the fuck up.
Just I am that guy.
Billy Bloggs says that there's more male feminists at their society meetings.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. Male feminists are just predators pretending not to be.
Yeah. All right, here we go. The rate of incidences varied across institutions, with the Australian National University in Canberra revealed to have the first record. The survey found 26.1% of response report being sexually harassed. I don't fucking think so, mate.
Wouldn't it be a lot more, police involved if that was the
Also, I've got another question. If all women are going to be sexually assaulted at some point in their lifetime, why don't we arm them? Do you know what's really good at stopping a rapist? Couple of rounds of 38 in his dick.
Hey, Disco, you want a gun?
Well, gee, what would Disco prefer to have? A gun to defend herself or nothing? Because remember, UK, you can't defend. you have anything. Like a pointy stick is illegal in the UK.
Yes, literally.
What?
Like, I do remember there being like a police Q&A thing. I'd have to find the page again. Where it's like, what weapons are legal in the UK for self-defense purposes? And the police answered with a rape alarm.
Yes. But that's
But,
not
like,
a...
We're gonna beat them to it.
Even like,
Fun fact,
even
fun
like
fact,
sprays, you can't
you
have
could
a spray
probably
to,
sue
like,
them
spray
for that. If the question is, what weapons can you have? And then they say a rape alarm, you could probably sue them for that. Because if the UK operates in the same way as Australia, the moment that you pick something up and say that it is a weapon for self-defense, it magically becomes one.
Like, the thing is as well, like, they were like, you can't have any like pepper sprays or anything like that because that can cause damage to the person who's trying to fucking assault you.
Funny how
But
they should fucking matter.
They were like, there are some like dye sprays that are technically legal, so you can like mark your rapist, so it's easier to find afterwards. But if it were to get in his eyes or something and cause damage, you could still be done for assault. You could be done for assault for marking your rapist.
Yep.
Oh.
And that's why we rebelled against England.
Yep. To touch on a point that student...
England is no longer a country, guys. I've just made the decision. England is no longer a country.
The way you can operate is you could go over there with a box of cereal and take over the country. Especially if you say you're a refugee.
Here is how fucked up the law works, Trim. You could, if you rolled up a newspaper and then belted a rapist in the face, that becomes an illegal weapon and you go to jail for possessing a weapon. And you're assaulting someone with a weapon.
But what if I... Okay, here's the 4D chess move. What if I become the rapist?
Well, in that case,
I will be protected.
Well, you'll need to change your name to Muhammad. And then you'll be fine. You'll just get let out the next day. Even if you get caught.
Get it up.
I found the link. I'm going to put it in the live shows thing, because there's a couple people in chat asking for
I'll take a trip to the local mosque.
But
and get one hell of a spray tan.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So touch on a point the student of history touches on. Yes. How does a 5-foot fuck-all woman defend herself from, I don't know, half a dozen Asian men? Well, in America, the answer's with the biggest fucking gun she can fit in her purse. Well, no, you shouldn't carry a gun in a purse, but anyway, the biggest fucking gun she can carry.
I mean, there are specifically women's purses designed for concealed carry in the States.
Yes, but they're dumb as shit.
Hey, Betsy, you
Yes,
really need
but
to think
I'm not a
about
woman,
this
so-
audio now. She cannot have a purse that's big enough to carry even a fucking Glock. Have you seen how tiny she is?
Yeah, but you can get subcompact NG2s that'll fire 2
I'm
shots.
going to break your ankles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're calling me crazy and threatening to break my ankles. That's gonna make me stop.
I mean, good luck chasing me on broken
Let's be
ankles.
honest. Let's go for capacity.
Yes.
we can get her like one of those one-shot $10 guns.
But no, you can seriously,
gun.
you can really ruin a rapist's night with a compact 38 revolver. 6 shots of 38 will end most rapists' plans of rape for the evening.
Yeah. Also, it'll give them
And the next
an
night.
Pretty well, you
unwanted
could-
piercing.
Yeah, if you aim well enough, you might ruin his plans of rapes for life.
Exactly, as you should.
You'll never get it up again because there's been nothing to get up.
Well, no, it's 2 to the chest, 1 to the head. You get to pick which head.
I mean, I would say I would always recommend women go for the lower head because you'll get the femoral artery most times. Just say it.
Yes.
But either way, at the distances rapists generally make themselves known, 6 shots of 38, center body mass, they're probably going to reconsider.
You say
Because
that.
it's really, really hard to rape somebody when you're taking the 4 temperature challenge.
4 temperature challenge?
Yes.
Go on.
Well,
Now
when
I'm
you
interested.
when you die trim, your body drops to the temperature of the thing you're laying on.
Ah, yes.
So you shoot the rapist in the chest 6 times, the rapist dies, problem solved.
I like this idea.
That's what the involvement of police in a rape attempt should be, to come drag the rapist's body off the side of the road.
Yes. I did find that thing. by
No,
the
no,
way.
no. You leave it on
Yeah,
the side of the
FAQ thing.
road because you need to support nature. Carrion
Yeah.
animals need to come and feast.
It's just roll them down
Yeah.
the bank into the ditch.
As long as nobody will trip over them in the dark, it doesn't matter.
Well, in a city, you've got to roll them into you've got to roll them into the gutter so the council workers can hose the blood away.
And you can sing on the cover of the Rolling Stones while you do it.
Student history says 38, 45, 9mm. It's customizable and has options. Women like having options, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can
Or
get
how about you really just go big with the most illegal gun ever, a punt gun.
What you need
Driver,
is a
yeah.
pink Glock, because you can get those.
You do have your choice of caliber and pink Glocks, sadly.
But I don't like pink guns. But if a woman is going to choose between a pink gun and no gun, I think she should choose a pink gun.
Yes.
Because fun fact, rape attempts go down when women shoot rapists repeatedly.
And for the word soup people, they can get rainbow colors. Yay!
Unironically, I think there's a group called the Pink Pistols, which they're cringe as fuck, but they at least have some logic where it's like, well, if you're gay and your problem is being assaulted, have you tried a gun?
I mean, George has the best comment. Imagine being a failed rapist defeated by a Hello Kitty Glock.
The sad thing is, those exist.
Oh, that is beautiful.
But again, that is
a-
acceptable.
Yeah. That's a goodbye Kitty Glock, actually.
Okay, here we go. So, are there any legal self-defense products that you can buy? The only fully legal self-defense product at the moment is a rape alarm. Yeah, there are other self-defense products that claim to be legal, e.g. non-toxic sprays, however, until a test goes blah 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 blah. Possession of such a product in public and in private and specific circumstances is against the law. There are products that score a relatively safe, brightly coloured dye as opposed to a pepper spray. A properly designed product of this nature, used in the way it is intended, should not be able to cause an injury. However, if an injury does occur, this may be assault.
Remember that this is if somebody is literally attacking you
Yes.
and you spray it at them, you can be done for assault.
Yes.
If you
They can be coming at
accidentally-
you with a knife, and if you spray them in the eyes with something that blinds them, you go to prison.
Your country sucks.
George, you magnificent bastard. So you shoot them while screaming, ooh woo. There you go.
Who fucking gave Toasty a gun?
That's terrifying.
Gregory says...
The real question becomes, if you take a rape alarm and shove it down someone's esophagus so they choke to death, is that still assault in English law?
Well, that is the question, isn't it? If
I
you
mean,
if you make the rape alarm out of steel, and then you put it on a bit of string so you can hang it around your neck, and then you swing it around and belt them in the head with it, yeah, that's probably illegal.
No, the answer says the only fully legal self-defense product. It doesn't claim how it needs to be used.
An impact activated rape alarm. Yep.
Maybe we've just been using them wrong this whole time.
Yes, clearly.
Gregory Priest brings up a quote from an Australian, I think she's a senator. Women wouldn't need pepper spray if men weren't rapists. Sarah Hanson Young. She's an idiot, but she does have a slight point.
Yes and no.
But what about strap-ons? Because if there's lesbians running around raping each other with strap-ons, how does that solve the problem?
The problem is you're just gonna be like, okay, well, like 99% of men aren't rapists, but unfortunately, the ones who are don't give a shit about your laws.
Yes.
Now what?
Well, fuck you because you live in England. Junior History asks, not even pepper spray is legal? No, not in the fascist countries known as England and Australia.
Even brightly colored sprays are like, meh.
Yes, even brightly coloured dye.
You need to, like, spray bottle curry, you know?
Have a nice day.
Pocket sand.
Yeah, I can imagine, like, with laws like this, if somebody was to, like, jump you and try and rape you and your coffee spilled on them, you'd probably be done for assault.
And ironically, you probably would be, because if I can imagine that if a woman had a boiling hot coffee in her hand and someone came at her, lit off straight in the face. Now, I would consider that a reasonable fucking response. Unfortunately, I'm not the Emperor of Australia.
You would.
Yes.
It would be such a much baser place.
Oh, it'd be great.
I keep volunteering, but nobody takes me up on it.
Now, whether or not a jury would convict you, like, if it went before a jury, I don't know.
Well, that depends on how smart.
And charged for it.
Yeah, you'd definitely get arrested and charged, and it depends on how smart the jury is, because judges will try and tell the jury. Judges and lawyers will try and tell the jury that you have to decide whether, based on the facts, the crime was committed. And as I keep telling people when they have jury duty coming up, no, not your fucking problem. Well, your problem is to decide, based on the facts and the circumstances, in the interests of justice and the betterment of your society. Which means you don't convict people for simple possession of pot, and you don't convict women that stab rapists in the face.
Yeah.
That seems
True.
very not progressive of you.
See, unfortunately, I get out of jury duty for saying that everything's a hanging offense, even divorce cases, surprisingly.
No fault divorce was a mistake.
That's true.
He's a shoplifter. Hang him.
UCB, George says you can't carry anything for self-defense in Canada, and UCYIB Dewan asks, pocket knife? That's the trick. You cannot carry a pocket knife for self-defense. However, if you happen to carry a multi-tool with a knife attached to it for use for its intended purposes, and then someone jumps you and, I stabbed them with my multi-tool, that's different and you might get away with it. But it needs to specifically be a multi-tool style knife. If it's anything that looks like it could be used for a fighting knife, you're screwed.
So basically,
the problem is, you say you stabbed them. What actually happened is they fell on your knife, your multi-tool, while assaulting you. So it was a pure accident. You didn't intend to murder them and stab them 75 times while they were assaulting you with a baseball bat.
Well, actually, your best defense would be trying to claim that your use of force was justified and the knife was incidental to it because you carry it for its intended purpose as a utility knife, and because you always carry it, you just so happen to have it on you when you're assaulted by a person capable of who was using more force than you could possibly use with your bare hands.
You seem to be very, very well prepared for this case.
I mean,
I
look.
Well,
pity the
he
idiot
can't
who
have a
tries to
gun.
attack
So.
you.
Well, the way the law works in Australia is you need you just need to have a really good combination lock on your gun safe and your ammo safe.
You know, I imagine this. Whenever someone tries to fucking assault Besek, he just looks at the guy, just a big smile on his face, like, I've been waiting for this.
Yes, as Gregory
The
Priest
dirt has
says,
finally come.
for opening boxes at work. UCYIB1
Yes.
asks, could you just carry a hammer all the time? No, because if you do not have a reasonable excuse for possessing a weapon in inverted commas there, you have to prove that you have a reasonable excuse for it, you can be arrested and go to jail.
I have a good reason. It's part of your religion. Convert to Norse now.
No, you actually need to convert to crap.
Crap.
What? No.
Islam then?
No, not Islam. The one that kind of looks like Islam but's actually cool.
Oh, the Sikhs,
Yes, the Sikhs.
Rastafari?
who are definitely very far from Islam, thankfully.
Yeah, they'd probably be quite
those are cool
offended by
guys.
that.
Probably.
Sikhs? What other thing? What other thing with the Sikhs? I'm uncultured in this.
The Sikhs. They're pretty sick guys, Tim.
I appreciate a good pun.
They're the guys who run around in
That
turbans
was-
being
that wasn't one.
cool and feeding the homeless.
Oh. Huh.
And
Wait,
as
I
part
don't
as
think
part
it's
of their
very
religion, they are required to carry a knife at all times. And that's actually recognised in Australian law.
Huh.
I'm gonna go convert, guys. This is well. The one thing though,
Farewell,
It's
Odin.
not for recruits.
in Nord, look at their beards though. It is worthy of Odin.
Billy
I'm
Blogs
not sure I
said.
can manage that part.
Billy,
Oh, but you're Scottish, don't? Or aren't they like dwarves? Yeah.
No!
Oi. That owes him
A
the
little
Book of
too
Grudges.
defensive.
Please just make the shit
Yep.
list.
I thought I
Book of
was
Grudges.
already there. Come on.
But you can carry around an amulet of Mjolnir. So if you stop with a small hammer, it's like that is a weapon. No, it's an amulet of my faith.
But why does it have so much blood caked on it?
Mm. Yeah.
Religion?
It's just chicken blood, I swear, officer.
So Billy Blogs is questioning if whether you're allowed knives in the UK. Is he talking about Australia?
No.
I am specifically talking about Australia, but because Australian law is based on British common law, it's almost exactly the same and quite transferable, and I'm pretty sure the same rules apply. If you are carrying a multi-tool with a knife attached to it, and you aren't acting like a criminal shitbag, you're probably fine even in London. However, if you were carrying a kitchen knife, or you were carrying just a regular folding knife, in London, you're boned.
Again, that's
Hold
why
on
I
a
check
second.
don't kill people
That
with knives.
first picture on the second line, is that Boris Johnson?
Yes,
No,
it
it's not
is.
Justin Trudeau.
I need to know the context of this picture.
From
He and
2017,
Justin Trudeau are hanging
apparently.
out at a party.
Oh my god, there's better ones in the related image.
Holy shit!
Oh,
Look at that fucking
Jesus.
shit-eating grin there.
What is this?
What the fuck is the fourth one on the middle? Down for fourth lowest one on the middle.
When they're
Where he
dressing
had-
him.
Yeah, the fuck does he have in his mouth?
To hold the end.
He sounds like
Do you really want to know?
Yes.
What the hell is
Look
this?
at
Well,
fucking
that's a
face.
mistake.
I don't even understand why.
I mean, it's Sikh.
Mhm.
Damn,
The
religiously
old
carrying around
Boris
a
thing that
sword. I
happened to
wonder you'll
him.
do it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it almost seems like, someone's got something over him. And not just his bloody wife.
Wait,
Oh, it's her time.
isn't his wife actually a former prostitute whom he got feelings for?
I have no idea.
That's what I've heard, at least. Though I'm a Norwegian and don't really follow much in British politics, unless the time Carl starts shrieking about it on the podcast.
I mean, now there needs to be video comments made with that question.
I have no idea.
I like the pose of take the fourth picture on top there, the one right beside Boris there. I just like the you could just put anything in front of that guy and it's like he fights the great battle.
Oh dear. Okay. So let's pull over.
Laugh at Boris more.
Well, I mean that's good for a
That's
segment
what
of its
it's
own.
on.
But let's pull over the Weapons Act, and this explains why it's illegal to carry a knife. So, possession of a knife in a
Apologies
public.
to our American viewers.
Yes. American viewers
offensive
may want to look
this.
away now.
You have been warned.
Possession of a fun tool is now banned anywhere that people used to actually have access to things.
Yes.
Congratulations.
So, they say, a person must not physically possess a knife in a public place or a school unless the person has a reasonable excuse. Maximum penalty, 40 penalty units or 1 year's imprisonment. So, quick aside, a penalty unit is just used in place of an actual number, so they can change one line in one act every time they feel like raising the cost. So, one penalty unit is equal to $137. Calculator tells me 137 times 40. American viewers may wish to stop listening now. So, for possessing a knife in a public place, you may be fined $5,480 dues.
Whoa! Okay, I'm not American.
The Finns
I'm
are going to be
Norwegian, but
really
we can carry
pissed.
knives, right? And this shit? What the fuck?
Yep. Right, so, it is a reasonable excuse for subsection 1 to physically possess a knife, to perform a lawful activity, duty, or employment, or to participate in a lawful entertainment, recreation, or sport, or for lawfully exhibiting the knife, or for use for a lawful purpose. So, I can...
I mean,
So,
I have a solution to this. Stabbing rapists is now a national.
unfortunately, stabbing rapists is not a lawful activity, because rapists have more rights than rape victims.
You
Also, they're
gotta
in
make it a
politics.
sport. You make a game of this.
Yes, student of
birth?
history's like, fucking what? 5k for fucking knife possession? Yes, or a year in prison.
Fucking Christ.
And note, this is not for using the knife on someone, or for threatening someone with a knife. This is having a knife in your pocket when you are harassed by a scum-sucking, jackbooted bastard.
Also known as Australian police. What?
Yes. So, under this law, you can get away with carrying big, hefty survival knives, machetes, if you're in an appropriate place, obviously intent on going to an appropriate location to engage in appropriately. So if you're loading your car up for a camping trip and you're throwing like 30 knives and a half a dozen machetes, you're fine. However, if you then take a detour to the shopping centre, you're probably going to get questions asked.
You know,
now,
my
see,
view
you
of
could also
Crocodile
solve
Dundee
this.
has been shattered right now, and I'm not happy about that.
You call this a knife? I call it a war crime. There we go.
Yeah,
Insulting accents
Honestly, I'm
comedy,
surprised that movie hasn't been banned in Australia. Because you know that Australia will ban anything, including, like, RimWorld the game. Like, I'm surprised they haven't banned that fucking movie for saying that you can use a knife to protect yourself from scum.
So I have another solution for the machete problem. Just make sure you're hanging out with women who are unshaved, so you're always having to worry about clearing the bush.
Based Apes rocked up. Hello, Based.
Hey, Based.
Monkey.
Hey, it's you magnificent monkey.
So, here's some examples of when you're allowed to have a knife. If you're performing work in primary production, a scout may carry a knife on his or her belt as part of the scout uniform. A person may carry a knife as an accessory while playing in a pipe band. A fisherman may carry a knife for use while fishing. A person who collects knives may exhibit them at a fete or another public gathering. A person may use a knife to prepare or cut food at a restaurant in a public place or when having a picnic in a park. A person may carry a penknife or Swiss Army knife for use for its normal utility purposes. There you go, guys. Unlike London, it is actually legal to have a knife for a picnic in Australia.
So just carry a little picnic basket with you all the time, and you're good.
Yeah, here we go. However, it is not a reasonable excuse to physically possess a knife in a public place or a school for self-defense purposes, because self-defense is restricted only to tools of the state and criminals.
Tools of the state and criminals.
Yeah, here we go.
Wait. There's a difference here? I mean...
only a semantic one.
I mean, Australia is a country made of criminals, so, you know, it's no real difference.
And they're jailers.
Yes.
And they're jailers.
Which were the shitty cops.
Billy Blogg says...
I mean, you either became a mall cop or you became an Australian cop.
Well, as I say, Australian cops are security guards who are too stupid to pass the exam and carry a gun.
Wow, they can't even be mall cops. Oh boy.
And ironically, you need to do more shooting on the range to become a security guard than you need to do to become a cop.
You're kidding me.
Actually, speaking of security laws, the security laws prove, without a doubt, that the Australian government thinks that human lives are worth less than $500. Because under the security...
Wish I can just go over there, throw down $500 US, so that's about, what, $550 Australian, and I can take any life I want?
Well, theoretically, no, but the Australian government thinks that the average citizen is worth less than $500. Because under the Security Act, you can carry a firearm to protect goods or valuables worth more than $500. However, you cannot carry a gun to protect a person. Therefore, the government thinks a person is worth less than $500.
Start wearing golden watches
I
and bringing
can
guns.
save...
Yep.
Problem solved.
So, it is the reason...
Well, what if the gun is worth 501?
Unironically, in Australia, you can basically just double the price of any gun. Because, fuck importing.
Jesus. It's okay, sir. I shot him with a $600 gun.
I was protecting my property.
He was
It's
going for
valued
my gun.
more than the human life. I
Yeah,
didn't know it was
it's
exploded,
so
sir.
ridiculous, though. So here's some more stupidity. So it's obvious, it's a reasonable excuse to physically possess a knife for genuine religious purposes. So a Sikh may possess in a public place a knife known as a kirpan to comply with their religious faith. So Sikhs can go armed in public.
What about the Finns? Because, you know, they carry their pukos all the time.
Yeah,
Well,
that's because
theoretically, yes, but people know what a Sikh looks like.
yeah, the
And you've
thing
got to
is-
remember
but
how
if
stupid the average person is.
Yeah, but the thing is, about Finn,
trying to remember.
when
but
you
it's
see
very
a
difficult.
Finn with that knife, you don't just go to him and just point out that that knife ain't illegal. When you see a Finn with a knife, he's also most likely gonna be drinking. So when that happens, you just go away.
if he's unvaccinated, he can't do that in Australia.
I mean, wait, there's sober Finns? What?
It's just the depth of intoxication that varies. They're like Scots in that way.
Immigrants, they're immigrants.
Without the beards.
Ethnically Finns are always drunk.
Yeah. Right, so here we go.
Right.
In deciding what's a reasonable excuse, regard may be had to whether the way the knife is held in possession, or when and where it is held in possession, would cause a reasonable person concerned that he or she or someone else in the vicinity may be threatened or harmed. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as a reasonable person in Australia.
So if I were to run around naked but have my sword sheathed, then I'm okay.
I'm going to guess that by running around naked with your sword sheathed, a reasonable person would think you were up to shenanigans.
I'm always up to shenanigans. I'm an American. Come on.
Just run around blazing America, fuck yeah, on a boom
Right,
box.
so, do you want to know what kind of knives are specifically illegal? Because why the fuck not? So, Category M, bladed weapons.
Actually, if we had the category that was legal, it'd be a much shorter segment.
Yes. So, Category M bladed weapons. Possession of Category M bladed weapons will require lawful authority, aka you need a weapons license to have one of these knives.
What?
Yes. Remember, this is the country that requires you to have a gun license for a crossbow. Australia is so bumfuck backwards that because of the license classes that I hold, I can have a handgun with, of course, 10 round magazine capacity, because apparently that makes a fucking difference if you're an idiot. Or I can have a rifle, or I can have a lever action shotgun. Can't have a pump action shotgun because somehow those are more dangerous than lever action shotguns.
They're in Hollywood movies.
But seriously, if you've ever actually used both, you can actually keep a lever action on target better than a pump action, because it's your master hand that's working the action, rather than the hand at holding the barrel up.
Master hand.
Mm-hmm.
So I can have handguns and rifles and shotguns, but I cannot possess a crossbow.
So you can use your master hand to hold the gun and reload, while you use your offhand to bait the enemy towards you, thereby becoming the masturbator.
Only if you throw out some red meat from time to time. You know.
But yeah, so Trim, you've seen lever action rifles because you've played Red Dead, haven't you?
Yep.
And you've seen a pump action shotgun because you've seen a movie made after ever.
Yes.
So when you've seen how they rack the slide on the shotgun, usually with their left hand forward racking it. So that movement can actually bring it off target. Conversely, with the lever action, because you've still got it held into your shoulder with your left hand, you can work the action with your right hand without losing your target picture as much.
So it's actually more dangerous, quote unquote, than yeah.
I don't know.
But shotguns are illegal because
it all depends on gauge.
They're used in movies. Unironically, it's just because they look scarier, because bad guys put them at people in the movies. And lever action rifles.
Sad.
Lever action rifles are great. You can, if you get like a Henry or something chambered in 22 or 38, you can use it at pistol range.
What? I mean, that's small. I've got one in 44, but you know.
Yeah, but at the the indoor pistol ranges usually only allow calibers up to 40.
Well, you can have whatever kind of hunting rifle in Norway you want if you You just need to take the hunter's license,
Besides,
you
you can still
have
have some great fun with lever action. If you get one that's chambered properly,
Oh,
you
yeah.
can shoot 357 for effect and 38 for fun.
Can
This
confirm.
is my rifle, this is my gun. One's for fighting, others for fun.
Yes. What else we got
Yes,
in
but
chat?
It depends on how well you get rounds on target.
Yep. So, Tosti says Bezic with a crossbow is a better movie than a hobo with a shotgun. Gregory Priest says, yeah,
Yes.
lever actions are way better. And yet you can have a... Oh yeah, that's another bit of stupidity in Australia. You can't have the M1, the Grand, the gun that goes ping when it's out of bullets, but you can have a 5-shot revolver rifle. So you can't have a semi-automatic rifle, but you can have a revolver rifle.
So basically,
Because
what I'm
those are
hearing is
somehow
you can't
different.
have any gun with any kind of meme magic, but you can have guns that are more effective.
Yes.
I
Well,
think it's
in our stupid gun laws, for example, you are not allowed to have anything that looks like a military weapon. However, you can have a Mark III 303 rifle that still has the blood of the last German it clubbed to death in World War II still on it, because apparently that doesn't look like a military weapon because it's made of wood, therefore it's not black and scary.
Someone should not show the Australian government Second and First World War movies, I hear.
Yeah.
Or any movies, really.
What else we got? Prime Knight says...
I think they just have a problem with the color black, really.
Prime Knight says black powder
They're
weapons are
racist,
legal
clearly.
to some extent in Sweden. Yeah, black powder weapons are last as, depending on their length, as either a handgun or just a standard rifle. So you can have them in Australia, but you've still got to beg permission from the government.
Amusingly, here in the States, black powder firearms aren't classified as the same thing typically as any other firearm.
Well, technically they're not firearms, are they? Based on the definition?
No, they are not, definitionally. I mean, hell, even revolvers, black powder revolvers are not considered firearms typically. So.
I think at least federally. Like some states might have different laws, but...
The states that I've been exposed to, that's not the case. But then I don't live in shitholes like New York and whatnot. So
yeah,
but yeah, no, I mean, I've seen plenty of times where law enforcement, we picked up this this gun from a criminal. It's like, it's black powder revolver. That's why you're not charging them with firearms.
Yes. Let's see what else we got. Bay State says so. Basically, guns aren't outlawed. Bedwetting is. Yeah, pretty much. It's not based on what gun's actually the most dangerous. It's based on what gun's been in the movies and looks scary. Literally, though. Because pump action, like I said, pump action shotguns banned, lever action shotguns legal. And yet, anyone who's actually used them will tell you that there's probably a very slight advantage in speed when it comes to the lever action. Also, Australia has the stupidity of the... Well, I haven't had the chance to play around with them with a lever action and pump action shotguns because I can't even get my hands on a pump action shotgun because laws. However, I have had the opportunity to play around with pump action rifles, which are an abomination. They're just wrong in general. And lever action rifles.
General chat, or what kind of general are you talking about?
No, I mean just they're an abomination. Pump action rifles are wrong on all levels. They
outside of 22 caliber, because there is a good reason for that, and it's more historical than anything else. But
yeah, but you can get a 22 lever action, so your point is invalid.
Well, true, but I mean, why go with a 22 if you can go with something more fun?
Well, because in Australia you can easily get more of different calibers. Because you have to go, why do you have to tell them why you need this gun? Well, I need this gun because it's a different caliber for different types of shooting. Honest governor.
My American ignorance is shining right now, thankfully.
Your American freedom. UCYIB1 asks, can you have a Mini 14 then? No, because Mini 14s are semi-automatic. You cannot have semi-automatic rifles in Australia. However, you can have revolver rifles because they're not semi-automatic, despite the fact that they'll fire every time you pull the trigger.
Cool. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I see a lot of wins too. Many unintentional wins.
But yes, the solution to most problems in Australia is lever action, because it's the most fun you can have legally. Gregory's.
It's like we need to. Awkward silence now.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Gregory's
I was considering to ask you one thing. Do you know what a Salong rifle is? Salong? Basically, sort of like a small caliber rifle we use in gun clubs for children.
Oh yeah. We just call them like kid guns over here.
Yeah, it's probably some kind of 22 short or something.
It's one of the few guns you can own in Norway without a license.
You can own anything in Norway without a license? Fuck me. So better than Australia then.
It's a hunting license, but you need to register it with the police, and you need a gun closet.
Yeah.
But you can use it for
which is great,
practice
because that would... When the police fuck up and accidentally release the addresses of 200 licensed firearm owners, as the police in South Australia did that time...
It's amusing because if that were to happen here in the States, it would be owners of full automatic weapons and destructive devices, which are 50 caliber and above.
Anyway, Gregory says, yep, I've used bolt action, lever action, and pump action 22, and pump action is pointless. Student of History also has a good point. Pump action rifles, why would you need pump rifle if you can just have select fire? Because if you can have select fire, fuck everything. But at least you fuckers can, some of the free states can have semi-auto. Like, for God's sake, can't even have fucking semi-auto fucking...
You know what makes what makes it tragic is that you had the freedom to have guns. I mean, I cannot mourn that, which you can mourn, because we never really had it to that extent.
Well, I don't think we ever had freedom. We just had less retarded laws. UCYIB1 says that'd be okay. They'll be scared to show up, and they'll probably be unarmed. Problem with that is this is Australia, and you're not allowed...
Criminals unarmed? What the hell?
Yeah. One thing. First problem with that is criminals have this thing about the law where they don't respect it. So the criminals have guns. The police have guns, law-abiding citizens don't, or if they do technically own guns, they must be kept in a safe, and the ammunition must be stored in a separate locked container.
Well, what do you
know? Really? It's like New York.
People want to talk about common sense gun reform. Okay, there's exactly one common sense gun law. If you don't have the gun on you, it should be secure. And by on you, I also mean within arm's reach on the bedside table, so you can blast fuckers coming through the window. Because there's a lot of I don't agree with the leftists, but there are a lot of avoidable firearms injuries and deaths that would be solved by sticking the gun in a safe, or at least putting a fucking trigger lock or something on the fucking thing when it's not being actively possessed by a competent adult.
Or just, taking the individuals in question, training them, and giving them a degree of respect, like, unfortunately,
true. Unfortunately, 4-year-olds are stupid.
Oh, you can't drink until you're 21. Most of them. I figure there's some 4-year-old somewhere who's like 60 years old in their brain, and it's like, here you go, little Billy, go out and shoot. It's like, oh, but I don't feel like it today, Grandpa. It's like, all right, well, put it away, and they go clean the gun and strip it down, and yeah, safe. But we're talking Americans of 100 years ago.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, you see why I would do one. So still, most people would probably think twice about showing up at someone's house to cause trouble because of the fact they've got a gun. See, that's the cultural difference. In Australia, no gun owner would even think about using their weapon because they'd immediately lose their license.
Hey, wait.
Even if
the
it
Great
was
Depression
justified.
approaching? Wasn't the Great Depression approaching in like 100 years ago?
Like 1920?
No, that was 28.
Oh,
so we're still in the roaring 20s here in the States. And prohibition and gutting down criminals on Valentine's Day and all that.
Tommy gun!
Yes.
Which is still technically legal here in the States. You just have to pay $200 and wait a year.
Awesome.
Okay, so let's have a look at the guns that you're not allowed to have without the government's permission. So to have these weapons,
so none.
These knives, you need to have a license and you need to ask the government's permission every time you want to buy one. So let's see. You can't have any disguised blades. So knife belts, credit card knives, completely illegal.
Knives that look like Hello Kitty, completely illegal.
Knives with a single-handed blade release. And any knife designed or constructed so as to be used as a weapon, that while the knife is held in one hand, the blade may be released by that hand as a category and weapon. So, like, literally every folding knife I've ever seen. The reference to design and construction ensures that this definition does not apply to a knife specifically designed as a tool, such as the Stanley knife. The design of a Stanley knife is clearly that of a utility knife as opposed to a weapon, despite the fact that a large amount of stabbings take place with Stanley knives. George says, license to purchase knives? Christ!
You got a license for that?
Yeah, it's not a license to purchase knives, it's a license to purchase fun knives. Single-handed, so you guys can't even have an assisted opener. No, you cannot.
I got a flip knife in my car.
I would question whether you have a flick knife. You may have a folding knife that's got a weak spring or bolts, but it's probably not a flicker knife. But if you do, fuck you for having rights.
I just got a knife, that's it.
Butterfly knives, illegal. Because stupid people use them for stupid things and crime.
Yeah, but no, not butterfly knives. They're illegal here. But you know the spring knives. You know the was popular in the Grease era movies. Click a button and the blade comes out.
Yeah, here we go. Flick knives. A flick knife or any similar device of any material that has a blade folded or recessed into the handle that opens automatically by gravity or centrifugal force, or if pressure is applied to a button, spring, or device in or attached to the handle of the device, is a category M weapon.
I got that one. I got that one in my car. It's a push knife, I think, is the one.
It's probably not, because a push knife is something else. Push knives are the fun ones that you hold in one hand, like, well, there's a picture on screen.
Oh, that one.
So you can't have those.
Well, I'm glad that those can't be allowed because they're just fucking... They're weeby as fuck.
You can't have retractable sheath knives. You can't have star knives, which means that shurikens are illegal.
But one thing, though, that is also good, less weeby. But what is the knife where you just have the handle, you press the button? Exactly.
I'm
you
pretty
press the button
sure
and the knife
that's
comes directly out.
Yeah, that's that
switchblade. Yeah,
a switchblade. Yeah, because those are illegal in Norway because some switchblades have a tendency of. No, it's because if you press and if it's not properly secured, it just shoots out, like goes out, right?
Yeah,
Well,
but it
it's,
shouldn't be illegal for that reason, because if you're
that
stupid
was
enough
the
to
reason
stab
Norway used it, but I do believe it's because
that's
of
not
the
the
whole movie
reason. That was the
ceremony.
excuse.
Yes, I think it's because of the movies, basically. But every other knife is legal in Norway.
The George and Gregory are talking about knife blades that you can flick out one-handed. Well, most folding knives, if you flick them just right, will open
knives,
one-handed. But there's a difference because the government's stupid. But like, Gregory has a Leatherman wave, and I have one as well. You can open the knife with, like, flicking it out with your thumb. By a strict definition of the rules, if it wasn't for the, if it's not clearly a weapon, you'd be in trouble.
You know, Valheim's an amazing game where these things exist.
Yeah. Jonathan Crow says he got his partner a butterfly knife for her birthday. Is that legal in in the UK?
Awesome.
Should you be admitting to crimes on the internet?
Sadly, it's a knife that looks like a butterfly that looks like a knife.
Yeah. So trench knives are illegal.
So, oh, that's sad. I have a large collection of those.
Yep. Riding crop knives are
World War
illegal.
I collector, you know.
Walking stick swords, can't have those. Unironically, I don't think there is a law against owning swords. But you probably can't take them in public.
Just watch me wander around with a two-handed saber. Just go ahead, Australia.
George says he ordered a Bell song online from the States a few years ago, came right through customs, had no idea they were illegal until a cop confiscated it. Fucking cops.
Worthless.
That's wrong, isn't it? You can carry a sword in Texas. Would be nice, wouldn't it?
I mean, what can't you carry in Texas? Oh, that's right. Other people. Against their will.
Okay, I want to see someone put a midget in a holster for use as a self-defense weapon.
Maybe a Scottish midget?
Yeah.
Clearly nap time is happening over there.
Yes.
I will bite you.
Florida man.
Now you're biting shit. Come on.
Florida man holds store at Dwarf Point.
George says, I will beat a motherfucker with another motherfucker. Oh dear.
We go to Florida and suddenly Norwegian man holds store at gunpoint with tiny dwarf girl. With tiny Scottish woman.
Oh dear.
Who bears teeth to all?
Reports say many ankles was bitten. A lot of swears and unintelligible noises were made.
Some think it's Gallic.
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh dear. Right, so now that we've established that to prevent rape we should arm women, but Australia and New England aren't interested in protecting women from rapists. At the Australian National University, 12.3% report they'd been sexually assaulted during their time at university. Over 1 in 10. Like, fuck you have. Also, where are the police reports? Are you telling me that out of 1,000+ people, we don't have 100 police reports, you motherfuckers?
The real question, how many were vaccinated during the assault?
Well, probably all of them, if they were university students.
Yeah, probably. They probably weren't even allowed at university.
Oh dear, it's fucking ridiculous.
Wait, what year was this data taken? Because
2021.
nobody was on campus in 2021.
Doesn't matter. Because remember, it doesn't care where they were sexually assaulted. It doesn't matter if it was Uncle Joe. As long as someone sexually assaulted them.
That's just a friendly sniff.
Speaking about friendly sniffs, Billy B in live shows have posted the best gun from a fantastic movie.
The crotch gun. George is like, lol, were they getting raped from home? Apparently! Fucking apparently!
Somebody in our Zoom lecture looked at me funny.
Actually, Gregory Priest actually said that. It was a Zoom assault. Oh, dear.
So how many people did I rape yesterday on the Lotus Eaters Gold chat?
All of them.
Yeah, probably all of them, Trim.
Well,
or maybe
you were staring at all of them all of them at once.
Well, I didn't get to
with your lazy eye.
Oh, that I did give him the eye. A lot of them the eye.
Exactly. Especially whoever droned on long enough, about their whatever the hell.
That would be the iPhone guy and the goddamn anime guy.
Oh, yeah. This is
Carl
why I
tried
don't
to make
watch
them
anything
shut up.
animated.
Carl tried to make them shut up like 3 or 4 times, and they still droned on.
Yep.
That's when you just mute them and move on.
Yeah.
I'm a sadistic bastard in that regard.
What were these losers complaining about? Well, going to university, men stalking them online, sure. Following their class timetable at uni to know where they were, yeah, right. Why didn't you call the police if they were stalking you? Stalking is actually a crime. It is illegal. Oh, wait, you didn't call the police because you knew they'd do nothing about it because it was all bullshit? One of them says, some of my group members also made me feel uncomfortable, making sexist comments about women, asking inappropriate personal questions, unwanted physical contact. Okay, define all 3 of those. Oh, what's that? They're all bullshit?
What a surprise.
So let's see. Yes. What was sexist?
Someone said, what are you doing this evening? Having fun? Oh, yes. Oh, that's rape.
Are you going to the party this weekend? That's sexual harassment. That's a personal question.
Hey, Belsek, how are you doing today?
Rapist!
Stop harassing him! I'm calling the police and they'll confiscate your toothpicks.
I don't have any toothpicks to confiscate. Joke's on you. I'm into that shit.
So, what about making sexist comments about women? Ooh, I know. I'm sexually attracted to women. Is that a sexist comment about women? Or, ooh, how about... Oh, yes. That woman, that woman who
Get
just...
to jail. Get to jail,
yeah,
Bezic.
I'm already in jail. The world's largest open-air prison.
Not just horny jail, real jail.
Yes. Or how about, like, what they complain about... sexist or sexual or etc. comments. I'd be willing to bet that the kind of thing is like a guy sitting next to his mate who goes, oh, the girl who just walked in's really cute. Oh, that's sexual harassment.
Yep.
And then there's unwanted physical contact. So if you accidentally bump into somebody, that's sexual harassment.
Really?
Or you sneeze in someone's direction.
I think that's a war crime.
Work a lot if bumping into people is rape. Holy shit! I'm a serial rapist in that case.
So shall we look at the actual report?
I mean, I look like a male feminist at times.
So, firstly, the first thing they've got to do is suck the dick of the Aboriginals. I'm not kidding.
And let's be honest.
What?
Look
Repeat
at
that.
The chicken legs on that Yeah, you know.
So, that, firstly, we acknowledge the Wurundjeri people who are the traditional custodians of the lands that we have stolen and which our research team is using. We recognise the ongoing impacts of colonisation on First Nations people around Australia and the world. Okay, I've got the cock out of my mouth. Let's talk about something else.
Virtue.
Got virtue signal, virtue signal.
Need more virtue, more. It's not enough.
Give
What
me
has
all
that even
the
got to do
virtue.
with the report? Like, nothing.
Well, it's this big thing in Australia where every organisation's got to suck the Aboriginals' dick and go, we acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land. No, you don't. Either give it back, pay them, or shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but virtue,
Money.
virtue, though. Virtue!
Yes, got a virtue. Virtue!
Down, Disco, down. George needs more virtue, damn it.
Okay, so let's have a look at the executive summary. Prevalence of sexual harassment. 1 in 2, 48% of students had experienced sexual harassment at least once in their lifetime. Female students, 62.9%. Transgender students, 62.8%. And students with other assorted mental issues, 76.8%. AKA the non-binary or identified as another gender. Yeah, and I guarantee they involve that. They consider that as going, what the fuck do you mean you're a twin-skin Clefairy? You're a fucking dude. That I'm sure that's sexual harassment.
Clefairy?
Yes.
It probably is sexual harassment. It's like, you assume on my genitals, no,
And ironically, if I remember the definition they use, yes.
You didn't call me the Pokemon I like most, so you just sexually assaulted me.
Yep.
Pikachu, I raped you.
Oh, dear. So they then go on to say, in a university context, 1 in 6, 16.1% of students had been sexually harassed since starting at university, and 1 in 12 had been sexually harassed in the past 12 months, which is interesting, coming in 2021.
Give another meaning to the word Pokemon.
Yeah. Pokemon.
Come on, man.
So 20% of students who lived in student accommodation or residence experienced sexual harassment in the past 12 months.
That is a lot. I wonder why the police haven't been called in.
I'm guessing because
George identifies a trans, black, body positive, gender static, superhero, non-binary trans woman.
And if
He's
you
double
say
trans.
different, that's a hate crime.
Meow. Meow.
Right, so prevalence of sexual assault. 1 in 3 university students had experienced sexual assault at least once. Female students, 41.8% had experienced sexual assault at least once in their lifetimes. I don't think 1 out of 2 women have been fucking sexually assaulted. I don't fucking think so.
Have we yet defined what they mean by sexual assault here?
No, but we're going to
wonder
get
what
to
they
it.
mean
That's what we're
when
doing
they-
these numbers first because it makes the definitions even fucking dumber.
I
So,
wonder what kind of definition they use for woman.
well, I don't know if they
I'm
give a
surprised
definition of woman.
I am surprised
Grim,
that
are you a
they've
biologist?
separated in the categories
No,
women
but
and
I do believe a
transgender.
woman might be an adult.
Well, it was
human female.
probably self-identified, so you
How
could be
dare you.
whatever you felt like.
Yeah, but they've actually separated out women and transgender here. But I thought transgender were women, so it's weird.
Are you
Hmm?
again? I asked you the question. Are you a biologist, Disco?
Yeah, how are you
I'm
meant to define women?
confused. I mean, I was told that transgender women were women, so why are they?
Well,
transgender
transgender women are only women when they want to be women. Sometimes they're also men. But the transgender men are women when they want to flee Ukraine because they're cowards.
Makes strangely sense.
So, the non-binary or identified as another gender mentally ill people, 56.1% were more of them experienced sexual assault. Well, given the kind of person that would want anything to do with them, that seems more likely than fucking 41% of all women.
Well, here's the: were they victims of or perpetrators of?
Yes.
Is that really defined here?
I don't think it matters.
Did the question just say, like, have you experienced sexual assault? And some of them were like, yes.
Yeah, I've done that.
It was fun. I did it last week. That's what we called.
I mean, sure,
it out,
Bob
right?
didn't like it, but he's a man. He doesn't count.
It's all right. It's all right. Rape is only penetrative.
I'm sure I stuffed that switchblade up his ass, but still.
Oh, dear.
Only the switchblade was illegal.
Should we have a look at who the perpetrators supposedly were?
Male feminists?
Fun.
Yeah, so apparently 85.7% of the perpetrators were male.
Feminists.
Yes, probably. And 58.8%.
That's
58.8% were students from their own university, and 2 in 3 said that they knew some or all of the people involved.
Oh.
1 in 20 who had been sexually assaulted reported that their most impactful incident had been perpetrated by a university staff member. Yes, 1 in 20 were sexually assaulted by a staff member. Sure. It must be that one fucking professor who travels to all the different universities.
He's been really busy.
Yeah, he's called
Again, I have to ask, given that this apparently was data compiled from 2021, like, was he doing home visits? Because nobody was allowed out.
He was doing
it was all
intimate
Zoom.
studies. Very intimate
One-on-one Zoom calls.
Excuse me, I'm buffering right now.
Now, you
accept the call and he's just got his dick out or something. They're like, excuse me, sir, like, why?
That's buffering. Come on. You wouldn't see the dick if he had full signal.
Oof. Skype scrape. Oh, Vosh. Well, you can't see the dick
No,
on Vosh unless it's
that's
in
only
front of
small
your face.
children.
Yeah, university students are definitely too old.
Yeah, too much
super
push
Vosh
the
would be
country
like,
with a machete.
no.
Green Branch says, jokes on you guys, they do it to themselves. Yeah, does it ask if the perpetrator was themselves? Well, if they're... okay, next question. If they're gender fluid demiqueers and their male version wanks themselves off as they transition into a woman, is that sexual assault by a man against a woman? According to these definitions, yes.
The fuck kind of word did you just say?
It doesn't matter. It was gender.
Actually, what was the word in here? Did they say the victims were female, but the perpetrators were male?
Basically.
The victims were women, but the perpetrators were male.
Apparently.
So when you have, Bob turning into Bob F.
George asks...
My right hand was male, but my female penis was raped.
Well, George says they were raped by 2 white men in MAGA hats in a Chicago snowstorm. Yeah.
But they had weirdly thick Nigerian accents for some reason.
This is MAGA country.
This is MAGA country, brother. Now,
right.
Can you give me your
Here
pick?
we get into some other interesting numbers. 3% of students who had experienced sexual harassment and 5.6% of students who had experienced sexual assault and made a formal report about the incident to their university. Is that because it was bullshit and they knew no one was going to take it seriously?
I suspect so.
Most of these formal reports or complaints were not referred to the police. Why the fuck is it the university's responsibility to go to the police?
Yeah, why? But why? Why the students not going to the police? Like, if you're actually being sexually assaulted by someone, then that's a policeman.
Yes.
That's a crime.
Fewer than 1 in 5 of
my-
those who
my-
made a formal report or complaint about sexual harassment to the university said the incident had been reported to police. Okay, so 18%
Yeah.
of the people who made a complaint had them reported to police. That's a good number considering how bullshit these definitions seem to be. And 2 in 5 said that when it was sexual assault, the incident was reported to police. Yeah, again, this is going to be because for 3 in 5 of you, it was bullshit.
Now that is just strange.
Well, George says most rapes are unreported in quotes. Then how the fuck do you get statistics? Well, bullshit surveys like this.
Yeah, they're unreported to the police or
Yeah.
the authorities who can do anything about it, and then they report it to these self-assessment
Yes,
surveys.
they also...
And then they say, then they use the data to say, "Oh well, most rapes are not convicted." But it's
The
like, yeah,
other
it
problem
somewhat
is...
difficult to convict rape, but it's even more difficult when, like, you're not phoning the police. You're instead telling.
Also, the other
stupid
problem
survey.
is they use the definition sexual assault, not rape, and then they use a completely fucking different definition to what's in the law.
Oh.
So, yes, if
It's
someone slaps
because
you on the ass, you probably can't have them arrested for rape.
Why,
Weird.
yes, thank you. It's this weird, at least in the U.S., where universities are these laws unto themselves, and they have their own non-judicial proceedings and all
Yeah, that's
this
bullshit.
shit. And it's like I point back to the Duke lacrosse case, and that made it out of campus, but on campus, even though there was no evidence to convict, these young men were condemned and excluded from basically ability.
Honestly,
all
like,
that stuff. And it's like
the authorities on campus should just be like,
No, not
telling
interested,
them,
go
like,
to the police.
you need to take this to the police. Like, this sounds like a policeman.
Yeah,
They should
no,
be kind of
Then bring
redirecting
us the
those
police
cases.
report and we'll do something about it then.
Yeah,
yeah.
they
Sounds
shouldn't
like a
be taking it
future
into their own
plan.
hands.
They unfortunately have this attitude, and I know this intimately from a professional standpoint. It's like they act like, oh well, we're not part of the greater community around us. It's like, no, that's bullshit, and you know it. And it's still no, we're above the law. We're separate from everything. We'll handle it internally, and it
Yeah, the
starts sounding
problem with
like
that-
secret society bullshit.
The big problem with that as well is, let's say that somebody has actually been raped, and you go to these campus police and they're like, oh, we'll deal with this internally. If it even eventually does then get to the authorities, all of the forensic evidence will be gone by that point. They need to redirect them
Exactly.
straight to the police so the evidence can be gathered.
Keep in mind that
And
in America, the
chain of
university
custody for
police
evidence
can
muddied
actually be real
very, very
cops, but
fast.
it's weird. But yes, they need to immediately be referred
Yes and
to.
no.
It depends on the place, but yeah, in some places the university police are real police, but again, they probably don't have the capacity to actually deal with this shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, and I've experienced this firsthand. While they may be real police, they don't have much jurisdiction, and they usually don't have the accreditation for evidence handling that is required for these kinds of crimes.
Yeah.
And that's that's chain of custody, that's evidence handling, that's access to the district attorney's office to press charges against individuals.
So in these cases,
So,
you actually, assuming there was a genuine rape, you actually could make it that the rapist can't be convicted by getting in the way
that's
of
one
the
of the many
investigation.
reasons that there are so few rape convictions.
Right, and
Well, yeah, no shit. When you've got no evidence that the man was there, and because you bumblefucked around, you couldn't get a rape kit done.
So
What the
not
fuck are you
only
meant to
you
do?
potentially punishing people who didn't do anything because you can't conduct an proper investigation, but if they did do something, you're probably stopping them going to prison.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, because the evidence has been tainted so heavily by poor chain of custody laws or rules, you know? So yeah, I've witnessed this firsthand, and it's just one of those, you interact with these, campus police agencies, and they're more for crowd control and handling out,
Yeah, they're basically
unruly students
in some
rather
places
than
they're
actual
glorified
crimes.
security guards. They're just security guards with arrest
Yeah.
powers and guns.
Yeah, they should be
Yeah,
redirecting
and,
cases like this straight to the authorities.
Like realistically,
And the
in a
interesting
case,
thing
or
is
realistically, I'm pretty sure that the way it should work if someone's been raped is as soon as they get to a point of safety, they call the emergency number. Then you send some emergency services to them. You send some police to start an investigation, investigate crime scenes. You send some police to protect them from the assailant possibly returning. You send an ambulance to take them to hospital because they're going to need care. They're probably going to need care because they have been,
yes.
like, let alone the actual act of rape itself. Well, they had to get the woman into a position to rape them, and which could have involved all sorts of other violence. So the chances are the woman's going to need medical care, psychiatric care, and while you're at it, that nurse at the hospital, she's probably accredited to do a rape kit.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and there's nothing to say that these women shouldn't go to. These women shouldn't go to the campus police because I mean that would be a point of safety. There's security if nothing else, but then the campus police should be saying, right, okay, we're gonna.
Yeah, like there should be a process where they get things rolling. Like they might go off and secure the scene or something, make sure no one fucks with evidence. They transport her to hospital, get the woman care. Like there is shit they can do.
That's the way it should be.
But not all write a report and we'll get back to you in 6 months isn't going to do it.
No. And a lot of these, and this is speaking strictly with American stuff, a lot of these campus police are budgets tied up with the on campus, the board of directors or governors or whatever term they want to use. So their hands feel like they're tied because they're trying to play within the university system, which would just be as happy to kick these police off campus as they would to have them. So they fuck up 10 times out of 9, specifically saying that incorrectly, because of the budget stuff. And it's no, you turn this over directly to actual law enforcement that is not being paid by the university. That should always be the way it's done.
Yeah. Well, it'd also do a lot to remove any appearance of impropriety, because universities like to cover this shit up. We know that universities cover these things up.
And I do wonder as well, if you report a crime to the university police and it turns out to be bullshit, like, you can get done for false allegations if you go to the police. Can you get done for false allegations if you go to university cops?
Depends on the type of university.
Typically not. Because it's one of those, because they're kind of extra judiciary. Yeah, I'm making words up now, apparently. But it's like, because they're not outside of the standard procedures, because of the way jurisdictions typically write in campus police, which are glorified security guards in one way and actual law enforcement in the other. It just becomes this big fucking mess, and I'd love to see reformation of that, so they actually are full accredited police agencies rather than just
there's no
pseudo security guards.
There's no repercussions if you were to use this system to get somebody kicked out.
No.
Typically not, because
you don't even
it's
need to go-
non-legal punishment.
And a lot of this isn't even a report to something as glorified as campus police. It's a report to some dumbass feminist bureaucrat HR type Karen. And
Yeah.
that goes as well for the man as you don't think it would.
I mean,
I believe male Karens are called meals now.
Very strange indeed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what else? So let's have a look at some definitions.
Yay.
So let's have a look at sexual harassment. Any unwelcome sexual advance, requests for sexual favors, or conduct of a sexual nature in relation to the person harassed in circumstances where a reasonable person would have anticipated the possibility that the person harassed would be offended, humiliated, or intimidated.
Grim.
Unwelcome sexual advance.
Can we
Grim.
ixnay the ixnay?
So basically, down to even somebody like misreading signals.
Well,
It's literally
Like,
any unwelcome
I
sexual
thought
advance.
She liked me, and it turns out she didn't.
But it's any unwelcome
I'm
sexual
offended.
advance. If a guy walks up to you after class and goes, "Hey, do you want to get a drink after class?" and it's unwelcome, congratulations, it's sexual harassment. And that is how you end up with 1 in 6.
that's why I'm never gonna.
How
even
many
try-
Grey Dwarves have been sexually assaulted by Trim?
All of them.
I mean, if we count hammers, a lot. I can't even try to hide it. It's a lot. Oh boy, that's a lot. They're not allowed to sue, right?
Grey
Maybe
dwarves aren't
definitely.
people, so they don't have rights.
Okay, good. Okay, then no worries. But yes, immensely.
But if you piss them off too much, they will go and get the 2-star one who may return the favor.
Yeah, well, I did have a quick meeting with him, but I can proudly say I have not learned my lesson.
Trim may have only got raped a few times in that encounter.
Student of History asks, so if I flirt with a girl and she's not having it, I'm going to jail. Are women turning into female praying mantises?
Not
Yes.
to
No,
jail, because
actually.
they're not going to the actual police.
Yeah,
but
they're
you
not
might
going to
get,
the police. But you might get
suspended
kicked
from
out of uni. And no, they're not turning into female praying mantises because at least the male praying mantis gets to fuck while he's having his head ripped off and eaten.
Fair point.
Sounds like a date.
I mean, I've had worse first dates.
Could have been a lot worse, indeed.
But yeah, so it's any unwelcome sexual advance, request for sexual favors, or conduct of a sexual nature.
I
Right.
bet these are the same like people who will graduate university and be like, why can't I find a man?
Now, wait till you hear the inclusions. This includes behaviours such as unwelcome touching, staring, or following
Staring.
sexually explicit communications, as well as nude or sexual images taken or shared with others without permission. Right, so any unwelcome touching or staring. Right, so staring. Cool. Well done, you fucking idiots. So the guy on the opposite side of the lecture room checking out your tits is sexual
That's
harassment now.
the Zoom.
Yes.
That's the Zoom call.
I feel violated now, actually.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That was completely intentional.
It wasn't you, sadly.
Well, that's because you didn't notice me, bro.
Yeah. Oh, I notice everything, but that was a welcome
Like-
advance.
we used to joke about stair rape being a thing, and apparently like it's now actually in the statistics.
Wow. It's only a matter of time before lefties makes a reality of some stupid shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's this constant thrumming.
Yeah.
Of it's like, yes, it's this ridiculous thing, and then 5 to 10 years later, it's reality, and I
It's
just
getting
want to
faster
go
and faster,
self-immolate.
though. Like, it used to be 5 to 10
True.
years. Now we're averaging on about a month, you know?
I used to enjoy the endurance, but now it's just gone.
Ah, Liquid Swan's showing up. Hey, mate. Long time no see.
But the bird is the word.
Bird. Okay, so we've established that sexual harassment is talking to a woman or looking at a woman.
Nice.
Or thinking about a woman.
Oh shit!
You
Well,
say that.
fuck.
I'm pretty sure I have actually read someone make that argument. It's like thought rape or something. And no, I don't mean like, internet thought.
Rape?
I mean like thinking about people in a rapey way is rape.
I mean, thought
or
crime is
something.
not. Thought crime is not off their list, so it really doesn't surprise me.
I mean, they do believe in thought crime, so it's not exactly a stretch for them.
But do they believe in thought crime?
No, because they're
No,
women. Or
especially not tax evasion.
It's only a crime if you're a white male and make over 5K.
Gregory Priest says he's going to go home and search Pornhub until he finds someone that looks similar, and that's not on. Yeah, can't do that anymore.
Wait. Why is he waiting to go home? Do it now.
He's kind of a scrub, you see. He's a bit of a...
Well, actually...
No, he's a bit of a bush.
Actually, keep in
Get your
mind
machetes
that...
out, lads.
Keep in mind that under these definitions, showing someone a sexually explicit image is sexual harassment. So maybe the professor is just playing porn on the projector. We figured out how it's so many. The professor's just skipping the games and sexually harassing everybody in one go.
Either that, or he just has tremendous amounts of porn tabs between his the tabs he shows up in the class.
Yeah, that's 2 professors, 1 grade.
That's why you have a browser for work and a browser for pleasure. Have you not learnt this yet, Trip?
I just said screw it.
Fair enough.
I mean, I know, but I never have a plan to show up my browser to anyone anymore, so I'm done with school, and I'm not having any browser-related work. So, I'm keeping work and my and browser as separate as humanly possible.
Yeah. So, now, sexual harassment is talking to a woman, touching a woman, looking at a woman, or thinking about a woman.
Then we are screwed because we just gang raped Disco.
Just come back away.
She didn't
slowly.
object yet, though, so back away. That's what you call it.
Oh dear. Right. So let's see the definition of sexual assault. So this is what, and they say we define as. So it's not a definition pulled from law.
No, it's a bullshit definition pulled out of their ass.
Which is why they can't go to the police.
Yep, because
maybe
their definition...
Right, because they pull it out of their ass.
George says he only has inappropriate thoughts about Disco's avatar. It's the cat, isn't it?
Yes, isn't it always?
Leave alone.
I swear to God, if any one of you draw Disco's cat as a fucking cat girl, you are just bad.
But what if they draw Disco as a cat girl?
Don't give them
That is
ideas.
acceptable.
Arch already wants to do that.
A tiny, short Scottish cat girl. Make it one of those cat girls that are really angry.
A cat girl in a tartan skirt.
There we go.
Or with a beard.
God damn it.
Because,
It's
You
in
have
the
a
book
beard.
with no
You have the strangest face, Bleach.
He's a man of culture.
Mythos says he wasn't going to, but
doesn't matter.
now... Student of history says, listen,
Now
sometimes the
there's just going to
fedora
be
just does it for
thousands
you.
of disco images.
It's a goddamn trilby.
Oh, come on, they can't be that bad.
Okay.
There's nobody here
That
that
can be
is
worse.
starting to make that now. If there was gonna be Discordia Catgirl images, it would have been made a long time ago because of Kibs and Arch. If it
Okay,
hasn't been made yet,
now-
it's not gonna be made now.
I don't think Arch can draw.
Okay,
thankfully.
so there's something really important.
Mission.
Guys, there's something really important we need to investigate. We've made
What?
sexual jokes in a disco's hearing, therefore we have actually sexually harassed her by these definitions.
Yes, we have.
And
Cat.
Can't-
George needs to be
Run.
harassed as well.
Run, George! Before it's too late!
The cat heard cat girls and he
George
came
is
running.
now a cat girl.
He's like cat girl.
Georgina.
George likes cat girls, he's got a weird fetish.
George is the cat of culture.
That fursuit makes it all the better.
Meow.
Oh.
I think George in
All right,
chat is
now-
getting confused.
Poor bastard.
Yes, George in chat. There is also a George in Disco's house that is in fact a cat.
George, not George in chat. George the cat.
Oh.
Introducing the George the Cat Show.
George versus George in Who's Got the Furriest Time of All.
Oh, dude. Fucking hell.
That's what I'm here for.
You have your purpose.
Oh dear.
The only one. It's like Steve Martin finding his purpose in The Jerk.
A jerk? Do I want context for that one?
Grim.
George is like, I wondered why we're
Yes,
suddenly
actually,
getting
you do.
accused of being a furry. Look, cat girls aren't furry. Do I need to get the chart out again?
It depends. Again,
It depends on the
how
type of
they
cat
are.
girl, yeah. There's a scale.
25% cat. 25% cat is the max reason. It's
Yes.
the max limit.
If it's just ears and a
Over that, you're
tail,
a furry.
that's fine.
Yes.
It's when the hands turn into paws that that the problems really start.
Yeah. Or if
Paws
face turns
or
into a
claws?
muscle.
Paws. Thy paws can have
Paws.
claws.
Women have claws. They're
Well,
called
what if
nails.
you have a
I barely
a
have any
declawed
nails.
paw? Ah.
Yeah, you
Ah.
say that, but I just make dowdy noises because all women have nails that are like claws.
I really don't.
George says, lol, if it's got vertically mounted ears, it's a furry. So deer are fine.
Oh, I did not
Oh.
need that mental image.
Oh dear.
Ah,
Dear indeed.
right, so shall we talk about sexual assault then?
Yes,
I feel like
we
I've been
need to
violated,
stop
so
talking
yes.
about furries. I'd much rather talk about sexual assault.
What about armed furries who shoot Antifa?
I mean, that's pretty based.
They are the good furries.
Yes.
They deserve
Right, so-
respect.
Sexual assault is defined as any unwanted sexual acts or sexual contact that happen in circumstances where a person was either forced, threatened, pressured, tricked, or no effort was made to check whether there was agreement to the act, including in circumstances where a person was asleep or affected by drugs or alcohol.
What about after
Or on a
they
boat with
regret
cereal.
themselves?
Yes. Right. So,
What if they regret the action afterwards?
they haven't included that, but keep in mind, they say, when no effort was made to check whether there was agreement to the act, including in circumstances where a person was asleep or affected by drugs or alcohol. Right, how do you
Well,
define
so we
affected
added
by
drink?
alcohol? And you're in university, you fucking idiots. How much sex are you having sober?
More than you'd
Good
expect.
question. I mean, they are real players over there.
Callum Dayton has wandered in, says, afternoon, no breeding Kibs Discordia. Was just checking out the Load Seeders weekend segment, so have I stumbled into?
Degeneracy.
mad.
Yeah.
I mean,
Also, gang rape of
this
disco,
is
apparently?
just a sounding board for disco's weirdness.
God's great galloping golden gonads.
Liquid Swan says, let's just make rape legal then, I guess. This is just too much.
Oh boy.
This is true. Can't have rape if rape's legal.
True. Should we convert to Islam now? Is that what you're saying?
Basically, yes.
Alhamdulillah. Maybe we can make Callum be our what's a Muslim priest again? Sheikh? No.
Imam?
No, that's Imam, yes. I was about to suggest Michael Jackson, but he's gone.
I mean, yeah, I think we really need to just go with Bakabazi boy or whatever it is,
I mean, who would? Okay, if you put I have the ultimate fight in just the ultimate fight plan out here. You take a Catholic priest and a Muslim imam, and you put him and you toss a small boy between them. Then the winner has to fight Michael Jackson.
But first we've got to resurrect him. Student of History says, here's a fun question. What do you call it when the consent is 8 hours old and you've been told explicitly ignore the no's? Well, the question is whether he wants the serious answer or the not serious answer. And the not serious answer is far more funny.
Why don't you give them both?
I mean,
well, the serious answer is if you establish safe words, and that should count as consent to a sane person. The less serious one is she can't say no if you gag her to start with.
Besek has a plan, lads.
Oh dear. Sally Sid says, nah, thanks, I'm good. And Callum Doan's like, huh? What?
That's right.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Okay, so they also go on to continue their definition. Sexual acts and contact included here were those that may constitute either sexual assault and or rape in Australian states and territories such as pinching, grabbling, or fondling of a person's sexual body parts, sexual kissing, and or any sexual penetration, whether oral, vaginal, or anal. So my first question is, what's non-sexual kissing to these people?
Yeah, I was about to ask. Is it like French kissing? Is it when you use tongue that's sexual? Because kind of penetrating.
Yeah, like at what point does it cease being a non-sexual kiss? Like how much tongue are we talking here?
Are they just talking about like, I don't know, kissing someone on the cheek or like, I don't know.
No, that could be sexual.
Well, what if you kiss someone on the cheek without consent? Like, is that sexual assault or something else?
Yes.
Hey, I had no sexual intent behind that kiss. No worries.
All right, Bill.
So,
which one?
So
Clint Leone.
So, when we're looking at their definitions of sexual assault, some of the things that stand out. Firstly, obviously, the moment alcohol comes into it, oh, well, that makes whatever it was sexual assault in the first place. But the second one is they now say kissing, sexual kissing, which, let's be real, is going to be any form of kissing because they're going to whine if someone kisses them on the cheek without consent, which, to be fair, probably is a valid one.
Brown nosing.
Yeah, ass kissing.
Yeah.
Well, that depends if there's any penetration of the anus. So you can't tongue their asshole.
You want the promotion?
You can...
he goes full tongue for that promotion.
I'm moving up from cereal now, bitches.
So, no effort was made to check whether there was agreement to the act, and the act could be sexual kissing. Right. So, if a couple of tipsy and or drunk people are hanging out at a bar and the guy kisses her without asking for permission in advance and she doesn't like it, that's sexual assault. And that's how we end up with these ridiculously high fucking numbers.
Well, if the guy's just a bad kisser,
well, that depends whether he's following rules 1 and 2 or not.
What if he kisses her? What if he uses tongue in her nose instead of her
consent.
mouth?
Well, it actually, by their definition, that's okay.
What?
By their definition, that's okay. That's not sexual assault.
I feel violated now.
Gotta be smelling a lot of tongue tonight.
That's gross, Trev.
You're not getting the promotion now.
He couldn't see the difference between them. Oh, fucking hell.
So
this is going places I didn't expect.
But that's how they.
Oh no, you expected them. You just.
Nobody expects a Spanish Inquisition.
So, how did you become a boat chef, little boy?
That sounds like a personal question. That's sexual harassment.
Hope to have any dignity ever again.
So it's no wonder they can get their bullshit statistics this high when they define as sexual assault, which most people think to as comparable with rape. They then define it as including unwanted kissing. And I still want to know what they define as non-sexual kissing. I am very curious as to how they draw the definition and whether they measure the amount of tongue in millimeters or...
It depends
on
how
far down your throat did he put his tongue. Oh, I'm sorry. It was just 2 centimeters. That does not count as rape. You're on your own, kid.
But he was a white man.
Liquid Swan.
Oh, that is all right.
Liquid Swan says it's probably a peck on the cheek from grandma. But what if grandma French kisses you? Is that sexual assault?
Oh, you nasty fuck!
You knew it was going there.
More about
I was avoiding that on purpose.
Student of History says, I'm assuming that's a cultural out for the French or something.
Oui.
But I... Liquid Swan's like, I think so. Oh dear. But yeah, so that's how they get to say that. What stupid number did they pull out of their asses?
Many?
Yeah, 1 in 20 students has been actually no, they said something like half of people have been sexually assaulted. It was their stupid fucking number, wasn't it?
Half of people.
What if you're half of people?
I think it was.
Yeah.
It's them.
Oh, yeah, here we go. So 1 in 2 students had experienced sexual harassment at least once in their lifetime. Well, considering this includes any unwanted sexual advances, and I've met 14-year-old boys and seen them ask a girl out. And 1 in...
Yeah.
And 1 in 3 university students had experienced sexual assault at least once. Yeah, it's no wonder when you're using a definition so fucking broad that it includes kissing.
Is oral? Never mind. It's a bad joke.
It's simple osculation.
Okay, what if you get totally raped on Halo? You know, play online game is like the opponent's dominating you. Does that count as rape? Have you ever played Halo?
Yes. Only if they tell you they're going to fuck you up.
Ah, okay.
No. If it's unconsensual, murder, then yeah.
Liquid Swan says kissing is just innocent
rape.
play. It's forced kissing that is rapey. Yes, that is true, and that is the sensible way of looking at it. But remember, this is kissing without checking in advance whether there was agreement to the act. So a totally normal kiss, which would be fine to a sane person. No, because you didn't ask explicitly and get written consent signed with 2 witnesses and a notary to confirm everything. It's sexual assault.
All right, who here has watched Cherry 2000?
What the fuck is that?
It's like a 1986 or 1987 movie, and one of the scenes has Lawrence Fishburne writing up a contract of what 2 consenting adults will do in the bedroom.
You're kidding me.
And you know what the crazy thing about that is? The woman can turn the woman. You can withdraw consent at any time, so it doesn't matter whatsoever if you have a signed consent. Oh, excellent! Mythos has completed his fan art.
Oh.
Wait, he has got what?
I see it.
His sketch of disco.
Wait,
no.
That looks.
As a cat girl.
That is cute though. That is cute though.
I mean, it looks more vampire-y, but until you look at the ears. But yes.
At first, I thought it was a coelacanth, but with a hat on.
Very nice, Mythos. And George says, I am not aroused by this. That's an awfully specific denial.
I really like how quickly he was putting that information out there. Like, I don't know if it's work.
I'm not masturbating in the bathroom. What?
He says that while just pretending to scratch his nuts, just really moving his leg at the same time.
Just because he reached an orgasm here doesn't mean he was enjoying it.
Fucking anime logic over here.
Student of History says 10 out of 10 waifu cat girl.
I mean, this really is more the reality than the fantasy.
For goodness sake, Arch is gonna love this.
George says, mapping noises intensify.
And that's how cat girls get born.
Through thunderous applause.
Or thunderous fapping paws.
What?
I'm welcome.
We have created our community has created something beautiful, and I couldn't be prouder. First, the honorable defense.
I don't know about beautiful, but it's
it is beautiful to me. Its mere existence speaks to me at an artistic level. This is art, not modern art. It's more art.
Well, I mean, it is more than just a single color thrown up on a wall that looks like a piece of shit.
Or literal shit.
Unironically, there's probably more effort been put into that than a lot of modern art.
If a modern art just admit that they don't do shit about it. It's like, yeah, I just throw something at them.
But yeah, hey, the profit margins are high. I think I need to get in a bar. How many of you are willing to buy a Bleach Demon special of a color thrown on a piece of canvas?
Well, it depends on how popular you get. A lot of modern art is sold by star name alone.
Hey, I gotta start somewhere. You buy early, you might get profit.
Sure, got Bitcoin in here.
100,000 kroner, just for you, special.
Yeah, 100,000. Fuck off with that shit. I'm not spending that much money on it. You can pay me to get it, though.
All right.
Pay me money and I'll pay you some of it back.
What is this, an NFT?
Yes.
Prime Knight asks, if that is Catgirl Discordia, is Kibbs in danger more than he is now?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, what? Gibbs is a cat girl or is he a squirrel? He reminds me more of a squirrel at times.
I might have to send that to Art.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look what they have done to me.
He'll probably just be like, I approve.
Yes, we are fantastic.
Archman.
Archman bad?
Archman, great.
Student of History says, trap Catgirl Kibbs.
That sounds about accurate.
You know, despite all the mockery I do for him, I have a lot of respect for Kibbs and how he just fucking pushes on. Not only for his goddamn game, but how he just grinds in life too.
Oh, dear.
Oh, really?
Yes, I know what I said. I'll let you take care of
At
the
least
whole,
there's no shame.
misunderstanding thing.
Well, on the topic of sexual
Fuck
harassment...
misunderstanding. Yes.
I'm interested.
Right, so we've actually got the breakdown of what kind of sexual harassment women received.
Really now?
Yeah. So the most common forms of sexual harassment reported in Australia...
Wait. I need to write this down so I can figure out how to meet people. What?
Yeah. Play a guessing
Rules
game.
of conduct. Rules of engagement, I mean, sorry. Words.
We can make sexual assault bingo.
Holy shit, we have 20 watchers?
Yes, we do indeed.
Damn.
Wow. Thank you all for joining us.
It's probably bleached in Discord if it does it.
Gregory, please ask...
It was definitely the
I
cat
can
girl
only-
picture.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah. Should I just change the thumbnail?
Yes!
Oh.
He can hold up on the previously Vosh image that turned into a Pepe can now be changed a second time to the Discordia cat girl.
Pepe?
Yes, the Pepe on the Sultans, that was not a Pepe in the beginning.
Oh my.
Yeah. If you go to
Pepe.
the top of the art if you go to the top of the art wall, you'll see what it was.
I
Join
can't
the
scroll
Discord,
that
folks.
much.
Can't you like search up the top the first posted image?
Have I pinned it to Artwall? Pinned it to Artwall?
It should be.
It's not loading.
We're not gonna show it, people, because YouTube. And also, it was Spoon's idea. Spoon was the one who made that idea come.
You know, Spoon still owes me a fucking explanation of God bless my Russia, God bless my China. And if he's around, he knows what I mean. Do I need to get the crickets out?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Scrolling through Artwalls
I
here.
was...
So, the most common forms of sexual harassment were staring. 5.6%. It doesn't tell us what... I think it's 5.6% of respondents, not 5.6% of all sexual harassment, because that wouldn't be weird. But they're idiot leftists, so of course they don't know how numbers work.
Question. When staring, what kind of staring? Is it staring at someone or just staring in general out in the void? Because I do a lot of the latter one.
Well, it might be staring
You lick
out
your
in the
lips
void in
while
the
you're
general...
staring?
Only when they're dry, which is pretty much 90% of the time on the boat because the air is so fucking dry.
Yeah.
So there's your answer. 90% of the time, you're sexually assaulting everyone on the boat.
Binary Surfer pops in and says,
But-
I just joined to make this joke and leave again. Statistically, 9 out of 10 students enjoy gang rape. Ooh,
Now, if you read
that's
it from
good.
a certain angle, my friend,
He's not wrong.
I guess probably in like 5 years we'll get a feminist writers like, where did all the rapists go? I like the attention.
That long? I mean, I'm thinking like a couple of hours.
I mean, it took only 5 years for the blog post to come back. That's like 5 years after, catcalling is rape, and then it's like, why is nobody catcalling me anymore?
I mean, nobody's asking for George like they used to.
Yeah, but they've been given something better. George did.
Yeah.
They did the fusion dance from Dragon Ball.
Oh,
Oh dear.
Too weedy for
I
ya?
refuse to understand that.
Okay, so back
Made
to
it better.
the article. So
Sorry.
the most common
just
type of sexual
distraction.
harassment was staring. That's what people are reporting. They were stared at, and that sexually harassed them.
Huh.
I was sexually harassed by the security agencies.
Yep. Then we next, so that was 5.6%, presumably of respondents. Then we have touching, hugging, or invading personal space, which is 2.9%. Then we have following.
So basically, great ants.
Yep.
First
Then we
Space
have
Invader.
following or loitering nearby, 2.5%. Yeah.
Oh, then I'm fucked.
I'm sure it's really strange that you see the same person over and over again at the university you go to where you study the same subject as them.
Yeah, it's totally rapey.
But he's going to his dorm, and it's the same building as I am. That's rape.
Reminds me of a green text I once read about feminism, like the call the battle ancient battle cry of the proud feminist.
Oh dear. And then we have comments or intrusive questions about their private life, body, or physical appearance. So comments or intrusive questions about their private
That's
life,
why I never ask people.
So,
about
Trim,
that.
how are you doing?
body,
today?
or physical appearance.
Oh, that's a nice rape, boy.
What are you doing this weekend?
How's your?
Did you change your
Well-
hair?
Yep.
Well, thank you for
Oh,
noticing,
or
honey.
how about- Oh, looking good today. Did you
I
do
feel
something?
harassed.
Or, oh, you're cute. And before you even get the rest of that sentence out, harassment smack.
Hey, what about a lovely tap on the wrist? Because someone is being a dick and you just tell them, hey, stop being a dick. And they're like, ah!
Well, the word
You told
dick
me
is probably the problem.
You've
mate.
raped me then.
Oh, yeah. Well, actually, I raped every single one of you now by just saying the word genital. And I did it again.
Then we have...
Oh
That's-
no!
I'm literally T-posing at the screen right now to assert dominance.
Then, of course, we have sexually suggestive comments, jokes, or insults that don't even need to be made directly to them, but about them.
That's fair. That seems reasonable.
Of course. Because, God forbid, you accidentally overhear two guys going, I'd tap that. That's sexual harassment, and they
Hey,
must be killed.
I feel sexually violated right now.
Well, it's not the vibrator, but the violator. You know that there are probably some bad dragon vibrators that could be called the violator?
Or sardongs.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh dear. So Prime Knight says, handsome man, not rape when he accidentally touches, but ugly guy, straight 20-year sentence. Callum,
Unless you're
Yes,
into that,
can confirm.
yeah.
unless you're into that ugly bastard thing going on in some Japanese stories.
Moving rapidly on.
I mean,
Callum Dayton says his mother asks him why he doesn't just go to university or college, and he's like, I can just point to this as well as 50 other articles or stories and go, I'm lucky I'm not indoctrinated or screwed like these bastards. And then Student of History asks...
Yes, but you're not being screwed like these bastards.
Yes. And then Student of History asks, where does You'd Look Better as a Cat Girl land? Asking for the rest of the entire stream, apparently.
I don't know.
I find that completely legal. I might be
Such
biased,
modesty.
but
I
find it legal.
disapprove.
Hear that, nerd?
Ah, the kitty.
Aw. See, even the cat agrees.
George, you
The cat
slut.
thinks Disco would make a...
How a cat? Don't do that. He's pulling my hair.
Oh, it's rape. Guys, rape. Rape
Pinky.
cat.
Pinky George.
Meow.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
looking at the report again. So they say in regards to sexual assault, it was measured in a similar way to sexual harassment, but providing students with a list of 7 behaviours and asking them to indicate if anyone had ever done these things to them when they did not want them to. Where students indicate yes, follow-up questions were asked to determine if they occurred in a university context, and if so, whether they occurred in the last 12 months.
Did anybody look at you when you didn't want them to? Yeah.
I wish.
Have you ever
That
seen an
happens to
ugly
me.
guy in public when he with like that seems
without
to
blinders on.
that it basically seems to be. Have you ever seen an ugly guy in public? Seems to be the extent of this.
Have you seen an ugly bastard in public looking at you?
Doesn't even need to be
Probably
looking at them apparently.
Or does he have functional eyes? Hell, they don't even need to be functional.
So they don't bother to actually tell us what the 7 behaviors were, because that would tell us why that it's bullshit.
Oh, my.
Oh my.
So I'm
Now we're
just
talking my
seeing
language,
if
folks.
I can find anything useful in here.
Can you find something useless? Because
Oh, this whole thing's
We're kind of
useless.
at that
I'm here
level.
already, guys. It's okay. What? At least I know my place.
Back in your place, cereal boy.
Yeah, I know where my place is. That is actually quite
Unlike me, I'm
seriously.
just a stumble bum.
Well, you make a good stumble bum. Especially the last part. What?
Yeah. My bum be stumbling.
It's a really nice bum.
Thanks for finally harassing me.
You deserve it, buddy. You deserve it.
Meanwhile, Bezik's completely distracted by the mortar caps.
Animated
No, Bezik's looking up other articles to see if he can find some more information on what the questions in this survey were, but he's doing it in another browser tab because he's not the kind of retard that will open unexplained links on the screen for the stream and accidentally show porn to the stream.
Don't spoil it.
Aww. And here I was hoping for a cheap thrill.
Oh,
That's
good.
no
Well,
fun.
Well, apparently if you want a cheap thrill, you can just go to one of the UK universities where they're teaching women how to be hawkers.
Oh. Where? For research purposes. I'm writing a piece. I promise.
This is a really bad report. But we knew that.
Would you expect anything else?
Not really, no.
You have been reported for bad reports. You dirty girl. I might have issues. Not confirmed yet.
Might.
Maybe.
The biggest problem I
Right.
have with reports and stuff like this. Oh, actually, here we go. The questionnaire. We've actually got the questionnaire. Excellent.
Oh, we should do this as a group, just for shits and giggles, if nothing else.
Should we? Should we just go through it?
Why not?
Do it.
Yeah, start it. Why not? We'll go through it. I'll just read out the questions and we'll just shout out answers and whatnot.
Why
So,
the hell is it raining zombies?
so obviously the first question it asks is
Prefer not
age.
to say.
His age, yep, and then it's like prefer not to say. Then it asks. Then if they refuse to give their actual age, it asks which age group you belong to.
Let's
And
go with 9.
yeah. Of course. And then they ask what was your sex recorded at birth. It asks male, female, or another term, no. Then it
All of the above.
yeah, then it's like, how do you describe your gender? Gender refers to current gender, which may be different to sex recorded at birth, and may be different to what is indicated on legal documents, and may have nothing to do with any form of reality whatsoever. Then it says woman or female, because apparently they recognize those as being different things. Man or male, non-binary, or other assorted forms of mental illness.
How
I'm
dare you
going
be
with
so
other forms of mental illness.
How dare you be so?
Then they ask if you consider yourself to be straight, gay, lesbian, or mentally ill.
For once, an actual easy question, straight.
Then they ask what...
I'll go with 99 just because.
Yeah, 99's the good one. Then they ask, what is your main language spoken at home? And apparently Arabic is common enough that it's number 2 on the list, which concerns me immensely.
Alhamdulillah.
I mean, does it include languages that you speak to yourself in your own head? All 18, yeah.
Yeah, some other language. Then asks if you identify as Aboriginal, Torres Strait Islander, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, neither Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander, and they or 99 prefer not to say.
99. Actually, I'm going with 69 from here on out.
Yeah, sounds good. Then it asks whether you have a disability, health condition, or injury that has lasted or is likely to last 6 months or more. Well, Disco's been female for at least 6 months.
I mean, that's at least a significant disability.
According to the BBC, it is.
How dare she be a woman? How dare she?
Paystaped says, what kind of sick bastards recording people having sex during birth? You're going to poke the baby in the face?
Like,
Oh, God.
But would that change your sexuality when you're being poked in the face?
Maybe. George asks what software I use for streaming. Because he'd like to be able to do some overlays on his. I use good old OBS Studio. With some fancy overlays. Like the overlay I use for the avatars is just like you just type the active avatars into the Google box. Student of History asks, does genetically Scottish count as disability or only nationality?
I don't know. What do you
Depends
think,
on the
Vicky?
facial hair.
If it's curly, then yes.
Oh dear.
Suspiciously silent right now.
So then it asks about the whether you're at university, where you live, whether you're in a student accommodation, whether you have your own place on your own with others, with your parents, guardian, or family in a homestay arrangement or insecure accommodation.
What about silverfish?
Yeah, because what about platinum fish?
But not goldfish, those bastards.
Yeah, there we go.
No, they're the white men.
Here we go. They're like, thinking back to before restrictions were introduced in 2020 to stop the spread of freedom. How did you undertake your studies? Fuck's sake.
I was literate before the pandemic lockdown. Now I'm illiterate and proud of it.
Yeah.
I have always been a stupid bastard, and I've always been proud of it.
Yeah.
Hey, that's my fucking title.
Well, get bent. That's mine.
No,
It's
thank
mine now.
you. Fine, I'll lease it to you for $9.95 Swedish kroner.
I work.
Okay, so
Swedish
here we have
kroner.
the questions that they have to define sexual assault. So, they just say the next questions are about sexual experiences you may have had that were unwanted. I've had sexual experiences that were unwanted, some of them with myself.
I'm back.
Wait, it doesn't list fat chicks, so no.
These can include unwanted sexual acts or sexual contact that happened because someone you agreed or not. What? I think that they've missed some words there. It can also include when you were asleep or affected by drugs or alcohol. We're interested in all of your experiences, whether they have happened in West Cambridge University or at other times, blah, 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 blah.
You can almost hear them trying to pump up the
Yep.
numbers here. They're
If
like, all
you
of your
experience
anything
any
you can
distress...
think of, guys. Anything you can think of. Just written
yep, and
down.
then
How
of
many
course...
times were you raped? Yes.
And
yes,
why is
raped,
the answer
yes.
7?
It's almost like, if you put no there, it'd be like, are you sure you really thought about this?
Mm-hmm. So look at this one.
Jesus.
They're like, if you experience any distress because you're a weak-minded idiot who somehow thought doing a survey on sexual assault wasn't going to talk about sexual assault, you can access confidential support by contacting free support services. Please click on the link at the bottom of this page for a list of people to tell you how much of a victim you are.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah. Right, so, has anyone ever done the following things to you when you did not want them to? This could have been anywhere, not just at university, and includes when you're asleep or affected by alcohol or drugs. Right, so they say.
Alright, being on stream.
So they say. The options are pinched, grabbed, or fondled your sexual body parts even if it was over the top of your clothes. Kissed you in a sexual way. Tried to make you have vaginal, oral, or anal sex with them, but sex did not happen. Put their fingers or an object in your vagina or anus. Oh, so if they put their fingers in your mouth, it was okay. Made you perform
Apparently
oral
that is
sex on them, or made you
wrong.
receive oral sex. And whether they had vaginal or anal sex with you. And then it just gives yes or no answers to those.
I hear you, and I feel for you.
So, kissed you in a sexual way. Mm-hmm. Or tried to make you have vaginal, oral, or anal sex with them, but sex did not happen. Okay, how are we defining tried and make? Like, are we counting... Are we counting, hey, do you want to come back to my place for some fuck? Like, does that count as...
Or say, but are you sure you don't want to? Now there's the assault.
Oh, God, yep.
See, now, what you could probably go to the police about would be if somebody, actually physically was trying to drag you somewhere, or try to pin you somewhere, and you got away from them.
Yeah, that's my question. What's the definition of make? Because they say make, not force. They also include all of these, but you were drunk at the time. Because remember, having so much as smelt alcohol means you're completely incapable of consenting to sex.
That's unreal.
You say that.
And yet she's drawing up plans for world domination based on this single theme.
Unlimited power!
Where the hell is the sexual harassment question in this? Because that was assault, not sexual harassment. Let's see
Have
what...
you been leered at by some unattractive man? Yes or no? Was he pasty and white? Yes or no?
Here we go. Sexual harassment. The next questions are about unwelcome behaviours of a sexual nature you may have experienced. We're interested in all your experiences, whether they've happened in YSKG University or at other times and places, whether in person, via phone, text message, email, or social media. Right, so
Did she finish before you?
So if you're on Tinder and you're scrolling through and you go, hey, do you want to meet up and have some sex? And she says, oh, he's ugly. No, ew, that's apparently sexual harassment.
You want some foot?
Yeah. You want to have a reasonable conversation about mutual goals and achievements? Oh, that's a sexual assault.
Yep. Right, so the statements. So if they answer yes to any of these, has anyone ever made you feel uncomfortable, harassed, or upset in the following ways? Touching you, hugging you, or invading your personal space. Cool. So if you touch someone and they feel uncomfortable, bang. Doesn't need to be in a sexual way, they just need to touch you at all. Also known as flirting.
They really are
What's
trying to
that?
outlaw any kind of like flirting. Or...
Human interaction.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. You can't commit sexual assault or sexual harassment if you're living in your pod on the metaverse and there's no other humans and you're just interacting with AI and your dick's been removed.
Beep, beep, boop.
Eat the bugs.
Yeah.
Fuck the machine.
Then there's
Eat the bug.
Yep. Then they're staring at you. So if someone thought someone was staring at them and it made them feel uncomfortable, that's sexual harassment.
Makes perfect sense.
Then they have following you or loitering nearby. So if they leave the lecture hall after you and their next lecture's in the same room as yours, and they don't walk too fast enough...
Well, clearly.
Or even, like, you know, if there's someone that you really like and you're hoping to kind of bump into them in the coffee shop or something. Like...
You know how most people used to arrange to bump into some people? It's like,
oh,
fuck's sake.
fancy
Like, how the
you.
fuck do these idiots think people met before mobile phones? You were at university, oh, you know, it's like, oh, I think their next class is... Oh, actually, this is back in the 70s or 80s, so they had real subjects. So then their next class is Mathematics 101. Oh, that's just down the hall. I might walk that way and see if I bump into them in the hallway. Yeah, no, apparently that's sexual harassment.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
I mean,
and you couldn't
that
just,
means
you know,
I could
stop
charge
liking
the,
someone's stuff on Facebook. You'd actually have to have face-to-face meetings, like people try and
that's
have
it. Like,
encounters with people that they like.
How the fuck are you meant to meet up with somebody if you don't have their phone number? Because it's 1980 and cell phones aren't a thing yet.
I mean, sure, you know, there is a fine line between trying to have a chance encounter with someone and literally following them
and
around.
going to every place they're going to be.
Yeah.
But, like, does heading to the cafeteria, hoping that they'll also go to the cafeteria, count as stalking? Or loitering nearby?
Yes.
Apparently
so.
Very much.
Yep.
Oh, dear. So, or loitering nearby. Okay, define loitering and define nearby. Also, you have realised you're in a university.
When you're on the same continent, that's it's close enough.
Like
but in the same postal
are we talking about when you're waiting for the lecturer to come and unlock the door to the lecture room? Like you're both in the hallway and he's trying not to stare at you? Does that count as loitering nearby?
Probably.
Yep.
Almost certainly.
Yeah. And then we have making or sending you sexually suggestive comments, jokes, or insults. Right, so flirting. All forms of flirting.
And now then they wonder why marriage rates are going down. Like, people are not allowed to flirt. They're not allowed to, you know, try and speak to people of the opposite sex. They're not allowed to try and bump into people of the opposite sex, arrange dates or whatever. It's like, okay,
Yeah,
Then
and
we
like,
why nobody's getting married anymore.
it's such a broad statement as well. Sexually suggestive comments, jokes, or insults. Like, just saying that saying someone has a nice body is probably actually a suggestive comment.
Well, I feel like we had some sexually suggestive jokes earlier with the
I
whole
mean,
cat girl thing.
I'm just saying that
violate
if you were a
rights.
cat girl, you would have a nice ass.
It's the tail, isn't
What
it,
do you
Trim?
mean wood?
Trim likes the tail.
You know,
I
Trim.
really
Normally,
like
when
the
guys
tail.
say they like a nice piece of tail, that's not what they mean.
What kind of thing do
Oh!
you think I mean?
That was a sexually suggestive joke. I'll just talk myself off to jail.
Ah, Jesus. I can't do this thing alone.
Bezic
Fuck.
has sexually
Now I
assaulted
need
us
to
and
bail
15
you out.
other viewers.
Now I need to bail your ass out too. Fucking hell, man.
Half the cat is also in trouble.
Oh, is George staring at you?
Yeah, my
No,
cat sexually
George
harasses
had-
me because he stares at me and makes me uncomfortable.
Chat George had unpure thoughts earlier.
Oh yeah. Cat always has unpure thoughts.
No,
It's
chat.
Chat.
George.
Chat, yes, I said chat. Chat always has unpure thoughts. It's
Yeah, they're
chat.
going to jail now.
Dibs on
You're
Dum Bum,
going
guys.
to horny jail.
Okay.
Jail
Dibs
for
on
all
Dum
of
Bum.
you.
Next one is making sexual gestures or exposing themselves to you. I'm sorry, but I don't think flopping your dick out in the middle of the lecture hall counts as sexual harassment. That's a different, more serious crime.
It didn't happen to me in a lecture hall, but I do have a few friends who like to do that sometimes.
Is there this one travelling lecturer who just walks around and goes, "Ladies and gentlemen," but start off by insulting everyone by misgendering half the class. and then just goes, "Ladies and gentlemen," then just flips his cock out on the lectern.
What?
Hey, you're talking about my time as the professor. Thank you.
I love how they lump these things together, like basically hanging around nearby to the vicinity of you is basically the same thing as like walking up to someone and getting your dick out.
Yeah, literally, they've classed.
Yes, and
They've classed someone staring at you in the same category as walking up and going thump on the table in front of them.
Again, you're seeming to go after my profession. It's
I
what
know,
I used to do all the time.
It's not because we disagree with the profession, it's just that we are immensely jealous of you.
George, on the other hand, is criticizing me for not going far enough.
Yes, but that's because it's
Cat
a fucking
George,
cat,
that
and
is.
cats are disgusting, little degenerate shit.
George
Yep.
thinks he should be pet more.
Okay,
I mean, have
well,
you seen what they do to ducks?
so the Mythos is in
Have
trouble.
you seen what ducks do to ducks?
I know.
Mythos is in trouble because the next one is showing or sending you sexually explicit pictures or messages.
Ooh, boy.
Chat, you're all in trouble.
You're all in trouble,
And
chat.
Mythos is to blame.
Chat's going to jail.
Jail, chat.
Oh, Beast wants to know were you called an infidel while being assaulted?
And
No,
that
but
just-
I was calling those I was assaulting an infidel.
That's why the numbers are not higher, because they scratched those off. Like, that
dear.
one was fine. No,
Okay, so if you all thought those were ridiculously overbroad and stupid, wait till you hear the phrasing of the next one. And I'm going all right. So making requests for sex or repeated invitations to go out on dates. Making a request for sex is sexual harassment.
Can I have some pussy, please?
So, what, sex is illegal?
Would you mind engaging in some coitus?
Well, you're not allowed to request sex, but you're also not allowed to fuck them without permission. So, no wonder people aren't having kids. You can't. You can only have you can only have sex with consent, but you're not allowed to ask for consent.
Why,
A little bit of
excuse
points,
me,
Tasty.
madam, sir.
Would you like
Would
a
you
little bit of
mind
quickness
engaging
in the
in some
afternoon?
sex?
Wouldst thou have a little bit of pee-pee in your vagina?
So you're not allowed to ask
Perhaps
for
a little
permission, or you're not
fellatio.
allowed
Tim,
to
you're not
deny
allowed to
permission.
ask them. You have to. You have to
So-
wait for them to sit there like a starfish on the bed with a sign over their head going, "Fuck me."
Well, that explains a lot.
And yes, being persistent is haram because they say repeated invitations to go out on dates. Right, now define repeated.
That will be more than once, surely.
Repeat.
Okay. So how about, hey, would you like to go out for coffee this weekend? No, I'm busy. Okay, what about next weekend? Okay, that's repeated. Congratulations.
Go
Hey,
to
what
jail.
if what if you just are named Pete and you reel a lot?
What?
Then you're a social justice warrior and you deserve death.
Ah, yes.
Mhm.
Or just
but
a
like,
cringed righty.
seriously, by this definition, if you, it's like, hey, would you like to get some coffee after class? Oh no, I'm busy. Next week, something you might be like, oh hey, this thing that's relevant to our class is on. Would you like to go with me? That's the second invitation for a date. That's sexual harassment.
Jesus. Oh,
Get to
Jesus.
jail.
Oh,
Even
dear.
though it's like, but we'll be sitting on opposite sides of the lecture hall. Yeah.
And you know, the chick who reads about this and says that the 2 questions is rape is the one who's gonna make a blog post 2-3 years later and be like, "Why does nobody ask me out for a date anymore?" I don't know. Could it be that you sent half the goddamn
But
class to jail?
the thing is, like, it's not just her, because everybody else who's not doing this shit is also not getting asked for dates, because men are too afraid to ask them for dates in case they accidentally ask the wrong one.
Well, men are terrified enough of rejection before you bring all this shit in.
So actually, the ones writing the blog
Can
post
confirm.
may not even be these same ones. They might be the
Really?
ones who just got fucking swept up in it. Like, well, nobody asked me out on a date either, because the feminists made the fucking
Fucking, I'm not gonna ask you for a date. Do I look like I want to get jailed? Fuck that.
Well, unironically, congratulations, Tim. You are now officially MGTOW.
Oh shit.
That is how
That was not intentional.
that is how MGTOW works. That's essentially how MGTOW works. Well, fuck, I'm not allowed to talk to women, look at women, flirt with women, ask them out on dates, or have sex with them. Fuck it, there's no point bothering with them at all, so I'm just going to do whatever's best for me.
I thought I was about to say it,
But-
fuck it. I'm just gonna be gay.
To specify, that's the non-crazy, insane, probably going to shoot up a nursery MGTOWs.
Yeah, there are some,
Like, we're not
some
talking
crazy
about
ones.
Harry here.
There
I
are some
was just
crazy
about to
ones.
say, wait, what?
Oof.
Why are we
Oof.
mentioning him?
Because he's a crazy dude with weird attitudes towards women who may or may not go on a stabbing spree in a school.
I have my doubts about
Nah,
Francesca.
wouldn't go that
Could
far.
be hired.
Yeah.
Just saying, could be hired. Hired help. Literal hired.
Hire help. What are you, some vegan?
I mean, they don't. He doesn't look like
dear.
someone who eats his meat. Let's just say that. Well, he looks like someone who eats meat, but you know.
Okay, moving away from that
Only
before
raw.
it gets really bad. Student of
Raw
History
with a little
says...
bit of
Let's leave that.
Student of History
Let's leave that
asks,
be.
do girls just come with neon lights that they can turn on that say, oh, I'd like sex? Otherwise, the idea of reproduction is dead and buried?
Yeah, but they can regret it afterwards, and then it is rape.
Student of
That's how it
History
works.
then says, listen, men's self-confidence was low before feminism killed the idea of trying.
Can confirm.
And then the student of history says, from that perspective, MGTOW seems more rational.
Yeah,
Not really.
MGTOW rational. Never thought I would say
Yeah.
that.
Liquid Swan says,
Yeah.
easy, get yourself
I
a
won't.
fresh off the boat Latina. Well, I hear mail order Ukrainian brides are going cheap.
Hello.
Just be careful,
I
it's not a
mean-
trans man pretending to be a woman.
I like how you just
That's
stopped
when you
there
lock the
right
first
at
one
the
in the sex
perfect.
dungeon.
Because technically, because by leftist definition, a trans man in a dress is pretending to be a woman. Because trans men are men.
Don't you know?
So trans men wearing dresses are in drag.
But they're also not deserters, they're victims.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yes, but when you've got 70-year-old babushkas fighting harder than the trannies,
Yeah.
I mean,
makes you wonder.
When don't they?
Ooh.
And yet based.
It's goddamn babushkas. You don't fuck with a babushka. The only thing the only thing that's more scary than a babushka is the yadushka.
Okay, so next up we have the one we've looked at a bit before, making comments or asking intrusive questions about your private life, body, or physical appearance. Define intrusive, define private life.
Just don't ask.
So, Trim,
any
how are
woman
you
anything
enjoying
about
your cereal?
anything?
It's quite nice, also a bit entertaining.
Yeah, what class?
I'm currently playing.
What class do you have next, Trim? Oh shit! I'll hand myself in.
It's called Rapist Class. It's one I'm actually going to be teaching. Yeah.
Rapist 401.
I excel at this
Yeah.
class, ladies and gentlemen.
Like what? Another one. Like, do you work out? Pretty sure that's how people used to flirt. But that's a question about their body or their private life, so that's illegal now.
Even
What about
something like,
questions
oh,
about
did you do your hair different, or did you get a haircut? Like that.
Well, that's it. If
Also...
it's an ugly guy asking, yeah, it's probably sexual harassment. Hold on, Australian internet is victimizing me. You there, guys? Please stand by. Australian internet is being super ultra gay by the looks of it.
You know.
Now maybe it's me who's roboting.
No,
everybody was roboting for me.
Yeah,
everyone was roboting. It could have been Discord. It could have been me. Did I drop any frames?
Discord.
Yeah, it was Discord. I dropped no
it
frames.
wasn't me.
You were all beat booping. No, you were beat booping too.
Chat's like,
But
I hear
speaking.
Bezek. Yeah, nice shot.
Bezek, how you trimming your beard today?
I really
That's
like
it.
your
I'm going to
bangs,
campus police.
I like your ass.
I would ask Disco, but apparently I'm on the shit list. So
Oh, dear.
I like your ass, Morgan.
Student of history says you've gone past the asking out stage, and you're not allowed to flirt or get to know a girl. Yeah, like what do you?
human interaction? What's that?
Like, how are you meant to get to know what someone's into to see if you're compatible if you're not allowed to ask them what they do outside of university? Oh,
I know.
what do you do
it's
on the
so
weekends?
stupid.
Oh, do you have any siblings?
Just use some fucking common sense, and like if somebody is clear that they don't want to talk about something, then back off from that topic. You don't need to count it as sexual assault.
What do you mean you don't want to talk about my penis size?
I feel violated by discussing your smallness. It's bigger than my smallness.
Okay, that's a good one.
Hey, look, guys, there's no need to be splitting hairs here.
There's nothing else to
Splitting hairs, that's too big.
That is sexist, but I'm insulted.
Well,
I just
those are sexually suggestive jokes. We're all going to prison.
Ah,
like you
crap.
all
Yeah,
make
fucking
comments on my physical appearance in that I'm short. So you're all going to jail.
Does
No,
that make you
it's
feel
mostly
uncomfortable,
that you're
harassed, or
Scottish.
upset?
It doesn't matter. It's still a comment on my physical appearance.
Ah, shit.
Oh,
We
well,
got it,
crap.
guys. We're screwed.
Looking at the watch, it's like I must amplify my
Hey, guys,
Discordia
I have the
discomfort.
perfect solution. We just transition because we are screwed and she raped us. Because trans women are
yes.
higher in the totem pole.
Actually, I wonder
Wait.
if women can rape
Is that
men
a final
in
solution?
Australia.
Yes.
Oh god, I have the weirdest fucking search history.
Yeah, well, you know.
Well,
When you search that many
yeah, totally.
kinks at
Your
once.
search history is the worst one. delete.
I've seen your
Just
Twitter.
because you have tons of furry.
Yeah,
porn on
you've
your
seen my Twitter,
computer
but you
tray.
haven't seen my search history, honey.
You're not.
I'm
making it
not,
better.
honey. I'm just, high fructose corn syrup.
Okay, hold on.
That's
I've got to
American.
bring this over so we can laugh at the stupidity. In Australia,
No.
so rape is defined in gender-neutral terms as the penetration of the vagina, anus, or mouth without consent. Please explain how vagina is gender-neutral.
Well, it could be a man's vagina, obviously.
And a woman.
Is that why there are so
And I'm
many
not
women
allowed to
raping
say
women
anything
these
else.
days?
I'm not allowed to say anything else on YouTube.
So that brings into the question: sounding, is that the penetration of a male vagina?
Yes, it is. Usually by a
Well,
number
it
2 pencil.
depends if your penis consents.
I like the fact that my body has independent autonomy from myself now.
It's like I consented. Penis didn't consent.
It's weeping
We're
blood.
going places I don't like to go. Let's just say that shit.
I'm welcome.
Yes, you are, my
Yeah,
friend.
dear. Oh, Gregory Priest has committed the worst crime of all of us. He asks,
But has
are
he
you allowed to...
identified as a man?
Close. He asks, are you allowed to ask if they are a girl? I think that's a hate crime.
A glass rod, you sick fuck.
Better than a
Can
pencil.
I link? Can
It's
I
a
link the
pipette,
meme
you
video
bastard.
again? Can I link the pencil video again?
Link the pencil. Every time we talk about the pencil,
Someone-
link
Can
the
we
pencil.
stop talking about the pencil?
I'm
It's too
finding the pencil video. Let me.
Just link it in the description below.
Artcast. You should not watch.
Oh dear. But yeah, Gregory's
it's
like,
like
are you allowed to
cookies and
ask if
butter.
they are a girl? Well, that's a personal question about their body.
Excuse me, madam. Do you have a penis?
It's a female penis. Why do you ask, you
you
evil,
have,
evil
uh,
white man? You oppressor.
Do you have a Vosh penis or are you a normal penis?
Oh god,
a
student
Vosh-
of history doesn't know about the pencil video.
a Vosh penis is basically like a very unclean rectum. I've said it and I'll say it again. Damn it!
The
Can we
pencil
stop
video
talking
was a
about the
video
Vosh
I edited
penis?
for Arch. I posted it in live shows. Watch at your own
Risk.
Pleasure.
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger, danger.
Danger.
Oh dear. So now, let's see, where were we? Someone had a comment that was
Don't
helpful.
watch it, student. Look, it's some of my best editing. Come on.
That's what the really sad thing. It's really well edited, but it's awful.
It's some of my
After
best
watching it a
work.
few times, you can start to get numb to the mental pain.
I do love
And
how
other
most of the
pain.
comments are like, "Dear God, it's really funny," but dear God.
Oh dear.
Don't watch it, student. Turn back.
I,
Save your
Prayers, boys.
soul.
I'm praying for student of history's sanity. May you
Oh,
find
no.
peace in the hereafter.
Or yonder. Yeah.
Well, he's over yonder doing the thing.
Okay, so student of history said a few minutes ago now, hobbies, job, friends, interests? Nope, don't ask. Don't you dare.
Oh God, how dare you! You were.
They're just a receptacle for the attractive man's sperm. Doesn't
Basically.
matter what the receptacle is.
Like,
but,
are the MGTOWs wrong?
You just hear
No, but yes.
just, oh my in the background.
Yeah. It's George Takei. He's the receptacle
Yeah,
for many
so-
a hot man's sperm.
Oh, dear. Okay, so next up we have two that we can cover at once. So keep in mind that the previous one is making comments or asking questions about someone's private life, body, or physical appearance. Next up, taking a nude or sexual photo/video of you without your permission, and posting a nude or sexual photo/video of you online, or sending it to others without your permission.
So
These things... We don't want to know what you get up to on Sundays, stream. But seriously, they're comparing two far more real, far more serious fucking crimes to asking someone on a date twice.
Hey,
that is rape.
taking someone out on a date with the intent of romance and personal connection, that's far more dangerous than
You're
sticking
right.
your dick out on a picture.
Question: Are they using a Nintendo Switch though?
What?
Yes.
That is rape of the worst caliber.
and not to mention the Nintendo Wii.
Wii U.
Wii.
Oh dear. Yeah, and then they waffle some more. Sash's Thorns. I don't think we've seen Sash's Thorns before. Welcome to whatever the hell this is. And they say...
Welcome to the insanity.
Yes, welcome to
And
the insanity.
apparently assault.
So they say, it's surreal. I was indoctrinated feminist. My family became aware of the hate for men and started to wake up at 16. I had no solid role model, so I had to discover for myself how not to do things. You all have described several of my shameful behaviours in gesture. Oh, dude, that sucks that you had to go through that.
Well, at least they're ashamed of it, so you know, forgiven in my eyes.
But I mean, this is what happens when men are treated as the enemy and kids aren't allowed to have male role models.
Yes.
The women, the mother chases the father away, and no man is stupid enough to become a teacher.
Mm-hmm.
No man can kill me.
So you end up
I'm
with
no man. Then what are you?
you end up with adults who it's entirely possible have never actually interacted on a personal basis with an adult man. And it's no fucking wonder shit's fucked.
Yeah.
Everybody knows shit.
Like seriously, I'd be willing to put good money on there being a terrifyingly large amount of kids whose closest thing to a male role model is the bus driver.
En bussjåfør, det er en mann med godt humør.
I think, unfortunately, you're too damn correct. Because, you know,
well, that's been a
men
problem
don't
for
want to
like
put themselves in that position of being accused, and you know, where else are they? You know, because a lot of men don't want to get into the realm of, oh yeah, I'll be a stepfather. It's like, it's just not the same. And I know a lot of guys who have been great stepfathers and 10 times better than the biological, but
Well, and that's
that's
it.
a rare man.
And why would you get involved with another person's kids? Okay, congratulations, you've now been unattended around this child. You're fucked for life.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
men are rapidly losing interest in having kids because all it takes is for the woman to just fucking walk out. And congratulations, you're now on the hook for child support for 25 fucking years.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds
Yeah,
beautiful.
and I say that as a man who's always aspired to be a husband and a father, and it's like it's such a shitty thing these days where I question wanting to engage in that sort of thing.
Like, I was
Yeah,
really...
it's finding a balance between trying to prevent people from just, like, having kids and walking out because, well, it's not my responsibility, and then encouraging women to just kick the man out and get a paycheck.
Yeah.
It's finding that balance.
Georgie, last comment before I go. If I had it back, I'd gone into education and had kids with a churchy girl. Yeah.
Yeah. Base.
Yeah, I can see that, but education. It's terrifying.
That's why
Which is awful, because I was really lucky due to the schools I lucked ending up in. I had a lot of really, really brilliant male teachers, and like I would have turned out a far worse person in general without them.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have any male teachers in primary school, but they were all like, they weren't like young 20-somethings women. Like, they were all like older women who were like, married with kids. And then in high school, we had male teachers.
Yeah,
I
gotta say, it's having male influences on youth, which seems to be lacking today, makes a tremendous amount of difference for the children, whether it's directly or indirectly. But seeing functional adult men who aren't, doing some sort of, fantasy fuckery bullshit, where that has such a strong influence. I mean, I look at some of my friends' kids, and I was, in my 20s when interacting with these kids, and now watching them, when they're coming of age and starting families and whatnot, and I'm thinking to myself, I could have been an absolute scumbag in front of them, or I could have done what I did, which was try to be the best role model outside of their fathers, and they had really good fathers, most of them. But it was one of those. I could have shown them the excesses of I can do whatever the hell I want, or I could go down the road of I could do these things, but I'm going to show you how to be somebody of value, someone of virtue, and I've had a few invitations to weddings through the years of these kids, and it's like, holy shit, they're turning out to be better and more virtuous men than I've ever been.
Proud of you, man.
But it's like when they were like in their teens, where they didn't want to go to their dads, but in these social circles I was moving in, it was always like family oriented, and it's like I'd listen to their dealing with my first girlfriend this, and like, just treat her with respect. Treat yourself with even more respect, and you'll be a better man. And it's paid off.
The Petersonian position of treating yourself as someone you are responsible for.
Yeah,
really works.
Yeah.
On the flip side, like I said before, you have boys growing up who literally never interact on an extended basis with an adult man. So they're not going to be looking to the female teachers for guidance because just no. Boys don't work that way. So who are they going to be looking to? They're going to be looking to the older boys. And what are the older boys doing? Smoking, drugs, crime. Congratulations, we've now found the problem with inner city America.
Yeah, and like that is how you're gonna end up trying to fix some of these communities, isn't by going in there and saying, look, they're oppressed, it's systematic. No. You don't go in and paint them as victims. Like, take role models in there so that you help the next generation.
And not the goddamn gangbangers who go around glorifying violence.
In place, positive role models, and you'll help the next generation.
And it's one of those you've got to make sure that it's young men who are not so distant that like their fathers, if they have them, where it's like it was great like 40 years ago. You need to you need to make sure there's a level of communication where it's like there's only 10 years between us, but I've lived a bigger, longer life than you have. Here's what you need to avoid, and this is why, and I'll tell you why, without saying you need to do this because you're a shitbag if you don't. It's like, no, here's lived experience.
It's like,
and it needs to be something that's
I suggest you don't do this because when I was your age, I did it and it went fucking poorly, and let me tell you about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Stupid ideas are not recommended.
Like driving from putting your head out the sunroof of a vehicle. Bleach does not condone that, but he doesn't condemn it either.
No. You've been a kid too once.
Satis Thorns makes an excellent point, but I'll go back to his previous comment because I didn't grab it when it came through. He says, and this is in regards to the previous comments, like, can't ask for consent, but must get consent, led me to inappropriate advance on a girlfriend and didn't have the skills to repair it. Dude, that fucking sucks. And that's kind of like what we're talking about.
It like the rules are contradicting, they don't make sense. So I could very much see how somebody who's only grown up with that rhetoric wouldn't have a clue.
Yep. And their next comment gets really into it and expands even in an even better way. They say there are terrible behaviors implicit in what feminism demands of men, and it accentuates cowardly male traits. Bingo, that is why male feminists are rapists.
Yeah. But I think student of history kind of also hits a nail on the head. I feel that's why the incels need a positive male influence.
Yep.
They get the way they are because there's a pool of collective resentment.
Yeah, they're just seeing in a pool of their collective resentment. And the worst part about dealing with incels from the outside looking in is, how the fuck do you tell them they're wrong?
Yeah.
Like, if an incel turns around and goes, I'm not fucking interested in dealing with women anymore because every time I've tried, I've been shot down, I've been called a creep, I've been called a rapist, what's your response? You cannot argue with that.
It's...
well, you can be you need to keep trying. Hopefully it'll work out eventually. But unfortunately, these people are probably sitting there with likely undiagnosed depression because, yay, men.
Yeah, you're right. You do need to put a positive role model in there that can sort of show them that isn't going to be the case forever, and maybe they do need to stop sitting and in this negative feedback loop and go do something else, and then not hyper focus on this thing.
I'm gonna get super personal here, and not that I really give a fuck, but when I was 12, 13, I made the mistake of asking out a very popular girl back in hell, I think it was middle school days for me. And I was relentlessly teased for the better part of my middle school and high school years. So we're talking 6 to 7 years of just absolute mockery and whatnot. But after I hit adulthood, I realized that was nothing to do with me. That was all about them. I mean, it still fucked me up and kept me from seriously dating and dating successfully for many years. But
well, that kind of humiliation is just breaks someone down, dude.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's part of the reason why I'm probably relationally challenged now. But I never let it make me bitter towards women, because it wasn't the woman that instigated that. That was all her cool dude friends who ended up
fucking tell me about the friends. Fuck me. I've got a personal story that I'll get to when you're done.
I dislocated one guy's shoulder, and I broke another's nose, and disabled another's car. So that's 3 guys I got revenge on. But it was like, fuck you, But at the same time, it's like, I don't want to hate women because that gets me nowhere. But at the same time, it's like, I had to fight back somehow, and my main tormentors got the brunt of it. And years afterwards, me and one of the guys actually had a decent conversation where he apologized for his part and was horrified that he had to pay $5,000 to get his car back running, because it was me.
Yeah, the problem being, like, if you had just sort of got into this headspace where you're just resentful, like, oh, stupid women don't want me, like, that's not gonna make women want you more. Nobody wants to be around people who are just cross and resentful.
Right, and
not even
I mean,
then
granted,
you have
I'm
the people who have
cross-resentful
no
anyways.
self-worth anymore.
Yep.
Yeah.
You have those who just be like, nah, it's not even worth trying because I know they have never gonna have any interest in me, and blah blah blah.
Well, it really doesn't happen when, especially with the friendship. But way back in my early teens, I was dating a girl, and then when we broke up, her friends, not her friends, accused me of stalking her. And you can imagine all the fucking problems that caused.
Mm-hmm.
And as we've spoken about in this one, where it's in the study, where it's like, following and loitering in the same places. Hey, cunts.
We're in the same school.
We're in school. We go to the same school. We have the same classes, the same friends, and the same outside of school activities. How the fuck do you think this is going to work out?
Yep. Yeah. And I will also say, despite my negative experiences, 3 of my ex-girlfriends have invited me to their weddings. Granted, I've refused on all points, but it was like, I never held... Yeah, I still wanted to be a better man constantly, because it's not about them, it's about me. And yeah, things ended because they didn't work out, but you know what? I'm really still not going to be a bad guy, because, just because it doesn't work out doesn't mean anybody's a villain. It just means things didn't work out because of timing or what have you. No. Just wanted to throw that in there, because it's easy to say, oh, well, you're bitter and it's tainted all of your relationships since. It's like, no, it didn't. I actually had really good breakups despite. But yeah, I could respect boundaries. That's the thing. Respecting interpersonal boundaries is always the thing, and that's not accepted in the modern world.
And it's the problem with the feminist man. Because, as we've just discovered, any of the activities that you'd use to gauge interest, not allowed. So, you end up with women who have the semi, from hanging out with feminist men, justified view of, men just become friends with me because they want to fuck me. Well, they're not allowed to show sexual interest in you when they first meet you. If they were, you probably wouldn't have this problem.
Mm-hmm.
So they're sitting there trying to gauge whether they like you and whether you're even remotely interested in them when they're not allowed to ask you personal questions.
No, that seems to go. That's gonna go real well, guys.
Also, it's not even that unusual for people to become friends with someone of the opposite sex and then for that to become something more.
In fact, it's very, very easy, especially for men.
You know, this is the thing that always pisses me off about a lot of the men's movement. It's like, yeah, we just want to have relationships with women, and it's always romantic. No, I've enjoyed a lot of good, close, personal friendships with women, and it's like talk to them about dating problems rather than other men who are just like, yeah, just go out and bang her. It's like, I'd rather have a relationship, not just a sexual one.
Yes.
Yeah, the best. I have a best friend who basically can talk to anything about it, and she is honestly one of the more accomplished friends I have. And she literally talked to her about everything. Her insistence, actually.
Whether Trim wants to or not.
Yeah.
Yes,
Poor Trim.
it's kind of like that when your best friend is a Latina. And yes, I did call her Latinx once, and I have never been so afraid for my life.
So you basically saw your life flash before your eyes when you said Latinx.
Right.
Oh,
Poor
dear.
bastard.
Again, I've had near crashes that scared me less.
Oh dear. What are we going, chat? Base Tape is going to go chimp out at the gym.
All right, have fun.
That's pretty based.
Don't throw your
No,
shit
that's
around and
basic,
don't
bitch.
start
Don't-
jacking off everywhere.
Yes, and don't look at, talk to, or touch women.
And
Yeah, that
don't
might be
present your red rump ass to anybody,
Yes.
because that's a mating signal.
Take that
dear.
booty.
Student History says, I feel you on that, Bleach. I'm in the same situation. There's only 2 of my exes I'm on bad terms with. And then Student of History says, yep, that's called catching feelings, and it can be very awkward to express that if it happens.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, it is fucking awful.
Humiliating.
But if you're lucky, both of you have the conversation where it's like, all right, one of you is interested, one of you is not, and you go through it, you talk through it, and you're still friends at the end.
Yeah.
But that's a rare thing. I've been extraordinarily lucky. I realize that, but yeah, it's like I've had these conversations and could have gone bad, but instead it's like now I have expensive vacation homes to go visit. So,
Well, small victories.
they're very small, in the grand scheme of things. But that's not very here nor there.
Among other things, asshole.
Yeah, you've been
dear.
looking. You've been harassing me again. Damn it, Trim.
Dude, it's not that easy to not look at. It's like it's kind of out. It's kind of out there, bro. It's kind of out there.
I mean, yeah, it's so small. I'm surprised you're able to focus on it long enough.
I have an attention for detail. Have you seen my artwork?
Yeah. And I thought you just had a micro attention span.
That too.
Oh dear. Mythos asks, but what is a woman? Do I look like a fucking biologist?
I'm a biologist in my spare time, i.e. I've
Dude.
seen naked people.
I'm a politician. I don't need to think about shit like that. I just need to virtue signal.
Yeah.
Oh wait, shit, I'm not American. Whoopsie daisy.
You're a better American than most Americans, sadly.
Student of History says the positive side of Latina women is you can tell the level of crazy by the size of the blade she pulls out at you when she's pissed.
True.
I mean, not wrong.
Oh dear. So these nut jobs that wrote this report did put out another report. So I'm just going to have a scroll through and see if they say anything particularly stupid.
I mean, do we need to actually confirm that?
Page 1.
Page 1, first part.
Yes, we're insane, stupid retards.
Yeah. I think it's just a different way of analysing the same data. So, yeah, there's nothing particularly interesting.
Yeah.
Yes, we are insane
Mythos,
feminists.
yeah, Mythos has his definition of woman.
Oh no, isn't
Women
that
are
the
multifaceted,
UN's?
international,
Yes.
yeah, limitless, formless. Women are the world.
Nameless.
I know that
Almighty.
because I covered this in my International Women's Day video last year.
All right, Disco, you
Around
sexist.
this-
When are you going to do International Men's Day?
Well, to be fair, I was talking about the absolute fucking craziness that was being come out with, like that basically, and the Wumakskin thing. they did not want to say the word women on International Women's Day. Even was it UN Women? They were like happy
women?
International Women's Day to all these things, and they didn't have the word women on the list.
I mean,
We've all pretty much
excuse
figured
for
out that
not covering
boys are just
International Men's
dysfunctional
Day.
women. Boys are just dysfunctional girls at this point.
Especially if they're Norwegian.
You don't need to rub
I
them in, bro.
found the whole thing pretty hilarious. Like they rounded it off with like they had like a trend going on Twitter where they were saying Happy International Women's Day to real women and cis women. And I'm just like, so we've changed the definition so drastically that the original inhabitants are a subgroup.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Good job.
Surprising, absolutely.
I mean, so Trim, you sexy lady, you.
Hello, baby. But I'm only trans lesbian though, bro. So only other women.
Hey, I mean that
Oh, that
I've
Bleach
decided to
identify
define
as a
myself
woman?
as a woman.
That can be arranged with a quick flick of the pen.
Don't even need to put that much effort into it, remember? Oh,
Exactly.
Pat, what are you
I
doing?
checked the right box today.
I have acquired a cat.
Oh no,
Oh,
we've
dear.
offended so many people. Too bad.
Huzzah! Oh wait, I'm so deeply sorry.
So,
Yes.
in
Well,
my-
no, it's okay. We are trans too, so you know. Trans Ams, the car.
I identified as offensive from the beginning.
I identify as a Trans Am sports car.
Yeah, what engine do you have under the hood, though?
A V8, baby.
Well, that's like saying, yeah, I've got a female penis, but it's 8 inches long or it's 6 inches long.
Yeah,
oh,
student of
dear.
history. Real women and cis women. I'm not even joking. I'll post the video.
Real women and cis women. They've downgraded
Yeah,
actual
covered it.
fucking women.
Yep.
It's not because I give a crap about International Women's Day, but because it was just so ridiculous. I couldn't not comment on it.
Well, you
It's
you
just
could
like-
not comment on it, but you chose to be a bigot and not include everyone.
How dare you?
I mean, I can make fun of people on International Men's Day too if I can be bothered to actually edit it.
Yeah, but men are
You damn well better, woman.
Yeah, but no
They are
one
made
talk.
to be mocked.
Like, every time they talk about International Men's Day, it's like, but won't somebody think of the women?
International
why
Men's
we
Day,
need
women most
Cisco,
affected. Again.
Yeah. So this other piece of report has some examples of incidents that happened. So for this one person, international student, they were repeatedly harassed by a non-academic
International?
university staff member. The staff member sent her unwanted texts commenting on her appearance and stereotypes about women from her country of origin. And then it waffles on about how she's not white.
Hey, baby, you got a nice ass.
That was a little bit like Curry, but I'll still tap that.
Ah, dear. So then they've got some other ones. This one says, despite clearly mentioning that I was not interested, my colleague approached me. It was an invasion of personal space, and we were in my room prepping for an exam. He tried to kiss me, and I pulled back in shock. He said, but you were talking so openly about wanting romantic and sexual freedom. Right, so you were on your own with him. He got in near you, which is a requirement, and then tried to kiss you. And then you did something about it.
You know, I mean, that's like student of history claiming not to be punny.
Right.
Sorry, you're being violated now. Thank you very much.
Stop, you're violating my mother.
Yeah. Sadly, in Norwegian, mutter means father.
Nej.
Yeah, but here's another one.
Mutter is father, and now it's mother. You son of a bitch! You made my brain go around.
You've broken him.
I hate you. The spy. Nah. Mutter is basically mom, and then fatter, that is dad. Yes. So yeah, if you want to be my daddy, you gotta be my fatter.
Jesus. Oh dear. Right.
See, Bezic, this is what you get without Americans.
Oh
A
dear.
lot more boring life.
No,
We're here to spice
your
things
life
up
can't be
in the worst
bored.
possible
Life
way.
can't. Yes, Americans at least have guns, and guns make everything fun.
Yes.
I identify as a gun right now.
Oh, baby.
Boy, talk dirty to me. Just grab a fucking gun.
Oh, corrosive primers, man. Corrosive primers.
Oh yeah, keep it going, bro.
So some of the other examples of harassment. So this woman, a presumably woman, says, going to university, I dealt with men stalking me online and following my class timetable at uni to know where I was when I tried to avoid them. Sure. And?
So she was on Snapchat and Instagram selling her nudes, and she was worried about the guys buying them showing up on campus.
Yeah. Yeah, and then they're like, oh, invasive questions or comments. There have been times where a student at my university has made me uncomfortable with how he approaches and speaks to me or other female students. While his comments thus far have not been overtly sexual, he has made comments including, you should be a model, and has implied that if women are sexually harassed or sexually assaulted, they are at fault to an extent. Additionally, he has on multiple occasions attempted to isolate female students after class to help them, to ask them to help with his assignments. Congratulations, he's flirting, you idiot.
No, that is
How dare
clearly
he.
rape.
Though
That is
he
clearly
does
rape.
sound really fucking socially awkward.
Oh yeah.
But also, he's literally just trying to flirt with you. He's doing it really fucking poorly, but maybe that's because he's never seen a man interact with a woman before.
Oh, no. I mean, all he has to do is turn on Pornhub, and then he'll know how to properly flirt with a woman.
Yeah, here's another one. Some of my group assignment members also made me feel uncomfortable. Making sexist comments about women. Sure. Describe and tell us what they are, and we'll show you how they're bullshit. Asking inappropriate personal questions. Define inappropriate personal questions. Unwanted physical contact. Oh shit, did they lean across the table and accidentally bump into you?
Sounds like a horrible fate, bro.
But when I told the lecturer, nothing was done about it, so I just dropped the course. Yeah, is it because when you told the lecturer and they asked you what they do, it was bullshit?
Oh, he looked at me sideways with his lazy eye.
He's got... Oh, shit. He's got a condition.
And then another one's like, I was asked extremely private, personal, and uncomfortable questions about my sex life by a uni bus driver when he used to drive me around the campus late at night.
So, how many dudes did you bang tonight in your publicly
Didn't I see
advertised
you with a
foursome?
different guy today?
I didn't know you went around that much.
Yeah.
Or being more innocently minded is like, wow, you have a lot of different friends that you hang out with.
Yeah. Good. Sexual harassment often intersected with racism, ableism, and body shaming. Woohoo!
Now we're ticking all the right boxes.
Yeah, here's another
Hot
story.
diggity damn.
I've been the victim of unwanted sexual and physical harassment and assault by a staff member. Oh, fuck off! And
Did you play Halo 3?
It also included racism. I felt unable to complain as I felt shamed. That's a you problem. I also was made to feel by a colleague that I should be grateful for the attention as you were a big girl. Perhaps you're his type. Shut up, fatty. That's my response.
I didn't see that one coming.
Here
Well,
we
you
go.
never do in a bukkake.
Here's another one. I received inappropriate messages from someone who was in a position of power in the past. A lab demonstrator. Okay, define inappropriate messages. But they won't, because then we'd realise they were stupid. And here's another one whining about being a woman in a male field. I'm a young woman who has stayed in a massively male-dominated field. I often face comments from fellow students and lecturers about my physical appearance, ranging from unnecessary compliments to sexual and degrading comments. Right, so you're whining about all the men in the room going, ooh, what cute woman. At times when I've rejected the romantic advances from other students, I've been threatened to have my name slandered, which has the potential to be greatly harmful to my academic career. No, it doesn't. I've also had men engage in intimidating behaviours after my rejection of them. I constantly fear of being too nice. Right, so you have no personality and you can't stand up for yourself.
Basically, yeah.
Right, I think I'm gonna drop out. 'Cause
Righto.
I need to go eat.
Bye-bye.
Well,
That's a
enjoy the
terrible
rest of your
excuse.
day. I'm really hungry.
That's not an excuse.
Lame.
Eat the cat.
Have a
Late.
good rest of the stream. I'll see you later.
Later.
Yeah.
But see ya.
Do ya?
James. And then a queer man comes out to whine about. Yes?
Yeah, you dropped out. I couldn't hear you.
Nah. It's probably Australian
we
internet
we
again.
figured you'd kind of morphed into George the cat there for
Meow.
a second. No.
Oh dear. So here's another one. A queer man is whining about being inappropriately touched by fellow students or having his drink spiked, as well as being subject to queerphobic language. Oh God forbid.
How do I say this?
Look, he couldn't be a normal homosexual. He had to be a queer. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, here we go. Here's some on where it occurred. The only experience I've had is where a couple of males gate crashed our Zoom lesson and asked different females to flash them. Yeah, well done. They're being childish, but did you consider not flashing them?
That would have been a good
I mean,
idea.
why is the guy like, yes, I need to flash these dudes?
Yeah, and here we go. I've had numerous male students use the Zoom chat box to message me inappropriately during online classes. You have not made any indication that I'm interested in them prior to the messages. First question, define inappropriately. Second question,
Define woman.
Second question, you have single men trapped in Australia during 2020 and 2021 who have probably not seen a woman that isn't related to them in the last 12 months except online. The fuck do you think?
Alabama. Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Like, is this a case of them being actual bastards, or is it them just being like, tap tap tap? Hey, you're cute. When we're finally allowed out of our prisons, would you like to meet up for a socially distanced coffee?
Clearly, this is rape.
Yes, it's the rapiest of all rapes. Don't you know?
Yep. Oh, the phrasing of the next one's fun. The majority of my experiences of sexual harassment occurred online. Yeah, okay, and? Scenarios where men have pestered me into sending them nude photographs and have said inappropriate things when I've continued to express my discomfort with their behaviour. I've also been sent nude photographs without my consent time after time. Step 1, block them. Step 2, you were pestered into sending them nude photographs? So it worked.
Ooh.
From that phrasing indicates that it worked.
I mean, not a good thing for calling herself out, I guess.
That's really genuinely shameful. If you're sending them without wanting to, don't.
Yes. Also, have you literally everything has the ability to block people? Like, are you fucking retarded?
I mean, it's kind of obvious how often that shit happens. So.
I mean, when you have to ask if somebody is mentally handicapped in that regard, I think we already know the answer.
Yeah, it's pretty damn obvious.
So here we have another story about what she initially thought was a platonic exchange via email with one of her lecturers. Soon after our initial... Yeah, platonic means not sexual, not romantic.
Oh.
So soon, she says, soon after our initial conversations, he started emailing late at night, saying that he had stalked my social media pages and proceeded to ask me questions about my relationship status. I was a little concerned, but thought that he was a teacher after all. He was nice and didn't seem malicious, so why not? Right, so you encouraged him.
Nice.
However, this only prompted more questions and discussion about his love life and failed relationships, as well as him giving me his personal phone number and telling me to call him anytime, and that he's usually up late. Okay, so again, what's he done wrong?
Seems like she's kind of leading him on, making him confused. Wondering.
I mean, he existed as a.
I would
male,
love to see
therefore...
those chat logs. I would desperately love to see those chat logs.
Mm-hmm.
So she then says
I'm not suspecting a victim of lying. I never would suspect a victim of lying. I'm just saying that...
I'm not suspecting a victim of lying. I'm suspecting a woman of lying. There's a difference.
Yes. They're really good at it.
She's not lying because she's a victim. She's lying because she's a woman.
Lying wench.
Yeah. So she then says, I expressed that I wasn't interested in a way that I thought would be both respectful and also protective of the fact that he's still my teacher at this point, and he didn't take it well. He told me that I'd wasted his time. Well, it sounds like you did. You kept engaging when he was asking you questions about your relationship status. Like, what the fuck did you think he was after? And he said that he was getting old and grey and didn't have time to waste. And that I should not have been talking to him if I wasn't interested. It all took me by surprise, because on my end, I was just talking to an acquaintance. And why were you talking about your relationship status with an acquaintance?
Because she has no concern for the implications.
Mythos is taking a lesson from the CNN and fact checkers. Women are not victims, Bezic 2022. No, that's not what I said. I said that they're not lying because they're victims, they're lying because they're women.
It was what was my name again?
You've completely lost track, haven't you?
Yeah, I have. Nah, I'm just kidding with you. It was the buffet guy who said women can't be victims.
So yourself. Okay, great.
Yes. I'm as a trans woman, I can hereby declare that we are never victims.
Mythos says, so women are victims. Didn't say that either. He really is good at this CNN thing.
Man, he should fucking apply for a job. He could gaslight a leaky gas pipe.
Have you considered being a Twitter fact checker, Mythos?
He can gaslight a candidate.
Something tells me that he has some dignity left.
Dignity. The hell with that.
I know, right? Fucking. Ugh. Okay, now I got Sweet Home Alabama on my brain.
Mythos says, I do have to live up to my name. Ah, yes, Mythos the sophist. He's using sophistry on us.
Unlimited power.
Okay, so what else do we have? An example of this encouraged behaviour at college would be lunging, i.e. grabbing someone's head/face and pulling their mouth onto your own to kiss. This was described by second and third year students as a last resort after having repeatedly failed to get another to kiss you. If true, yeah, that one actually is bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bit.
I'm gonna give that one the official tick of fuckery.
That's a bit too much even for my taste.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Well, that was
here's
really
another one.
appropriate.
A boy I had met on a night out with my friends at a college in Sydney put his hand under my shirt and was fiddling around while we were on a public bus in front of my friends and several strangers. Okay, cool. Would you like to describe the preceding 4 hours to me? And
Yeah.
because again, what the fuck we had happened between you and him previously? Like, had you been getting all handsy in the bar that you were presumably in? And were you reciprocating at said bar? Like, come on, we need details here. And not just so we can wank off.
Pictures are very, very much
Yeah,
appreciated.
like, can we have the surveillance footage from the bus?
That'd be nice.
Oh, here's another one. I was sexually harassed while living at a residential college. The perpetrators lured me up to my room where they had hung a massive condom. It was blocking my entrance to my room. That's not sexual harassment, you fucking idiots. That's a prank.
Just a prank, bro. Just a prank.
Here's another one. I've also been catcalled. I can't describe the intense fear I've felt walking home to my apartment in the city at a reasonable time and being yelled at by men from a car or by men passing by making suggestive commentary. Right, cool. And who do you have to thank for that intense fear? Is it the women who have told you that 1 in 6 women have been sexually assaulted? What a joke.
We're ratcheting down those numbers rapidly
Mm.
with the way this is going. 1 and 1.
Oh, here we go. Fuck's sake. This one is quite possibly the stupidest one yet. I was sexually harassed on a separate occasion when at a university club partner dance class, a man I did not know deliberately stroked my hand repeatedly while we were waiting for instruction from the teacher. This made me feel uncomfortable. Right, so the person that you were dancing with and holding hands with to dance, because that's how dancing generally fucking works, was stroking, however that's defined, your hand.
Stroke me.
Like,
baby.
I'm pretty sure he didn't have malicious intent.
Wait, what? You can stroke people without malicious intent?
Well, I assume he was flirting. My guess would be he's flirting, but it's the flirting that's generally after you've reached the hand-holding stage would be my guess. Like, I don't think this guy was...
How lewd.
Yeah, did I blur that? Can't have hand-holding.
It's like, oh no, my hands are sweaty. I'm going to move them around. Oh no, that's harassment.
Yep. Or,
No,
oh no,
they're
this person who
asking.
I'm already holding hands with because we're dancing, like, tell us more details. Did you pause after a set of moves, waiting for instruction, and then he's readjusting his grip or something? Like,
Where
he
do you
could
think
have
we go in Alabama?
he could have actually been trying to flirt, like, but even if he had, of all the fucking shit. Though I think if he was flirting, the problem is it probably stems from the fact that humans operate at different social distances, and by dancing with someone, you're already immediately into the intimate range, which the brain is going to go, ooh, I'm close to human, other gender. Attempt fucking.
Beep, boop, brain. Neurons activated.
Yeah, but
Monkey
unironically, it's probably monkey brain go, ooh, female. But
Ooh,
seriously, of all
intimately
fucking things.
close.
Yeah, like, that's if he was flirting, if he was intentionally doing this, or even subconsciously doing it in a kind of vaguely sexual way, it isn't intended in a malicious way, clearly. And it fucked me dead. Sexual harassment. Like,
If he was intending this to be, some sort of sexual thing, he would have waited until it's like, well, put your hand on the small of your partner's back, and he would have reached down, gave her a nice
Yeah,
squeeze,
if he wanted
and moved
it,
on.
if he
But,
was trying to be sexual. Oh no, I missed as I went for the small of your back.
yeah, yeah. But
Whoops, my
no,
finger
no,
But
slipped.
like her problem seems to be that this man, who she did not know, but she's in a dance class with, and quite possibly has been holding hands with, because it's a dance class repeatedly. Like fuck's sake.
Again, hand holding. How very, very unchristian.
they're hand holding the most erotic of positions.
It's lewd, I tell you, lewd. Oh dear, I spent too much time in anime-related places.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so how context?
Dad, yes.
Yeah. So here's some more. This student has made very disturbing comments about my physical appearance and has used university-related excuses to contact me unnecessarily. This student has told me that she enjoys listening to my assignment presentations when she is feeling sad. She has also repetitively followed me to my workplace and outside of the university premises. Okay, so here's another one that it might actually be a not good thing, but it's a woman doing it.
No,
So
therefore,
women
no
it's a
crime
rape
was
then.
committed.
Yeah. Only men can sexually harass and rape. So, And once there's a woman, we just stop caring because, especially if it's a trans woman,
Yeah.
Of
Pre-op,
course, it's a-
preferably.
Student of history
Yeah.
says hand-holding is haram. It is a violation of everything we hold as civil and sacred. Hand-holding is for married people only in the privacy of their own home.
And the Lord will strike you down should you bring heathenness to fucking the
Second plague has arrived just in time because he heard we were talking about lewd hand-holding.
Yeah.
What? Yeah,
That's right.
yeah. That degeneracy is not acceptable. We will find a final crusade.
We shall find a final solution for the
Yes.
disgusting handholders.
Those perverts.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry,
Freebird.
I've been a bit busy recently. I'm on my masculinity arc, so I've been busy with some productivity shit. But now that I've done a decent amount of shit today, I can hop in.
So now that you're not dealing with masculinity, you've joined us.
Yeah.
Consulting.
There's a connection there which I'm not fond of.
No, it's just masculinity is tied into responsibility and shit. So now that I've taken care of things, I can enjoy some chilling, some recreation, that kind of thing.
Parks and
Taking
recreation.
care of things. Yeah. That sounds like sexual harassment right there.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Ba-da-ba-bum, 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 ba-da-ba-bum. Da, da, da.
Oh dear.
This brought to you by non-sequential musical auras.
Oh,
I just want to
dear.
say Ron Swanson is, speaking of my masculinity arc, Ron Swanson's one of the most Chad characters to ever exist on TV.
He is. He just asks for a permit and he just gives away a note that says, "I do what I want."
Yeah. This is a park.
that's
I'm the
kind of
director
sad,
of
though.
Parks and Recreation.
Oh dear. So here we have another story that sounds a bit more true and might actually be a legitimate case of harassment. So, in 2020, this colleague started to become overly familiar with me, staying inside my personal space and putting his arm around my waist, with his hand resting low on my hip bones. That itself isn't the bad part. This progressed to him sharing sexual innuendo content with me on Facebook. Again, not that bad. Now it gets into where it is a problem. When I told him to stop, he started incessantly contacting me through phone calls, SMS, and Facebook messages. When I blocked him on these channels and told him to leave me alone, he emailed me through university email and SMS messaged my husband. When I saw him on campus, he was openly hostile, glaring at me, watching me through windows whilst I work, and trying to run into me in the car park. Yeah, that one actually sounds like it was written based on something that actually happened.
Yeah.
And it's actually seriously bad.
Yeah.
Like, at the first, when it starts, it's not that bad, but then it goes into really insane crap.
Yeah. It goes past the oof territory.
Yep.
Uh,
And that's the guy who finds his tire slit at 3 a.m.
Second is asking if my audio is slightly clippy for anyone else, or is this his phone connection shit? It's hard to tell because Australian internet is abysmal to start with, and Discord's been having issues.
You're dipping in and out a lot, dude.
Ah, that's a shame. I don't know if I can do anything about that, because Discord is telling me that everything is perfect.
Yeah, you dipped out again after everything.
Discord says good.
Point not made. Good.
Prime Knight says he went to the store with a mask as he has a cold. Not Rona, he tested, he coughed a little. Man, the looks, it was like people choosing fight or flight. Yeah. Mythos says the audio is fine for him. Yeah, that's not surprising. The issue seems to be audio going via Discord servers. So the audio going out to the stream from me is pulling directly from my mic into OBS.
Yep, seems legit. Wait, who's molesting who?
You're molesting us all.
Oh shit.
You are the mole, Lester.
We've established that asking people questions is the same as whipping your dick out and plopping it down on their desk in front of them.
Oh, is this about the Kentanji Brown thing or whatever?
No.
Oh, we're gonna get into that fun shit?
I don't support pedophilia in any of their shapes.
I think I have... Do I even have her up?
It's a disgusting thing.
Yeah, I don't think I even have her on the list. But it's somewhere. Oh, here's another
I
one.
mean, if we get into vegans, naturally.
Oh yeah, especially those in the Hebraic areas.
Yeah.
Hebraic areas.
So here's one who's claiming that this is sexual harassment. So they say, because I study art, I have access to a private studio. One morning I unlocked the door to my studio and there was a security guard employed by the university sitting at my desk masturbating. I was in shock and asked him to leave and he left the building. That's not sexual...
What?
That's not sexual harassment, you fucking idiot. Unless he was specifically masturbating over you, he could have just been like, oh, I'll pick this room to have a wank in.
Ah, yes, the highly trained security guards.
Yeah, another one's complaining about construction workers making sleazy comments. Who fucking cares? It's catcalling. Get over yourselves.
Well, hell, construction workers can't call each other.
Yeah. Like, I don't think these people have understand just how bad the comments in a group of men can get. Or how gay they can get.
Yeah, exactly.
This other one says, no issues on campus apart from a taxi Uber driver masturbating near a main pathway in his car. Lots of people walking by, not just me. He was promptly reported to the uni and the police with his license plate number. Can't you just leave a guy alone when he's trying to have a wank?
Nope.
Okay, so here's someone's complaining about sexual assault. So this one says, I was catcalled. Get over yourself. Stared/leered at. Get over yourself. Touched without my consent / permission. Unwelcome and unnecessary touch. Brushed up. Again, you're just saying brushed up. That could be accidental. Unwanted requests for a sex / intimate dates. Who fucking cares unless they're repeated? Being asked private questions. Define private questions. Receiving unwanted sexual / pornographic content through messages and social media. Possibly a problem. And forced to have sex without my consent. You're gonna have to give us some more details.
That's just.
But like we've
Yeah.
already like define force to have sex without your consent. Like, are we talking that you were dragged into the bushes and hit over the head with a rock, or were you just,
Like-
or were you drunk at the time and decided he was ugly when you sobered up?
Probably the last one.
Yeah. Oh, another
Mm-hmm.
one says, I've been sexually assaulted several times throughout my university experience. You're going to have to get more
There you
specific,
go.
otherwise we're just going to wipe the whole thing off because you're full of crap. Oh, here's another one. I've experienced both sexual harassment and I've experienced sexual assault at least 3 times in my life. Yes, but remember, sexual assault involves just touching someone, apparently.
Yeah, how fucking dare we?
How dare
Ow.
you?
Oh god damn it, I hate that fucking bitch.
Yeah. Here's one who says they were raped when they were 17 and first enrolled at university. Okay, let's say that that one is true. How about some more details? Like, was it a university student? Like, can we have some more details? But yeah. Another one says they were groped at a uni camp. Sure. Another one says they experienced sexual assault in the form of overly sexual hugs from fellow students. They'd consent to a hug, then be held in place or felt up and hands put under their shirt. Right, sure. And then this one says they've been sexually harassed and sexually assaulted by 2 male peers in their medicine course. Again, we've already established that sexual assault means nothing when it's so fucking broad that just brushing up against someone can be sexual assault.
This is all wrong.
How dare you?
This now there are 2 of them.
Ah, dear.
But I mean, I think this does show like the weird doublethink of modern sexual ethics, where in modern sexual ethics, sex is either like hyper sacred, or even the slightest infraction of like brushing against someone the wrong way is like a grave crime. But then at the same time, when they want it to be, it's like the most casual activity ever. Like,
Yeah.
oh, it's just
Well, no.
sex.
The problem... Well, that is true. That's not the root of it. The problem is anything a male does that is even remotely related to sex is bad. However, anything that a woman does that is remotely related to sex is good and should be repeated constantly with as many abortions as humanly possible.
Yes.
Totally not kidding. I'm certain I've seen articles like that.
Was there one where it said that women cannot cheat? They're unable to cheat?
I'm sure
Oh,
that
God,
was
there's
something that
plenty.
stupid.
Please tell me it was some weird like critical theory line of thinking where it's like, well, cheating requires both unfaithfulness in a relationship and institutional power. And because women don't have institutional power, they're
Actually, yes,
incapable of
you
cheating.
nailed it. That's it. That's fucking it, dude.
Oh, yes.
Maybe we'll get lucky and Putin will launch nukes.
Yeah, here we go. Here's some
I don't want
more.
to die.
Here's some more of these so-called
Do you want to
incidents.
live?
Here's one who says they were
Yeah.
raped / sexually assaulted at their residential college on campus by another student. Okay, possibly, because they've actually specifically said raped. But again, like, we need more details because words have changed so much that rape could mean that you were both drunk at the time and you both consented to going back there, but you didn't specifically say that he could stick his dick in you.
Yeah. No, it's like...
Then another one says experienced sexual assault at a college on campus by an older man involved in the college. Again, sexual assault is so broad it is meaningless. The most recent times that they were at an event on campus where these 2 older men started touching them inappropriately and trying to push jugs onto me, the defense was that it was nasty for it. Okay, that's bad. Another one says they were sexually assaulted while living on campus. Sure, prove it. Define sexual assault, and then they whine about the counsellors on campus. Another one complains alleges they were totally sexually assaulted and they reported it to management. Why did you report to management, not the police?
Oh, because, ACAB. No,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. If there's a genuine, serious sexual assault, go to the police. Why is this? Oh, well, we've got to go through. No, fuck the channels. Go to the ultimate authority on this, which will make somebody have a very bad day if they've done something that's heinous.
Yes. Sometimes you want the long dick of the government to reach out and fuck somebody.
Exactly. Yeah.
For example, rapists. People who've committed actual rape, maybe they should get fucked up by the government. That's
Was the
kind
pun
of the point.
intended there?
Yes, it was.
Yes.
The pun was totally intended.
Not just a double entendre, a quadruple entendre.
Those are nice too.
Mm-hmm. Well, hey, 9 out of 10 students and joy gang, right?
Was it what was that Supreme Court guy again? What his name was?
Kavanaugh?
Kavanaugh.
Kavanaugh, yeah.
Kavanaugh did nothing wrong.
Based.
What?
And he's not even a biologist.
He must have had biology as a second for
Yeah.
extra.
Oh dear. Here's
Extracurricular activity, actually.
Yeah.
I'm something of a biologist myself.
I like the meme where it's just like, something of an idiot, fucking idiot myself.
Well, I mean, that's every Norwegian boat chef ever.
Yeah, to a certain extent.
Hey,
Come on, you gotta be mentally fucking retarded in order to take being a fucking chef, dude. Boat or not.
True. Talented but retarded.
Yes. There's this amount of stupid that is beyond human comprehension.
Luckily, I'm not human.
Well, that's a definition.
Oh dear. Okay, so here's another one. They say they were raped on their university campus. They were highly intoxicated and were falling asleep and waking up multiple times during the assault. Okay,
That was a lot of zoning out, dude.
yeah. So they say they were raped on university campus. They were highly intoxicated and falling asleep and waking up multiple times during the assault. So, can we talk about all the circumstances that led up to you and that person being in the same place? And is it actually rape by any sane definition? Because just being intoxicated shouldn't mean shit.
Really?
This other one says they went on their first ever date with a guy and he sexually assaulted them on the date. Right, but we've established that sexual assault includes any and all forms of unwanted sexual contact. Did he try and kiss you at the end of the date? Because that's sexual assault by these definitions.
Did he touch your butt?
Mm-hmm. Here's one that might actually be sexual assault. I was attending an off-campus university event in my undergrad. It was a pub crawl. Well, there was your first mistake. With the Student Law Society. At one of the venues, a group of us were standing around chatting, and two males who were part of the Law Society came up and grabbed my chest and butt. I pushed them off and told them to go away. They laughed and walked off. Okay. It's... Yeah, well, it's not what I think of instinctively when people say sexual assault, but I'll give them that one.
Yeah.
We'll give him that one. That one seems fair. This other one says they were attending a university ball. There was one instance where another student leader became extremely aggressive, forcing himself onto me, licking my face, biting my ear, touching me inappropriately. Okay.
Well, having the internet
Licking the
cut you
face?
in and out.
Damn.
Having the internet cut you in and out through that description was pretty fucking funny.
Yeah. I'm going to give him that one too. But this is out of all the university students in Australia. And out of all the ones who were offered the survey, and then out of all the ones who accepted it, and as we know with these things, there's a selection bias where people who have experienced these things are more likely to respond. But I say we give them that one as well.
Yeah, we're gonna be nice. We're gonna be the good ones.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of some like relatively recent drama that like Destiny got into, which was on Twitter, which was fucking hilarious, where there was this one girl who was talking about how a guy like stealthed her, so he like removed the condom in the middle of sex and kept fucking her. And she's like, "Yeah, this has happened to me like several times, and I always feel too awkward to tell the guys like not to do that." And it's
What?
right. And so Destiny just like responds to that on Twitter by saying, "Okay, if you aren't comfortable reasserting boundaries in the bedroom, you shouldn't be having casual sex. Like if this has happened to you so many times, maybe your approach to this is like wrong and you should figure out something else." And a bunch of people started attacking him like, "How fucking dare you say that?" And so he was like, "Look, I just don't think we should treat women like retarded children."
Oh, dear.
If they
Yep.
aren't. Huh, surprise.
Here's another one. Due to COVID fascism, they were only on campus for a couple of weeks. They didn't experience any sexual harassment or assault on campus. However, during this time, on days they had later classes at university, they were groped on trams traveling back into the city from the university. I don't believe you. Well, here's my first one. Also, trams, really.
A tram. I'm not transsexual, I'm tramsexual.
Oh, dear.
I'm transgender.
Oh,
You can
so
have-
that
you can
that
have
explains
beard.
where the rest of Trim's half soul went.
Yeah.
I gave it to
I'm
him.
not here to talk about my transition. I'm here to kick some motherfucking ass. I am the strongest woman in the world.
Here's
Yeah.
another.
Swim beautifully, ma'am.
Here's an interesting one. Following a night of drinking games, this person awoke on their third day to find out from people in their dorm that they'd been sexually assaulted by another first-year student. I don't recall the night at all and was told about afterwards by second-hand accounts from the partner's perspective and from others in the dorm. Okay, so you were absolutely hammered and you had sex with somebody. First question is, were you capable of any form of rational thought at the time that you were supposedly sexually assaulted? Like, I'm willing to, if they were completely paralytic, yeah, it could be a problem here, but seriously?
I mean, or if you're drunk to the point where you'd pass out in your own driveway and get run over by a car.
There's that kind of sexual assault? Did the car molest you?
Where
well,
was its exhaust pipe relative to your genitals?
it was on my legs.
Oh, here's another one. Some random who identifies as queer was sexually assaulted by her same-sex partner on campus. Yeah, no shit, you're a lesbian, also not our problem. We don't care. Go away. Okay, so apparently this person said their second incident was by a student in a position of power over them, a leader in college, who forced them into having sex with them. I even called people to get a duty resident advisor to help, which never arrived. What the fuck is this story? One, how did he force you into having sex with him? Two, why the fuck were you calling for an RA, not help, help, police, rape, help?
Oh, yeah. It's this bizarre world where, we can't have outside influence on campus. Yes, but there's been a crime committed. No, we can't have outside influence.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we can't possibly have the people trained, skilled, and specifically equipped to investigate crimes coming to investigate this crime. Here's one who reckons that they were raped by a member of their own college. Again, define rape.
Man penetrating woman, nothing else.
Okay, here's another one. One man in their university dorm was very charismatic and charming. Herself and the other girls always just laughed at his sleazy behaviour, as him just being a typical boy, locker room talk. Started off with sly comments. They started grabbing them. When I walked to the kitchen or bathroom, he would grab my butt and make more sexual comments. It started happening to other girls in our dorm. One girl in the dorm got grabbed and he tackled her to the ground. A week later, she had to go to the doctors because her shoulder was so bruised and swollen. He started pushing his way into my room trying to kiss me, forcing me to do stuff and hitting me. They told their residential supervisor. It still continued. He became more aggressive. None of the other girls spoke about what he did to them. One day a girl in her dorm was bashed. Right, so none of you bothered to protect yourselves or each other, and you then went to not the police.
Ugh.
Like, if a crime has been committed against you, go to the fucking cops. Don't not do anything and then whine when it happens a second time. Like, I agree, that shit all sounds bad, but maybe you could have done literally anything?
Yeah, it's just.
It sounds like a lot of work.
It sounds like there's just too much of this. Oh well, we can't involve outside influence. No, that's who needs to be involved. People who don't have a stake in this.
Yeah.
Here you say that,
Here's another one. While at university, I was in a violent relationship. Cool, so completely irrelevant. We know this shit happens, but what's it got to do with you being at university? But yes, also probably bad if it really did happen. Oh, some bystander experiences. What people saw. I observed harassment. A female student chased by a car on campus. One of my friends had her drink spiked and had to be physically dragged away from a boy who kept trying to grab and kiss her. How do we know she had her drink spiked? And do we actually know what she thought about the boy who kept trying to grab and kiss her? At uni, I have witnessed a lecturer describe sexual assault in an offensive way. Oh, fuck right off.
What? At uni?
At uni, they witnessed a lecturer describe sexual assault in an offensive way. So they are now calling sexual harassment or sexual assault describing sexual assault in an offensive way.
You can't...
Yeah, I don't
What?
know either.
So you can describe it in an offensive way. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, this...
What, did they say that if you get drunk and have sex with another drunk person, maybe you should shut the fuck up?
No, maybe that would be offensive.
That would include personal accountability. So no.
That is not allowed here. You can't.
Exactly.
You can't fucking expect women to have any sort of agency and accountability. What the hell are you? Sexist?
Yeah. And they then seem to go on to continue to whine about how they didn't bother to actually tell the police.
Very true. Very true. That is also very okay. That is a standard procedure for all women.
I don't know.
You spin me right round, baby. Sorry. I like that song.
So you're out there wearing a muumuu and snapping your long fingernails while gyrating?
Mm.
Yep.
Mythos asks, how far into this are you? About halfway into that report, but I'm stopping there anyway because the rest of it just seems to be that people whining about how they didn't go to the police and the university did nothing because they didn't bother to go to the people whose job it is to do something. Like, universities can't arrest people.
I thought Twitter were the police, though.
Well, they want to be.
They're more like the SD from Nazi Germany.
Yeah. If Twitter are that desperate to be the police, like, isn't there some third world shithole African country that they can literally just buy?
Yeah.
Yes. Do we need to go through listing them all? Yeah. Somalia, top of the list.
Like,
Afghanistan.
unironically, they probably could just buy Somalia.
Somalia is thinking too small, dude. But then again, those are shithole countries, so they don't want to buy those.
But they're full
How
of
about
brown people.
Somalia?
Isn't that good for diversity?
Yeah.
Diversity is only good when they get a monetary value of it.
Mythos
So
says
it's a triangle trade.
Mythos says he's in regards to that why they're not going to police. He may be a rapist, but I don't want to put him in jail. Fuck off, you idiot! Like,
He's a
unironically,
rapist, he's
some
one of
people probably
ours.
do think that way.
What? He's a rapist. He's one of ours.
He's a rapist. He must be a male feminist.
Oh, naturally.
Well, naturally. Weird blue people.
Yes, always singing with their beep, boppa, doo-bop.
Student history says...
And they're... fuck! They're also really racist against green people.
Student history says, we didn't go to the police and now sexual abusers are getting away with this, and now we have to make more laws legalizing flirting and any form of sexual advance. Yeah, that does basically seem to be how it is. Or, we didn't go to the police until like 3 years later, and then when the police are like, well, how the fuck are we meant to prove any of this shit? Like, we can't even prove that he was in the same zip code as you at the time.
I mean, that is just details which we will change according to how the story pans out. Was it on the neck or with the neck?
Indeed.
Around.
Of Chauvin or with Chauvin?
I guess your guys are being a bit chauvinistic.
Biased.
Yes.
And then he voted for Joe Biden.
Billy Blogs is like, still
Wait,
talking about rape? Yeah, Billy. Turns out when you go through academic studies ripping them to shit, it takes a while.
That's kind of funny, bro.
And Mythos is like, wait, I know what they are admitting. The reason they don't go to the police is because the men are in a protected category. Yes, that's probably is true. Like, wasn't there that woman in some stupid European country who was raped, and then she's like, don't deport him, he's a poor innocent black man?
Wasn't that Sweden?
Yeah, probably. That sounds like something stupid Sweden would do.
I mean, it sounds Swedish, must be Swedish. If it looks like a Swede, sounds like a Swede, smells like a Swede, and eats like a Swede, it is a Swede. And also, if they accuse a Norwegian of being a Swede, they're also a Swede. Or not, or at least as good as one.
Prime Knight says, yes, it was Sweden. Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
Indeed. Well, I think that is enough of rape.
Not crazy for today.
You say that.
Trim hasn't threatened self-immolation yet, so.
No, I've already been immolated in-game.
By the Great Dwarfs, yes.
Nah, not the Grave Dwarves this time.
Here we
Actually,
go.
a bunch of round midgets.
Here's some insanity from Australia. Government to introduce laws to combat misinformation, disinformation. Well, fuck, the ABC is going to be in trouble.
You missed these nuts?
The federal government has pledged to introduce new laws to help reduce the spread of harmful content on social media, as Communications Minister Paul Arslicker is planning to introduce legislation that will give Australia's media watchdog more regulatory power over tech companies who fail to meet the standards of a voluntary misinformation and disinformation code of practice. Under the code, misinformation is defined as false or misleading information that is likely to cause harm, while disinformation is false or misleading information that is distributed by users via spam and bots. Also known as spoilers, as in things that will become true in 12 months' time.
Yep.
12 months? I mean, maybe 12 weeks.
Yeah.
If it's shrieked out by Alex Jones the Great, then it's spoilers.
Yeah, so they've pulled this out of their ass, going, the announcement comes after a report by the Australian Communications and Media Authority found 82% of Australians had experienced misinformation about COVID-19 in the past 18 months. Yeah, they must have been watching the news. Define misinformation. And how much of it is shit that's actually turned out to be true?
And how much of it's just nudes? Randomly leaked nudes.
From university students.
Yes.
Somehow I
That
don't
is the
think that
genuine
counts as misinformation.
No, but it's still something I want to see.
Damn.
I want to verify this information.
Yeah.
Gregory Press is like, ABC, yeah, you want to talk about misinformation and disinformation? The ABC is the prime contributor of lies about COVID. The ABC, or as I like to refer to them, the BBC, but dumber.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Guess worse.
What's a dollar store Fauci there?
Yep.
Yeah.
So they're complaining that it's about because people have been to combat the deluge of misinformation and disinformation about the coronavirus pandemic and the war in Ukraine online. Ah, yes. The government narrative, because we couldn't possibly have people hearing things other than exactly what their overwords tell them.
Yeah, that would be evil and duplicitous and oh shit, that's them.
And Student
Speaking
History
of our
asks, the
betters
ABC is
that
funded
way.
by whom? Me, because the cunt hole government takes my taxes to pay for these incompetent bastards.
Hey, if you take my money to pay for your own bullshit, all right, then I'm going to be allowed to say whatever the hell I want about you. At least that would be a fair trade, but not anymore.
Yeah.
We gotta watch out. We gotta watch the feelings of these poor, innocent, and
Yeah,
completely
but like if we're talking
harmless
about
soldiers.
misinformation, like the war in Ukraine, like are we talking about misinformation? Like,
Maybe it's-
what about how all the inflation and the rise in oil costs is entirely Putin's fault? Not the and we'll completely ignore the fact that they were all rapidly rising before the invasion of Ukraine.
I mean, here's a fun fact: the gas prices started rising to the sky like a rocket a bit after Biden came into power for some reason.
It wasn't like later that day.
Pretty much, it's like it's as if closing
Like, wasn't it literally later that day?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
the Keystone
fuck.
Pipeline might have something to do with it.
Did any of you guys see that meme Kyle Rittenhouse posted to his Twitter about the gas prices?
No, tell me. Can you send it to me if you still have it?
I'm driving right now to pick up some lunch,
Yeah.
but it's basically an
Terrible
edit.
excuse.
It's like an edit of like his emotional breakdown in court, but it's edited so he's standing behind a car and he's holding a gas pump in his hand.
Wait, that was his. That was him. He made that meme.
I
Yeah.
don't know. Okay, I don't know if he made it, but he did post it to his Twitter.
I goddamn love that kid. Jesus Christ. I didn't mean to sound Catholic. Sorry. No offense if you're Catholic.
And more offense if you're not.
Yep.
I'm just saying, Thomas Aquinas is Omega based.
Fucking a beast, mate. In Elden Ring, I've been able to get an ability where I just throw giant rocks at people. So I guess I now converted to Islam.
Indeed. Prime Knight
think-
says a funny but tragic event was the Redditors who got an army training camp bombed.
What? Wait, what?
Yeah, it's some Ukrainian army dude posted on his Facebook a photo and a description of their location. Some dipshit on Facebook then posted that to Reddit, and the Russians were like, soldiers? Plus exact location? Yeah, boom.
You gotta be. I hope that guy got fucking. I hope he got
Roasted
arrested.
alive?
Yes.
OPSEC sucks, man.
Executed.
So, this article I've got up. Martin Lewis accuses ministers of attempting to blame Ukraine war for cost of living crisis. Yeah, exactly. The misinformation is coming from the government. Oh, Mythos says that it wasn't a Facebook post, it was a private chat. Even fucking worse.
But wait, it gets fucking worse.
Yeah, our student of history says OPSEC is important. Yes.
It's not even
Make sure that whatever you're using to upload images also strips the metadata from them, because maybe you don't want the precise GPS location where the photo was taken included.
What? You're pretending as if we're supposed to be smart people? What the fuck, bro? Bro, you're not even
We're
supposed
talking
to
Reddit,
think about
motherfucker.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to think about it, dude.
Yeah, here we. So this article I've got up. Money-saving expert warns of a narrative shift when higher bills and taxes has already put people at risk of starving or freezing. Yeah, funny that.
Starving and
Don't even
freezing.
gotta think about it, dude. So fucking stupid, bro.
Yep, so money-saving expert Martin Lewis has accused the government of trying to blame the Ukraine war for the cost of living crisis. The help website founder leapt on the business secretary, arguing that Britons are willing to endure hardships as the blowback from the invasion sends fuel and food bills soaring. Mr. Lewis pointed out that bills were... Yeah, fuck that shit. Oh, we're willing to endure hardships. No, screw you, fuck off. Like, I don't give a flying fuck what's happening in bumfuck nowhere. Leave me the fuck out of it.
Sorry for using God's Lord's name in vain, second, but Jesus.
Mr. Lewis pointed out the bills were already rocketing and people already suffering, saying it's a worsening of the situation. It's not the cause of the situation. We are seeing what may be potentially a deliberative narrative shift. Oh, it's definitely a deliberative narrative shift. The fact that he says the...
You smelling that? You smelling this?
Smells like bullshit.
Yeah. Ooh, that's some rancid shit too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the deliberate shift, narrative shift that effectively says the entire cost of living crisis is due to Ukraine, and therefore we all need to make sacrifices, and that is not correct. What has happened in Ukraine has exacerbated the situation, but the rises in energy, heating, oil, water, council tax, broadband and mobiles, food, national insurance were all in place before Ukraine. Yes, this is correct.
At least it's just exacerbated and not masturbated.
Well, it depends on your physical position.
Yep. Ahead of a mini budget in 2 weeks' time, he urged Rishi Sunak, who's a cunt, not to use the excuse of Ukraine to argue Britons must suck in the cost of a living crisis. Adding that it's not a correct analysis, we're going to see a real increase in genuine poverty in this country, millions of people being thrown into poverty, and the only way we can stop that is not by being money-saving and tightening our belts, it's by genuine political intervention.
Yeah, sure.
On Wednesday, the business secretary Kwasi Kwarteng told MPs people understand people willing to endure hardships in solidarity with the heroic efforts that the people of Ukraine are making. I don't fucking think so. I don't think the people on unemployment who already can't afford to do jack shit are willing to endure being homeless.
What are you talking about, dude? It's totally fucking cool, bro.
Student History says, why were the prices going up in January? Why were the prices going up last year? Why were prices going up this time last year? Like, come on. The invasion hasn't been going on that long. Oh yeah, here we go.
Maybe the invasion was in our heart all along.
The energy price cap was already set to soar by almost £700, which is 1,400 Australian dollar dues, to nearly £2,000 a year, with only very limited help announced by the Chancellor. On Wednesday, Boris Johnson rejected calls to offer more help on energy cost, as Labour warned that war in Ukraine could force a further £1,000 spike in household bills this autumn. Just fuck right off. So that's £1,000 in a quarter. Fucking Jesus. I'm sure they'll be great for the people getting 250 quid a fortnight.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Sounds like a good fucking deal.
Yep. The food campaigner, Jack Munro, said that the cost of living crisis is going to be, in some cases, fatal for some poor people, adding, and that's not a term that I use lightly. He's not fucking wrong.
Excuse me? What? It would be fatal?
Yes. Well, if the cost of living crisis goes up, the poor people aren't going to be able to afford to pay their energy bills. And England gets really fucking cold sometimes.
Oh, sorry, but that just made me angry. Oh.
They need to exploit their peat bogs more.
Mm-hmm. Student history says...
Oh, can you fucking do that? No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Student history says UK, there are 2 countries that could short-term assist the energy issues, but sadly eco-communists said no drilling. Yep. Billy Blogs is like, how depressing. Yeah, welcome to 2022. Which is going to be the 3rd year of the downfall of humanity.
Just mildly.
Yeah, you see why IB1 says build nuclear reactors, but they're scary and nuclear bad.
Don't you remember the movie China Syndrome?
Uranium's green. I thought they liked green energy.
Oh no, uranium's yellow.
Shh. Just alter the color.
It's also a whole Uranus part.
Yeah. Well, when you mix the shit in, it turns green.
Oh dear.
Oh my dear.
Or elk or moose. Depends on whatever you hit at 60 miles an hour.
It is kind of based upon your interests.
Kangaroos.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not exactly Australian, but Bessic can help you along there, I suppose.
You just need to take your pointy stick and go chase down a kangaroo and you'll be fine.
Oh, I thought pointed sticks were illegal in Australia.
Only in public.
Oh, private stabbings of kangaroos. I got it.
Yeah.
Public, private, stabby stabs, so stabby stabs, me friends.
UCYB1 says, right, it would solve the LMG and coal burning issues, renewable, but I guess they'd rather people be broken free to death. Yes, they would. Because poor people don't pay that much tax, so they might as well fuck off and die.
Pay your taxes, boy. Oh, sorry.
Yep. It's just a clusterfuck. And what are the Brits being told to do about this? Well, they're being told to work from home 3 days a week and ban cars on Sundays. Because now we are going to have our petrol lockdowns.
Man, that sounds like a lot of fun to me, mate.
The International Energy Agency, sure, as if we don't think that agencies like that are fucking abortion after 3 years of experts telling us about COVID.
But you have to believe the experts.
UCYB1 says, oops, LNG, liquid natural gas, and LMGs are something else. Yes, and they're much more fun.
Oops, he did it again. He played with your fart. I'm such a fucking mad child. Sorry. Oh.
Yeah. So they urge governments globally to reduce their speed limits on motorways by 10 kilometers. You fucking retards! To reduce the speed limit on motorways by 10 kilometers per hour. That's going to increase fuel consumption, you fucking spastics.
But that's just details, man. Those are hate facts, man. Do you guys remember when hate facts was a thing?
You mean always?
Apparently, according to those fucking shits. Oh, sorry, did I say something?
Oh, here we go. The Dutch government banned private motor vehicles on Sundays for 3 months in 1973, and they think that that was a really fucking good idea. Like, no, fuck off. Just fuck off and die. And they're like, oh, they use high-speed night trains instead of planes. I mean, that's just a good idea in general. Avoiding business air travel and encouraging the uptake of electric and more efficient vehicles were also on the list. Yeah, cool. Can I have $60,000 to buy a Tesla and no, I don't want the Tesla. I want the value of a Tesla because I'd never be stupid enough to buy an internet-enabled car.
That'd be fucking amazing. Having the value of a Tesla.
I mean, I'd fuck off to the local used car lot and buy myself a nice ute and a nice van for like 15 grand all up, and it'd be great.
Yeah. I'd be totally into that shit. It'd be kind of nice and shit.
Like, no, fuck off. Don't tell me that I can't drive on Sundays. Layman Am says turn off your car for wrong thing. Yep. Well, I'm sure that'd be fine. Well, don't forget that you'll have your digital ID with your Vax Pass, and your digital ID is going to be linked to your driver's license. So if your vaccine expires, your car gets turned off.
Your left leg's turned.
Yeah,
right
or your ESG score drops below a certain acceptable amount. You're not
like the governments would
buying off
unironically turn your car off.
Yeah.
You have to do the thing properly. If not, we cannot and will not help you in any circumstance.
But the stupidest thing about, like, reducing speed on motorways by 10 kilometers per hour, in England, I believe it's the same as Australia, where the motorway speed limit is 100 kilometers an hour. Yes, manual cars are generally geared to do 100 kilometers an hour in 5th gear. Or 6th gear if you've got a 6 speed. But your highest gear is usually geared specifically so that when you are travelling at that speed, you don't need to use anywhere near as much petrol because it just needs to keep you at that speed rather than accelerate. So it changes your gear ratio drastically. So you're using far less energy.
Using technology to limit the amount of excessive emissions? What the hell? No,
Yeah.
we must go full electric, damn it.
Indeed. Gregory Priest says a 10-year-old electric vehicle has a fuck battery that costs 21k to replace, but my 18-year-old petrol car works just fine. Yeah, why the fuck would you get an electric vehicle where you need 21k to replace the battery, where you could just buy a new 10k used car every 5 fucking years for the same price?
And not to mention now you have to have an excessive time to travel, so you can charge your vehicle for an extra half hour.
Yep, you can't just pull over at the petrol station for 10 minutes, refuel. And again, I live in Australia. Fuck me dead, you can get, 500 kilometers on a charge?
Was that
I can't even get over the fucking border in 500 kilometers.
Shit like this that made my father say that if I ever buy one of those goddamn electric cars, he'll disown me.
I'll disown you.
Another thing that
Everybody will disown me.
another issue
I'm a
that
man,
electric cars have. I don't know this for a fact, but I'd be willing to bet that electric cars require more maintenance on the brakes than regular cars do, specifically manuals. Because do you drive manual, Trim?
Yep, like a real man.
Yep, like a real man. Do you have big hills in Norway?
It's a country made out of mountains. What the hell do you think?
So
Good.
no.
No, you've got mountains instead, which is even better. Right, so, Trim, what do you do if you want to keep your speed relatively low when you're going downhill in a manual?
You use this fantastic and ingenious invention known as a brake.
Ah, you're wrong.
Wrong.
What, to make sure we don't go faster downhill? Yeah.
No, you actually drop into lower gears, and that way you use the inertial weight of the engine to slow the vehicle.
Oh, yeah, you mean like a little bitch. I thought you meant like drive like a man.
Smart men don't use their brakes.
You just drive down, and when you reach the point where you think you can start slowing down, you just hit the brake and just hope for the best. God guides the way.
See, you're hitting the wrong pedal, Trim. You need to hit the accelerator.
Yes,
like a
you're
real man.
accelerating all the way down, and then when you get to where you need to be, hit the brakes and pray.
No,
No.
that doesn't work
No.
on the kind of mountain ranges where you have swervy cars. Like, you want to keep your car at the speed that it'll do, so you use engine braking.
I know, I'm just kidding.
Oh, good. Like, you had me worried for a moment there.
I'm not.
You were so committed to the bit.
I'm pretty good at faking serious when I want to. Sorry, guys.
No, you're not. Don't lie.
Actually, no, it was really funny to me. I'm kind of an asshole, I'll admit.
But, yeah,
Kind
so...
of. I mean, you're a self-clapping one, so...
I'd be willing to bet that electric cars have the same problem as autos. When you're going downhill, you have to use the brake.
Yeah.
In a manual, you can just engine brake. The other thing that I like about a manual is if your regular brakes fail and your handbrake fails, you can still slow yourself down by dropping gears, and then you can slam the cunt into reverse if you have to. You'll fuck your gearbox up, but that's better than wrapping yourself around a tree.
It is.
That's a matter of opinion.
Well, I mean, it depends. What do you have to live for?
Exactly. I think we've proven I have nothing.
Indeed. Sam says
good.
UK
You're still
motorway
entertaining.
speed is 113 kilometers per hour. Cool.
Well, Norway is a pretty slow-moving
Oh,
country
actually,
in many
Gregory
ways,
Priest
so-
is correct. Electric vehicles can use regenerative braking. That makes sense. What I think that is because electric motors are basically just generators running backwards. When you're going downhill, the electric motor, because the wheels are spinning anyway, can actually convert it into electricity to feed back into the battery. And because you're converting rotational energy into electrical energy, it's being taken away from the vehicle and the vehicle slows down. If that's true, that's really cool.
That's kind of fascinating.
And I think, yeah, charge your battery when you brake. Okay. I stand corrected. That is really handy-dandy. But there is still the other problem of, in Georgia's case, for example, 500 kilometers wouldn't even get him to the nearest charging station.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure you guys remember Harrison, who you guys didn't exactly get along well with. But he's like, "Oh, you should get a Tesla. It's great. It's great having an electric car." And I'm like, dude, like, you've called me and been like, "Oh, I'm at the charging station. It's going to take 40 minutes to charge. Please stay and call with me and entertain me while my car charges." I'm like, no, I'm sticking with taking like 2 minutes to fill up my gas tank.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
But especially when you live in somewhere like Australia or Texas. And, I would now like to go over there. Where's that? More than 500 kilometers away. Like, if you lived in a big city and you had worked in an office building with a parking lot, I could see the value in an electric car then.
But did we build this city on rock and roll?
Yeah, we did.
Nice.
No, we built this city on cock control.
Oh, yes. Cuck control or cock?
Yes.
Yeah.
Gregory Priest says you can charge a Tesla by tying it. Yeah, it makes sense. If they use regenerative braking, that would make sense.
And you can get off by tying something around your neck.
Yeah. UCYRB1 says automatics still suck though. This is true. It's a known fact. They're awful. And George says that EVs, and I think he's been molested by autocorrect again, because he said it says EV as in the girl's name, rather than just the letters. Only makes sense if all you're doing is driving in the city. Yeah, if you're just driving around the city, it doesn't make the worst idea. But still, I don't want a car that can just be turned off. Fuck you. I would like my dinosaur burning. You can't fucking stop me, the machine.
I mean, if I'm gonna die, I want to die covered in a hunk of metal, going ridiculous speeds, hitting something or someone I don't like.
So a Group B rally car. Gotcha.
No, it was speech to text that got him this time. Fair enough. Student history is just waiting for the Fallout Highwayman. Until then, it's all bullshit.
Push it to the limit.
Actually, I will accept electric cars when you can put a fusion reactor under the bonnet, and I never have to stop to refuel.
It's gonna make a bit of an explosive situation in the in the car itself.
Well,
Yes, please.
It'll be fine. But
It's gonna make suicides a lot more entertaining.
It'll be environmentally friendly, and that's all that matters.
well, actually, unironically, with the density of the energy density of the nuclear reactors, I wouldn't be surprised if you could get a tiny enough fusion reactor that'd fit in. Well, actually, it wouldn't need to be super tiny, but if you could get one that'd fit in the bonnet space of a car, that'd probably be really, really environmentally friendly, because there'd be zero emissions whatsoever. Like, seriously, think about it. Like, in the lifespan of the rest of the thing falling to pieces, could you really use up that much uranium to power a car?
I mean, uranium, anisium, you know.
All right, I gotta bounce. My food's here. Peace
Right,
out,
man.
Yeah.
Mythos says modern nuclear reactors use thorium, which is very inactive. Ooh, cool. And George is like, lol, a nuclear lorry / tractor trailer would be feasible, no? Yeah, they'd definitely be. I can't imagine why they wouldn't be feasible, and fuck, that'd solve a lot of issues. They'd be quiet as shit, too.
Especially shit drivers.
Oh, just drivers in fucking general. The amount of people that I want to beat to death with their own car with tire iron. Yes.
Not enough, but far too many.
Mm-hmm. Actually, something that pisses me off in Queensland and possibly other states in Australia is for people under 25, in order to go for your car license, you need to do 100 hours of driving experience. Which is just a way of fucking over poor people, because if your family doesn't have a car, congratulations, you're now paying $6,000 for driving lessons. Sorry, what was I getting at? Yes. It's a really stupid idea, because they're like, get extra driving experience so there are less crashes. I'm sorry, but that 60-year-old over there who's been driving for 40 years, how many fucking hours do you think he has? And he's changing lanes without indicating. Like, fuck's sake.
Oh, there's a joke here in the States, and mostly one I make because of my bigotry towards people of Maryland. Yeah, in the state of Maryland, you have to have at least one confirmed kill to get a driver's license.
Vehicular kill, huh?
I approve.
Yeah.
Vehicular slaughter. It's the way.
Well, Trim, I invite you to drive around DC, and you might be singing a different tune in a different language.
I have no interest in dying in America, at least not in your highways.
Yes. If you're going to die in America, you want to die in the Great War liberating Canada.
Yeah, liberating Canada, as if they fucking deserve my death.
I mean, who said what side you're going to be fighting on?
Fair point.
What do we got? George's like, lol, how many times do you have to flip someone off before they learn to use their goddamn turn signals?
I mean,
Asians never
it's
use
tens
it.
of thousands of bodies now.
Asians never use their turn signals. Why should we? I will never forget the Family Guy fucking. How much signal we give before turn? I turn now. Good luck, everybody else.
It's that Family Guy Simpsons.
Oh, that's Family Guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said he's still talking about being absent. Is like, I'll be as untouched as the turning signal in a nation's car.
Nice.
I have to say the French have better turning signals than most Marylanders.
Sounds very merry to me. But what about Pippin?
That's just stock turning.
Yeah. What do we got? UCYRB1 says based Operation Canadian Freedom. Yep. Sam says nuclear is basically steam power, still proper steampunk. Well, other than renewable crap, all power is steam power, isn't it? It's just heating water to spin turbines.
That's kind of fucking neat.
Yep, and Gregory says you'd be better off using high-temperature reactors to make synthetic fuel than put reactors in cars. You probably would be, but would it be as cool? Like,
No.
I mean, just look at Fallout. Of course, there's a lot of explosions there, but still, you die looking cool.
Exactly. Rule of cool.
Yes. The rule of cool decides all.
Ugh. Well, we are now 5 hours in. So I just need to scroll back to see if I can grab a comment from someone. Where the fuck did it go? Because our friend came back from his own stream. Where the fuck is it? George from about 20 minutes ago. It's like, Jesus Christ, you guys are still live? Make you feel like a total underachiever, why don't you? I'm not shilling in here anymore, out of respect for the hustle, mostly. It's just, yep, we just streamed for a little bit. Well, since it's been 5 hours, I reckon we start moving towards winding things up. So, not totally straight up, yes, straight up now, but does anyone have anything of particular interest to have a look at? I believe Gregory gave us something in live shows about Germany being scum.
Nothing new.
Other than
what Germany got up to when yeah, here we go. As Chancellor, Gerhard Schroeder was a strong advocate of the Nord Stream pipeline project, which planned to supply Russian gas directly to Germany, thereby bypassing transit companies. In 2005, Russian President Vladimir Putin's friend Schroeder hastily signed the deal just as he was departing the office from which he had been voted out days earlier. Within weeks, he decided to oversee the project implementation himself, needing to... Well, that doesn't sound corrupt at all.
Really? I thought it was really fucking corrupt.
Oh, only minorly corrupt.
Well, it's just it's a tiny bit of corruption, just a nice, comfortable corruption.
just corruption between friends.
Yes.
On On 24th of October 2005, just before he stepped down as Chancellor, the German government guaranteed to cover €1 billion of the project cost should Gazprom default on the line. Fucking Jesus.
Fuck.
That's a thing.
So he stepped down from Chancellor, signed this deal, and then immediately became the chairman of this company. Well, that smells like corruption.
Just a little bit, though. Just a little bit. It is not a much of corruption. It's just a little bit corruption.
It's only corruption if you say it's corruption, man.
And if you say it's corruption, we will fucking stab you.
In
It's
2017,
if you say it's corruption.
in 2017, Russia nominated Schroeder to also serve as an independent director of the board of its biggest oil producer, Rosneft. Blah 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 blah. Schroeder told Blick that he would be paid about $350,000 annually for the part-time post.
Damn.
Well, if that
Hot
isn't
diggity.
if that isn't the most corrupt shit I've seen in a long time. Damn.
Oh boy.
Yeah, no fucking wonder Germany turned around and went, nuclear power, fuck that, when they're being run by corrupt oil barons.
Oh, you got a good point there. But I still believe firmly in the future of nuclear power. Until it blows up in my face. But then I will no longer have to care about it.
Exactly.
Yep. Gregory says again, in high temperature reactors can use Brayton cycle supercritical CO2 instead of steam. Ooh. The student of history is like, I'm sure the Germans not only have a code, but a sub-code for this specific instance of corruption. Oh dear.
It's just a little bit of corruption, just some sub-corruption, mate.
$350,000 a year corruption. Jesus.
It's that kind of corruption that feels nice, you know? Just slides in there.
Just properly lubed with
Yeah.
Gazprom.
Yeah. Just totally
You
ridiculous.
won't even notice it, dude. You won't even notice it.
It's that disappointing.
Oh, apparently he was in the Paradise Papers as well.
Paradise
Oh.
paper?
Are these predecessors to the Panama Papers? Yes,
Oh,
yes,
no,
they
it's
are.
Paradise papers.
Yeah, Paradise Papers. They're basically the Panama Papers, but earlier and German.
Oh, that's a disappointment. Deutschland, Deutschland, Deutschland.
Deutschland überall.
You know, I would say that if it wasn't for Germany that can suck my dick. I mean, I like the one that had a Hugo Boss
here,
uniform,
what we
but,
got from Prime Knight. Apparently, hundreds of mines from Ukraine have drifted into the Black Sea. Well, crap. I'm sure that's not good. And Mythos has got a Black Sea current map for us to look at.
Black
Ooh.
Sea Carrot Mount?
Current map. So the
Current
currents
map.
of the water
Oh,
movement.
yeah, okay.
So they're going
was
to
like,
go
yeah,
all the. They're going to get really, really inconvenient for Turkey and the Crimea, apparently.
Based.
That is pretty fucking cool, Mike.
Wait, did that say 420 mines?
420.
Yes,
Oh.
it did.
Hitler's gonna be smoking those mines and toking them up, man.
You gotta know when to hold them. Why do I sing that damn song all the time?
Why are you doing Kenny Rogers?
I mean,
I have
it's
no
not a
idea.
bad song, but
It's
why?
not. It's just that my brain is not there right now. It's a little bit here, a little bit over there.
Yonder.
Mythos also says, also fun fact, the Greek name for the Black Sea is the Welcoming Sea.
Mm-hmm.
Haru.
Student History's like, good luck, have fun, Baltic Fleet. Let's play a game. Minesweeper.
Yeah.
Smoke
I've
them
got a
ships.
3 on the board.
I'll give you a 5 across the A's.
Oh, 5's easier to handle than a 3.
This sounds like a perfect situation for the Greek Navy to just walk straight into a mine.
Well, I mean, that won't be the first time.
Ah, dear. He's like, it was always meant to be ironic, but this is just ridiculous.
Don't you know irony, brother?
No, but I know Ireland, brother.
Prime
Oh,
Knight's
man,
like,
I've
oh
never
yeah,
seen
had you
this
talked
before.
about Biden telling 82nd Airborne they were going to Ukraine? And then the White House yelling they weren't. Oh, for fuck's sake, Biden.
Damn it, potato brain.
Also, can we not get America involved in a war? Because I really don't want to get conscripted.
No,
USA.
we're going to involve ourselves in some half-assed war like we have done since Korea.
I mean, I think it's your kink at this point.
I mean, if we were like conquering Mexico or something fun like that, I'd be all in.
Student history's
Yeah,
like, oh
risking life
god,
and limb.
please no.
What?
Oh god,
conquering
please no.
Mexico?
No, to...
Right.
Again,
to Joe Tato.
yeah, to Joe Tato getting us involved in this war. Like, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I mean, on that topic, and I've been thankfully remiss on being around here for a bit, but I have to say there is something just so rotten in the way the U.S. State Department is conducting its
Conducting its. Hello? Did I get muted again?
No.
into something just very deep.
Yeah.
No, I apparently my audio decides to cut a screen goes black. So
student history says you don't want to get conscripted. I don't want to bleed in Ukraine because Biden's got some shady deal there.
yeah.
Yeah, fair,
I mean,
fair.
I'm all for a war of conquest, but a war of nation building? No, fuck that.
Oh.
Yeah, enough of this nation. Actually, I've unironically said that about Iraq and Afghanistan. Invading a nation building is fucking stupid. If you're going to invade, you need to take over. That's the same problem we had with Germany after World War One.
Okay, if you ask me, nation building is just a cuck's version of conquest.
Basically.
It is.
Yeah, it's conquest without any of the benefits.
Yeah, it's not a hard K. It's just a conquest or whatever.
I don't think there's a
Conquest.
K in Conquest at the best of times, Trim.
Yeah. Well, we use a K in Norwegian. we say the K, and I like to say the K hard.
Save the K. I got it.
He likes the KKK.
There's 3 of them. Weird.
Oh, he's a senator from West Virginia, supported and loved by Hillary Clinton.
Country roads. Well, I'm not exactly supported and loved. I'm more like a useful patsy when the time comes.
Prime Knight says, I'm starting to dislike Zelensky as he seems desperate to get NATO in and putting civilians in harm's way. Yeah, I'm really not a fucking fan on how he keeps going like, hey, NATO, would you like to fuck yourselves up for my personal benefit?
Yeah.
Too much of a pussy to deal with this problem myself, but I would love to have you guys die for me.
Yeah.
And the sad part is, with the real politics side of the thing.
You dropped out again.
Yeah, what about real politics side of things?
And he's
Absolute
gone.
silence. Sad. Very sad.
Very sad.
Yeah. Sorry. Like I said, I was trying to finish. Don't sign bullshit you're not going to keep, because that makes everybody look bad.
Oh, we got a notification. Toss just subscribe. What the fuck, man? You aren't subscribed yet?
That bastard.
How dare you? We thought you were friends.
That beautiful, beautiful bastard. Fuck it. Or is that sexual assault according to the prior document?
Yeah, it probably is sexual assault.
I mean, if he's a Swede.
Oh, well, then it doesn't matter.
If you're a Swede, nothing matters.
Just remember, if you have an extra tan skin, you can get away with anything in Sweden.
Yes. Everything that matters is based on the power. The power of your skin.
Stern History says, can't we just make the North American empire? Why do we have to go to Ukraine?
Yeah,
honestly,
exactly.
I would welcome the North American empire if it wasn't led by the Biden.
Well, Biden could never make a North American empire. He could lose a war in Mexico.
I mean, when you manage to fuck up fucking Afghanistan as hard as that, then
10 years, $2 trillion, and
Yep.
the end result was giving the fucking Taliban one of the largest air forces in the world.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully they
Hey.
can't fly worth a fuck, but still.
Yeah, but they have enough now to train.
Yeah, I mean, they can crash half their air fleet and still be better pilots.
You know, I kind of feel sorry for you. You had to waste your tax money on that asshole. Hey, yeah,
Don't
no,
get
but
me started.
Okay, the thing is, he goes into Ukraine to make sure he doesn't lose his money, but he wastes so much money on the other bullshit. He does.
Well,
Yeah.
it's down to whether it's his money or the Americans' money.
I mean, he views it as his money regardless.
Yeah,
It's
so he
just a
uses it
matter
for
of
his
how
own
many
benefit.
stacks he gets for his personal account.
Yes.
Because, and I will say this because I've been saying this for years. Biden is the biggest bastard in D.C. since Ted Kennedy, and I hold an annual celebration on that bastard's death.
Who's
yeah,
Ted
it's like-
Kennedy again?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Jesus, Trim. Basically, think of one of the worst American senators possible, and he hoisted the corpse of JFK, his brother, up every chance he got when he got challenged politically.
Oh.
Yeah, he was one of the biggest bastards, and I say that proudly because my family used to live in Massachusetts until the Kennedys got politically powerful, and then they were forced to leave during Prohibition. So, yeah, that tells you more than you probably need to know.
Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah. I'm not. I mean, it gave me somebody to hate politically growing up and made me the man I am today.
Yeah. Okay, some bonuses, but still, he shouldn't have been existing.
Yeah, should have been lobotomized like his poor sister.
Oh,
Or
George is saying that Americans are going crazy over here. Lots of flags going up all over the place. There's a strong sentiment that we need to do something, mostly coming from Dems, but the Repubs are not far behind. Fuck.
Oh yeah, I mean it's like this weird like we've got to get involved in world affairs, and there's three camps. Yeah, here in the States that I've noticed. It's like pro-intervention, completely anti-intervention for any reason whatsoever, kind of the isolationist stuff, and where I find myself we'll get involved if it's in our interest as a nation, but don't drag us into bullshit. And unfortunately, Ukraine's bullshit, and Afghanistan after about 2008 was bullshit too.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
Yeah. Whether Ukraine wins or loses, it makes no difference for America.
Yeah. I mean, it makes no difference to me or any other average human being. It's just gonna be it's just gonna be a new platform to grandstand on.
Yeah.
Well, the thing I find as a shame of the Ukraine situation is they're painting Putin as this insane autocrat, and he's KGB. He knows how to play these games.
But there's one thing about Putin: no matter what else he is or isn't, he's not insane.
Exactly.
He's
Exactly.
cunning and quite possibly evil, but he
Yeah.
is not insane.
I kind of want to call him evil when he does that kind of shit. So yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
But
on
it's
the scale of world history, what has Putin actually done that's evil to Ukraine?
Yeah, and the thing is, so
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put it like this: I think Putin is evil, but then again, I think Biden is evil too.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, Putin's a lesser evil than Biden.
Oh, yes,
Biden
because of
is so incompetent, and I don't mean that in like, oh, well, he doesn't know what he's doing. No, he knows exactly what he's doing. At least the people around him. But it's the subtle, insidious. We're going to manipulate people when they don't know it. Evil versus Putin's like, I'm going to do it because I'm a strong man. Kind of evil.
Yes.
I mean, Putin does it because he has something to prove. Literally, he has something to prove every single day. Because if not, he's gonna get stabbed in the back. At least from what I know. And again, I'm not a fucking Russia buff.
I don't. This is and Spoon freaks out and flips out, and I like egging him on with this kind of thing, because he thinks all Americans are kind of nitwits, but Russian culture respects a strong, determined leader.
Right?
Always has, always will. That's part of their culture. The West does not understand that and freaks out anytime a strong Eastern leader stands up. And I think that's something where,
I mean, you can understand why they would be scared shitless whenever an Eastern leader pops up.
I mean, yeah. Student of History says
against the wall.
Yeah, Student of History says if we want to go real politic about this, it's more in our favour to make Russia chill and be generally on side when the pandas get uppity. Yes, and the pandas are getting uppity.
Yes. Yeah, because everybody talks about China and Russia colluding, and those two countries have not liked each other for over a century.
Yes. Like, sure,
and
when it's in their benefit, they'll do shit together because they're relatively close-ish.
And also enemy of my enemy and all that shit.
Yeah,
exactly.
But
exactly.
There is no way Russia is ever going to want China to be any more military strong. No way in shit.
Yep. But I don't think anybody in the mainstream media right now, especially American media, which is garbage, understands that dynamic whatsoever.
I mean, it's what gets them off. It's what gets them money.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I feel like I'm trying to prove myself smarter than I really am, but at the same time,
Bro, you're like really smart and you're like really attractive and you're like
yeah, I mean, just get off your knees for a little bit there, Trent.
Oh man, that might be fun.
Speaking of China getting uppity, they're putting
Disco's rubbing or stubble on things again.
No, apparently the Solomon Islands is in discussion with China to allow the superpower's military forces to be stationed in the Pacific nation less than 2,000 kilometers from Australia's coastline. No, fuck off.
No.
Like, if they were going to allow that, that's like an excuse to invade the Solomon Islands from our point of view. If only we had a fucking military.
The fuck is a military?
Well, it's that thing that Australia doesn't seem to need.
Money at.
But the problem is Australia doesn't do that. Because our dipshit leaders have forgotten that war is a thing that can, from time to time, happen. Because Australia has been threatened with invasion exactly once in its history.
There's one thing I want to say though, is that the Russian thing has one thing I'm actually quite okay with, and that is that Norway has finally extended its military budget. That is something I always want. That is something I've always wanted, because we have a really small military, and it's time we actually build it up a bit.
Well, the
So,
the
out of-
full-time Australian military is only like 17,000 people over
Yeah.
all the branches. Like, fuck off. Our Air Force alone should be like 50,000 people. Like, a small army size is the least relevant thing for Australia, because we don't need to fight them on the land if we can stop them from fucking getting here. So that's the thing about Australia. We don't have a land border that needs defending. No. We want them dead all the fucking way over there.
Yes. Chad, yes. So there's one thing. Norway is not a country of numbers. I mean, just look at New York. You outnumber us with a fucking city, right?
Do you want New York? I mean, I'm willing to give you New York.
I mean, as long as we can get it without the people.
No, sorry.
I mean, we can just move. We
retards
can
come
move
with.
all of Norway. All of Norway fits into New York. At least all the people. There's as many people in New York as there are in Norway.
That sounds like a fair exchange. Base people versus New Yorkers. 10 out of 10.
I mean, that's a war that would be unfair, dude. Jesus. Poor New Yorkers.
No, there are no poor New Yorkers. There's only the ones that live there and the ones that haven't been removed.
I mean, I just pity the weak, you know.
Mentally or physically?
Well, I have more sympathy for the weak of the body, but sympathy is for the. I pity the lefty.
Pity the fool.
Like me, I am mentally weak right now. I've proven my weakness in
New
mentality.
student of history says, no, fuck this shit, shut it down. But unironically, if I was in charge of Australia, which I should be,
yes.
but firstly, I'd build up the military, because there is no other military around here. Like, the only chance Australia has of surviving an invasion is for the Americans to get here before we fall over. Like,
That is actually
unironically.
a military strategy, by the way.
Yeah.
No, but that's basically
is,
been the military strategy of the last 70 years.
Mm.
Basically,
like,
so
seriously, if the Solomon
we have
Islands
a
was
really
going to
small
be
army.
putting military bases on the fucking on their islands, like, I'd be considering going, maybe the world doesn't need the Solomon Islands.
I mean, there's a fun thing is that the Norwegian military is really small, but that's why we built it to have quality. Our soldiers are really good. That's the thing about Norwegian soldiers. They're good.
Well, Australian
they're supposed
soldiers
to do.
used to be really good, but then some idiot
Yeah.
decided that they give them a large pistol as the fucking main battle rifle.
Well, we don't do the whole inclusivity thing there. We everybody is welcome, but if you get in here, you gotta fucking work for it.
Australia is so fucking stupid that the carbine version of our main rifle is so short that by our laws it's a handgun.
Really?
Yes.
Ooh. You don't have a bullpup, do you?
It's a fucking gay ass bullpup. It's the fucking Steyr, the gayest fucking gun you can find. Like,
Well, I mean,
like a
the
pink,
gayer gun would be like
a
Glock
pink,
pistol.
a pink Glock with fucking trans flags on is less gay than the Steyr in general.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
Like,
Not
the
wrong.
Steyr
over
is
you guys.
such a fucking gay gun.
The
Like,
gayest gun.
like, look at this shit. Like, the fucking optics are fixed, for fuck's sake. Well, on the original version, the optics were fixed.
On the original, yeah.
What kind of idiot has fixed optics on a fucking combat rifle? On any rifle? No.
Well, I mean, we're talking American
Unity?
1980s.
Maybe the LGBT community to tap words. Fuck
Like,
you.
here's a more modern version of it, and it's still fucking hideous.
It
But
looks like
I really
a
want to
water.
watch an abortion on TV.
It looks like a water pistol, dude.
It's about as
Like
effective.
a weird water gun.
Yeah.
Paystape says the Norwegian military sailed off in 800 AD and never returned.
880. What?
Yeah, the Norwegian military sailed off in 800 AD and never came back. Remember that bit where they colonized England and went, you know what, we're staying here, it's better?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. The thing is, I see it as a legacy project. We gave from ourselves to you, you know? We gave our military might and power to you in hope that you would do something
you
right with it.
surrendered your best to England.
Yes, and look what you did with it.
Right. Yeah. The Normans came in, improved things, and then it went native again. Unfortunately.
Oh god, George
Yes.
says, "Lol, now I want to mock up a Hello Kitty style org." And
Even
the,
better.
See it.
you know,
Even
the
fucking better.
sad thing about it is the least gay part of that is the Hello Kitty bit.
Hello, Kitty. How you doing?
But
honey?
like, firstly, bullpups are fucking worthless for if you're actually trying to fight against a modern military. Because this shit is for city fighting in built up shitholes. Like, sure, it'll kill the fuck out of the Taliban, but body armor is a thing that modern militaries invest heavily in. Like,
And
I would like,
civilians in certain better countries.
I would like to be all the fucking way over there, firing a round that will go through body armor.
Yeah. You should have gone with quality over quantity, but you
But
kinda said,
also,
"Nope."
if you're going to go with a fucking bullpup, you still don't go with the Stein.
I mean, it's still better than the SA-80.
Is it? Is it really? Okay, fair enough. That's also hideous. There is one bullpup rifle that doesn't look too gay, but I can't remember who makes it.
I mean,
Being a homosexual.
I'm still massively in favor of, like, you know, the FNs and FALs and all that shit. So, yeah, actual NATO round stuff rather than
Yes.
5.56, yay.
Yeah, like, I mean, 5.56, and again, great if you just need to rip through a bunch of fucking Talibans. But I like my 7.6 to fuck you up from over there.
Mm-hmm.
You could say it Taliban. It should be Taliban.
Like, I want, if I'm in combat, I want to be shooting the guy in such a way that I've got up and walked away before the bullet hits him.
Yeah.
I love it.
Like, legitimately, I want to have time to pack my shit and walk the fuck away from my shooting position before before the sound wave hits them.
Oh, so you want subsonic rounds? Gotcha.
Well, no, I just want to be shooting them from like 2 kilometers away.
Wait, so live and learn then, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on what Sonic you're thinking about.
I mean, clearly only the hedgehog can reach out and touch someone in this way. Bad touch, but still.
It's only a bad touch depending on your situation and position.
Prone, naturally. Also, something these guys don't also realize is that it's a lot harder to reload a bullpup than it is a regular rifle. And just fuck the P90 in general, because there's no way in shit you can reload that thing in combat.
Well, I mean, yeah, and the proprietary ammo does not.
I mean, I'm gonna admit, I like the P90 because of Stargate. That's the only reason I love it.
Trim. No. You need to play with real rifles.
But also, Stargate pisses me the fuck off.
Why? It's a
because
good series.
every fucking episode they go to some bumfuck sticks and stones retards, and then get captured immediately because they won't shoot them with their fancy modern guns. Like, fuck's sake, you might as well have left the guns at home.
I mean, it's a ghoul.
But they never take. You can't. They never bother. They get captured immediately by the fucking locals before the good even show up.
I mean, that's a thing.
Too often. Actually, by too often, I mean every episode, but still.
They don't get captured every single episode.
Don't
Right,
they?
every
I
third
am not
episode,
going
they
to
don't
give
get
up that Stargate is one of the best sci-fi series. I don't care. It is one of the best ones.
Oh, there we go. There's the one that looks the least shit, the Tavor.
Tavor, no.
What?
The only reason I don't like the Tavor is it's just functionally it's no different than any other bullpup, and manufacturing standards have only improved because of the civilian market.
I mean, this is true, but I'm basing my decision entirely on what looks best, and the Steyr just looks like shit.
I mean, if you want to go with what looks best, then that's terrible. But if you want to go with like high impact, you go with like an SVT-40, semi-auto 10-round World War II rifle. That will take shit down, and accurately.
What? The really sad thing is, Australia went from the L1A1 to which was a nice big fuck you in the face 7.62.
Not just the face.
Fuck
It's
you
fuck you
and
anywhere,
the
but
guy
it's not
behind you.
Mm-hmm.
The good old L1A1. That'd just fuck you right up.
Yep.
That's a good time though. For the one not getting shot, I mean.
Yeah. So, and then there is probably my favorite Australian gun, which is the Mark III 303, because it's the only one I can legally have.
Do you have it though?
Not yet. They're fucking expensive because I don't just want a new one because Australia actually makes new Mark III 303s. I want an old one. I want one older than the end of World War II. Preferably with German blood still attached to the bayonet lugs.
You hear this? We need more subscribers and shit. Now like, comment, and subscribe so Bessic can get his gun.
That's right. And he doesn't have to steal mine.
Yeah.
But yes, the Mark III 303 is it's an attractive looking gun as well. Not that particular version. They've done an absolutely abysmal job of restoring that. There we go. That's better. In the proper wood stains.
Well, are we talking the Jungle Mark IV bullshit?
No, I mean a proper Mark III 303. Just a standard Mark III.
You know what my favorite gun would be? An AR-15 signed by Kyle Rittenhouse. That is my favorite gun.
I mean, if I lived in a sane country, I'd have like 3 AR-15s, probably more, because you can do a lot with the AR platform.
That's true.
Highly versatile, from what I've heard.
Yes. Well,
AR-10s
you can get short-barreled
better.
versions, you can get long-barreled versions, you can get them in 15 million calibers. But no, I want a 303 because I want a nice high-power rifle that you can really fuck something up with. But crucially, I want it because technically I'm not allowed to have military weapons.
Wait, that's considered military at this state?
No, but we're not allowed to have military-style weapons, which basically means black and scary. So even if you have a bolt, because you can actually manufacture an AR that's bolt action, but they're illegal in Australia because they look scary.
Ooh.
So you're not allowed military-style weapons. Problem is, because they're morons, an actual gun used by the Australian Army isn't a military-style weapon because it's made of wood.
You got wood.
But no, I definitely want a Mark III. Bleach is
Yeah.
just teasing me, showing me his.
I mean, it's 1916 dated.
Oh,
All numbers matching.
You see why I would do one says just get a wooden AR. God, if only I could. Billy Blogs says Australian Owen SMG. The Owen isn't fantastic. If I was allowed to get something that could fire full auto, I'd get something that in a real caliber.
I'm honestly, if you were to get an SMG, go for like what is it, a Lanchester?
I mean, let's be real. If I was going to get an SMG, I'd get an MP5 for the memes.
Well, yes, but you know.
But you've got to get your meme guns, then you get your serious guns.
I would go with a Lanchester.
Lanchester.
Prime Night. Gun fear and gun laws are made by ignorance.
They really are. Lanchester is apparently a type of car. Let's try this again.
Okay.
No, well, there was a World War I armored car called a Lanchester made by Rolls-Royce.
That looks almost identical to another submachine gun that exists. What the fuck is it?
It was basically designed to look a lot like an MP-18 German World War I submachine gun. But
yes.
It was the Royal Navy versus later Sten gun, basically.
That's it. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I was thinking of, the Sten, because it's got the magazine sticking out to the side.
Yes. You're going into the old trap.
Yeah.
Not playing with fun firearms.
Well, I'm not allowed to play with fun firearms. Like, the most fun I can have is a lever action rifle.
If I was in America, I would have a lot of fucking guns.
Yeah. Oh God! If I was
we'll talk afterwards.
If I was in America,
give me green card and I'll get guns.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, send me a Ukrainian mail order bride, and I'll bring you over.
I'm a Norwegian, not Ukrainian, dude. I can't give you on that.
The Owen,
yeah.
the Owen the Owen submachine gun that Billy referenced earlier. It is not what I'd call a good gun. It is a gun when you absolutely fucking need an SMG. You need it now, and you need it to work.
Oh yeah.
But it's literally just bolted together car parts.
I mean, sometimes that's all.
Yes, and
which isn't a problem in and of itself, but the manufacturing standards are loose. Effective.
Gregory says Japanese Type 100.
Oh yes, the Arasakas.
How's that one look again?
It's like this massive banana clip of a mag.
The banana clip. It's basically like a stand, but it's a banana instead. There we go.
It's gayer than a $5 bill thrown in a whorehouse. Yeah.
Actually, yes, the Type 99. That's one of the other things I've considered getting my hands on.
That's beautiful.
Not for any practical purpose, but just because I live in Australia and fuck the government. Oh, it's in 7.7mm. Excellent.
Good luck in finding ammunition. Oh wait, you can't.
Yeah.
Okay, an 8047, I like it for the meme material.
Yeah.
Also, isn't it kind of versatile in what kind of ammunition it can use?
The what?
No.
No. Someone said that to me. I have little idea
what gun
about
trim?
guns actually. The AK-47.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, no, it's 7.62 by 39, and that's it.
There we go.
There's a lot of it, but yeah, it's fixed caliber.
Yeah. Remember, the AK-47 is designed to be made by some uneducated Soviet idiot.
I like your descriptions.
Thing is, I'm not wrong. And granted, they are really survivable. Like, you can bury an AK-47 in the desert for 30 years, pull it out, and it works fine. But that's mostly because the tolerances weren't great to start with.
And, the chrome barrels help quite a bit.
There's a gun in World War C that was talked about. It was called the Standard Infantry Rifle. Basically, this bolt action gun. I think it's bolt action. All these terms tend to disappear from my fucking head. It's starting to get later. Sorry.
Well, here we go.
Talk to an American and learn all you need to know.
Yeah, guns.
World War Z. There we go.
That's a really good game. A really good book.
So,
of course,
so
there's one thing. There is a little bit of bias in World War C against the Russians. Because he makes them seem a lot more backwards than I believe they are, actually.
That standard infantry rifle looks really fucking familiar.
Yeah, the Sir, right?
Oh, yeah, there we go. The M1918. What was that called again?
1918? I think you're making something up there.
No, that's something else entirely. They've fucked up their description. That's the Browning. That's something completely fucking different.
Yeah.
Browning sounds completely different, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, a walk-by-fire BAR, Browning automatic rifle.
I mean, those are
very different.
I'd love to get my grubby little paws on that to start with. God, I'd love to get my hands on a bar. Yeah.
If you can have a rifle which you not only can use to shoot people with, but also beat someone to death with and shoot them afterwards.
And that is why bullpups are fucking useless. Because when you need to kill a motherfucker and you run out of ammo, you want to beat the ever-loving crap out of them with a nice, solid piece of metal or wood. It also helps when you have 1.5 foot of bayonet on the end. And actually, with the 303s, so you have a big fuck-off rifle, and then you have another 1.5 foot bayonet on the end, so it's more like spear fighting. The enemy's all the way over there.
That's another thing I love about
they had
Second World War
guns. Big spear.
One thing I love about the Second World War guns is that most of them always have the bayonet.
Yeah.
Just being a bayonet charge, love it.
I mean, the last bayonet charge was Vietnam, 1967, 68.
Was it?
Direct bayonet
wasn't
charge,
it?
But I'm talking about
I could have sworn the last one was fuck. What was that mess that UK got into again? Falklands. I swear there was one in the Falklands.
You might be right.
I don't think they actually engaged because the Argentinians fucked off. But I'm pretty sure they did a charge.
Did the charge, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's true, yes. But again, I think they had SA-80s with them rather than SLRs and L1A1s.
I mean, again, if I'm going to get into a melee fight with somebody, I'd really rather be all the way over there and poking them with a pointy stick than right up next to them in punching range. Actually, I know a guy who was
World War One.
Yeah,
and then it's like here's a lampshade that I picked up out of a house that was blown up. I'm going to beat you to death with it.
Oh, Callum Dayton says last bayonet charge was Afghanistan by the Paras.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
That's actually that does sound right.
Well, they weren't exactly fully on made charge. I'm talking about the whole You know, during fight, you had bayonets on your guns, and when you got too close to the enemy, when the Japanese just charged the Americans, like in Hacksaw Ridge.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, the bayonets are also really good for withstanding bayonet charges. Because again, do you really want to get into a knife fight with the guy with a spear?
Not if you have 8 rounds versus their 5.
Ah! No, not quite the same one, but the 1918 Springfield. Yeah, bonsai charges. Yes, it's really helpful to have a spear wall to defend against those. Because when on the older style, on the big, long fuck-off rifles, it's basically a spear wall.
That's pretty fucking metal.
Yep. Oh, Regis answers the question. What's the currently produced rifle is most like it? Basically an M14. I thought it was fucking familiar. Yeah, it's pretty much the M14. Which is semi-auto, which means I can't have one.
You can't have nice things?
Yes.
Now, why can't Bessic have nice things?
Because I live in a fascist hellhole.
Yep.
20-round magazine. Ooh, shiny.
Is that all?
Well, I imagine you could probably get 30-round magazines, but...
Again, is that all?
Motherfucker.
I mean...
there in his house.
Are you really having fun if you don't have 100-round magazines and you select fire? are going brrrt.
Making
no comment.
Making the pedo population drop one bullet at a time.
Yeah. One drop with every pop.
Yes. Of course, there's so many pedos in those areas now that as well just do an open hunting season.
I mean, it's always open hunting season with pedos.
Yeah, well, unless you're like a Democrat or some shit. Or
then you're just a pedo apologist if you're a Democrat.
Especially if you're a Democrat nominee for the Supreme Court.
Yeah. And you're also not a biologist and not equipped to answer the hard questions in life. Like, where do babies come from?
Or even the flaccid questions.
Yeah.
There's the delayed reaction. Yes.
It just took me half a second, like, flaccid.
An M14 would be great fun, I reckon. Unfortunately, it's semi-auto, but it's wood, so it doesn't look scary.
Oh, I love it. So, what happened to trying to cut this down? Because we're kind of, almost an hour over? It's almost an hour since
we're still winding it down.
we talk
You're
about
winding
firearms,
down winding down by talking about guns.
Guns make me happy.
Oh, I'm just saying the winding down strategy needs work.
Look,
but, I don't.
Look. I'm trans Texan. I'm a Texan that was born in the body of an Australian.
That's a good one. Can I use that one too?
God bless America. God bless the Second Amendment.
I agree with this.
As a actual American, I grant you that status.
George says, 2A positive, I'm a hunter, I want a drum mag. Against 2A, why do you need so many rounds hunting deer? Pro Second Amendment, deer?
Yeah, exactly.
Dear.
Yes, George, they're trans Texans.
Hey, I mean, yes. Hell, if someone gives me a green card to America, I'm fucking leaving.
Prime Knight has a little bit of a white pill. The two sacks of shit that released the dogs on the kitty cat,
Yeah.
Oh,
They're
Buddy the
going to
cat.
prison. They're facing felony
Yeah.
animal
Yeah.
fighting and aggravated animal cruelty charges. Actually, didn't they make animal cruelty some kind of federal crime?
Yes, it's a federal crime in the U.S. now.
Based. I like
Animal
that.
cruelty?
After Michael Vick. So
Who's Michael Vick?
he was a quarterback who played for Virginia Tech and then the Baltimore Cuckians or something like that, and engaged in dogfighting and got his ass handed to him. Thankfully.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Prime Knight says, when hunting deer and commies a second round is helpful, the commie might run.
The only animal cruelty I'm up for is the cruelty against communists.
Communists aren't that high on the scale.
They don't taste that good, so why would you bother hunting them?
They're
Just
inedible.
shoot them like
animals.
pests.
They're still animals. They're just inedible.
No, they're not animals. Animals have rights.
They're like,
But they're like
inorganic,
insects.
existence.
They're insects, but they're hive mind insects.
Disgusting creatures from the abyss.
Basically.
Yes. Lovely.
As long as you don't say tasty, we're good.
Well, when you need food and all that.
I mean, there's better things to prey upon.
It has the satisfactory flavor.
No, it doesn't. It has no flavor. It's any vegan meat.
Vegan meat.
Dear.
I'm vegan. I once
Oh,
saw,
Prime Knight says-
a...
The reporters says, so how does it feel killing people? Soldier says, don't know, I only shot communists.
Oh, what was that man's name? He was Polish and
Yes.
served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam. Then there was a Finn who did the same things. So
Are you talking about the White Death?
no, not Simo Haya, but
Yep, Polish mercenary Rafał Ganowicz was asked what it
Yes.
felt like to take human life. I wouldn't know, I've only ever killed communists.
Which are not people, ever. And I approve of this.
based. I mean, hell, the Poles didn't stop their World War until 1956 officially.
Lovely.
They're like, oh well, the Nazis are gone, but we still have communists to kill.
Is there even a difference between communists and Nazis? All of them have camps. All of them.
Eh,
The color of the uniform.
Nazis have better uniforms.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Right,
Yep.
so back to our white pill. So, a 12-year-old and 17-year-old pieces of shit who should never make it to 18 have been taken into custody for sicking 2 dogs on a putty tat. So they've both been charged with animal fighting, aggravated animal cruelty, and conspiracy. The first 2 charges are felonies. However, the crimes that they're accused of do not qualify them to be charged as adults. No, fuck off. Hang them both.
I mean, I would.
Oh dear. According to the article, Buddy remains in the kitty cat remains in critical condition, but they're hopeful and confident the feline will make a full recovery. Yay!
Good.
Good. Because if the cat dies, they die.
No. That shouldn't be the standard. Cat gets attacked, they die. Cat
Oh.
survives, maybe less than death.
Break a few legs. Let's just say that.
No.
Repeatedly.
Regardless of what
throughout
happens
time.
to the puddy tat, they die.
Based.
Also dogs. Pets in general.
Yes. Cats and dogs are a higher form of animal. Then
Oh,
again,
gee,
so are birds
China's
and rats
doomed.
and mice.
In that case, China is doomed, which I kind of okay with.
I mean,
Based.
they're communists, so...
Not even
So
people.
they don't deserve existence, let's be honest.
No. I mean, it's just proof that they aren't really people. They're communists, and they eat dogs. After
Yeah.
torturing the dogs.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I'm not the biggest dog fan. Just they're dumb dogs out there, but
Gregory
it's like-
has a pretty
yeah,
fucking good meme for us. Always remember to wash your hands after playing with animals. Dog paw in a hand with a communist symbol, and then the dog's washing his paws.
yeah.
Mythos says, cats are evil. Evil, I tell you. This is true, but they're better than communists, and they're so adorable and fluffy.
Yes. Well, I mean, yeah, cats at least give you some, even if they're most evil and base. Yeah, not based, but base.
They're better than
situation.
commies.
Exactly. Yeah, because they'll go out and they'll rid you from.
At least the cruelty of cats and their other egotistical forms is literally their nature. It is literally the kitty cat's nature to be an asshole.
Indeed.
I mean, that's the best. Best of a cat's nature is, oh, this asshole likes me. Yay.
Oh shit! Whoa!
Down, boy. Down.
Oh, sorry, I just ran past the bulb of electricity and started fucking shooting after me.
I'm sorry, but you ran past me and you had
Sorry.
to suffer the consequences.
Fine. Okay, Zeus.
Oh,
You
dear.
want me to call
Okay.
Kratos now, would you?
Before we go on for another hour...
3 hours later.
Yep. We might start winding things up here, because I'm getting hungry. And you
No, you're
don't
getting
like me when
angry,
I'm
Bezek.
hungry. Oh, dear.
I murdered a small village of colored people because I was angry.
Oh, dear.
Hey, wait, how did you know that? I mean, the horrible, terrible. Why would you say that?
I was there. I was born in the stupidity.
Oh, dear. So we'll start winding
I
things
was
up, but
born
on
in
the way
stupidity.
out, we
No
shall
one
do
could
some
fight it.
shilling. So Trim and I have started doing some game streaming over on Twitch with a Disco. We have been streaming some Valheim, having great fun over at twitch.tv/Bezic1000. Our latest adventure featured the siege and subsequent defense of what giant
Tower of Sleeping
sleeping giant tower. Yep.
Leech was uninvited because he's too damned American for this.
I mean, if you have the game and want to join, you're welcome.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah. But yes, so we've been streaming that. We'll probably also stream some other games. So feel free to join us when we're over there. We may not be able to stream much while the boat chef is on said boat, but we might investigate just how well Valheim copes. And
Yeah, we'll see how time goes. Things might change. God knows.
for reference, this server that we're playing Valheim on has just the three of us, fully cooperative, just working together. It's only up when we're streaming, so it's just focused on working together rather than everyone running off to their own corner doing their own thing.
Probably for the best, in my opinion.
Indeed. So we've been having great fun. And you are all welcome to join us over there when we are messing about.
So, in other words, go ahead and leer and
Yeah.
Bezic2000 on Twitch.tv.
1,000, damn you.
And if you
Bleach
feel
Bleach is
just
just-
pants, then go ahead. I won't.
Bleach is just sitting there rapidly creating a Twitch profile, Bezic2000.
Maybe, but I'm evil that way. Come on.
Yeah.
But it's
Oh,
evil
dear.
that we know.
Do you? Do you really? The
Oh, I'm
darkest of
telling you.
night, you'll see this bright blob scrubbing your clothes clean.
Our friend
In the
Gregory
dark of the night,
says he
terror
should
will
go to
find
bed
us.
at 6:35 a.m.
Fuck you.
Oh, dear.
It's only what, 4 in the afternoon
Yeah.
here in the States, and that's all the time you need to know.
Yeah. Oh,
Which part of
dear.
the States?
You don't
like
need
a
to know
country.
that.
Yeah. Well,
The
everyone
country's
is
literally
off.
Your
George?
country's literally half a continent. How the fuck
Only
did it
half.
die?
My
the whole
country
fucking-
is an entire continent. Fuck you.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh dear. Everyone is heading off. Let's see. George is
here.
going off for
Please, go.
supper. Callum is going to listen to Attack of the Dead Man for a bit while he finishes his Space Marines, which sounds
Lovely.
pretty based. So we will see you all either next time we do this or maybe on Twitch. We'll see how things go. That is all from me. That is all from us. Shadilay, folks.
Shadilay.
Shadilay.